religious organization that is just kind of revealing itself recently, though we have our roots back starting as far as about 10 years ago. And today we're going to have an exciting day planned. We'll be hearing from some of our community members, and we'll be dropping the mic down on some of the foundations of our church. And it's a non-dogmatic church. And we do a lot of different things, and our plans for our community, especially our virtual villages, which we'll be describing later, are just breathtaking. But first I wanted to introduce ourselves. So this is my friend Mandy, and actually everybody that you're meeting today are friends of ours. We had a crew of, I don't know how many people, like 10 different people, and we are running with volunteers right now. Our volunteers are behind the scenes producing this event and cat wrangling and all of this stuff. And this is really, like, to be frank, this is the first time we're doing this, so it's going to be a healthy dose of what it feels like winging it. Am I wrong, Mandy?
Oh, no, not at all. We are on the fly, winging it every step of the way. And thanks for joining us as we, do our best to just launch this thing officially.
Yeah, no, we've been kind of secret, doing a lot of work behind the scenes. And so today's like, we're calling it the aWakeathon. And it's our first, like we said, a coming out party and also a fundraiser to help us keep this vision going. Just so you know, and to make it clear what our mission is. And so our mission is really to help folks, essentially as many folks as we can, to help them grow, evolve, and through a direct relationship with the earth and with the divine and with other people, which is lacking. And so we're all kind of joining together in this community because it's almost like a clap back or an answer back to some of the spiritual and religious spaces that we've seen in the past. And so a lot of these, a lot of the subjects and topics that we'll be talking about today, and I'm going to share with you that list very soon, are really connected to this new evolution of what spiritual spaces can look like and feel like. And so, Mandy, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, hi everybody. I'm Mandy Stevenson, and I am a co-dog with Corinne here in forming the aWake Community Church. I really want to talk for just a second about the reason we chose our name, because it's both a symbol and a name that resonates deeply with the essence of community. It's all about community. And you may or may not know, we're really into birds, specifically vultures. And aWake is a term that's often used to when a community of vultures gathers. So it's about gathering in a collective purpose. So vultures are very resilient, and the aWake also symbolizes just sacred responsibility. They play an essential role in our ecosystems, gobbling up death and decay, and clearing space for renewal. So this name aWake really embodies the gathering of individuals who can come together to alchemize whatever it is, collectively and individually, challenges, grief, and transmute it into wisdom, healing, and new beginnings. So vultures are often misunderstood and really valuable teachers. And aWake specifically is about us gathering together in this really old but new way of gathering in non-judgmental community.
Right. Yeah, because that's really important for us. And as far as like our answer back to, again, what a lot of religious and spiritual spaces have looked like, we're answering back. Again, we're stressing this non-dogmatic approach, meaning if there's any belief system, it's really about believing that each person can discover for themselves what is right and what's wrong. We really kind of lean into personal knowing and really support other people's genius to flourish, other people's wisdom to flourish. And a lot of the work that we do would do that. Also non-judgy. Okay, so it's often hard to find a non-judgy community that doesn't kind of have a certain uniform, even if it's a spiritual community or a quote unquote new age community. And I'm going to talk a little bit about new age and how it's not really new age, it's really old age. But a lot of these communities kind of puppet some of the similar themes that we see, and even some of the more extremist religious sects. So it's really important for us to really stress that what we're trying to build here is an evolution of what, and reimagining or re-envisioning of what a spiritual or church space could look like, one that doesn't have necessarily belief system. But one of the things that does unify us is nature, because nature is one of those things that all of our people started with. All of our people thrived through being close in relationship with the wisdom and the sacred intelligences of nature. So that's one thing that we can trace all of our ancestors back to, all of our ancestry back to, and find comfort that all the first peoples learned from the same elder, which was nature itself, from the birds, from the trees, from the rocks, from the dirt, from the mountains, from the sky. And so we really want to foster those really just primal experiences, and also support each other in discovering our own sacred wisdom, like whatever that is. So a lot of our community is founded in just conversations. You'll see our virtual villages that we're creating. A lot of those are just kind of open, query, curious conversations where you can say some taboo things that maybe you might not be able to say in other churches, because fundamentally we're done with the spiritual bypassing. We're really working to present a non-culty, non-asshole-ish, and also non-spiritual bypassing kind of thing, because purity culture is something that's, we feel, is somewhat dangerous and incorrect, and it's a way that we kind of keep the shame thing going. And so we like it just raw and real, honest. Also, we have a lot of fun. And we also believe in diversity, and we're actively working towards becoming a even more inclusive culture where people, because a lot of times diverse populations have had, or marginalized communities have had a hard time feeling like they fit in, even in spiritual spaces, not just even religious spaces. So we're actively marching towards more diversity. So mostly so we can learn from each other. And so everyone has a place to belong and share in this curiosity, this open-ended curiosity. And we feel like it's through this kind of collaborative learning and really respecting each other's wisdom and knowing that each person has their own, because some of us are more like scientifically brained and some of us are more mystically brained, and all of those brains have a place at the table. And so fostering respect for other people's viewpoints, and whether people identify as Christian or shamanic, or atheist. I mean, we like to learn from everyone, and everyone, like I said, we want to create a space where everyone feels comfortable kind of sharing calling bullshit on something or not, or sharing some new insight that they gained. Hi everybody, good to see everybody here. Could chime in and say where you're from in the chat room. So we're going to thank you for hanging out with us. We have a whole day planned, 9 to 4 today. We're going to do our best to stay on track with a lot of different speakers and leaders. We have a lot of our community members coming out. I'm going to share some of their wisdom and also some of their experiences just from being in an open-minded, open exploration kind of community. And this formation was really a leap of faith and an act of faith. I'm streaming. By the way, we didn't give a proper introduction. My name is Corinne Grillo. I started my work as a psychotherapist quite a while back. How many years ago was that, Mandy? So Mandy and I actually met in graduate school.
We met in grad school.
25
That was 25 plus years ago. Let's not get too specific.
Yeah. And so my career transitioned after I had a very powerful mystical experience that had a miracle came along with that, and it set me on the journey to discover more about my spiritual side. It kind of came out of the blue, and so I started communing with angels, and over the last many years, I think at least 10 years, I've now been leading spiritual communities online and virtual communities. I've written a few books. So I'm a transformational leader. And then eventually that career led me to purchase a sanctuary up here in Mount Shasta. And Mount Shasta is a sacred, one of the sacred places, one of the 7 sacred places, they say one of the most 7 sacred mountains on the planet. And they say it's the root chakra of the planet. Now, that's not for me to decide if that's true or not. I leave that up to everyone else's query when they're up here. So we bring people out here on nature immersion, in ceremony, and a lot of our foundations do come from shamanic wisdom as well. We've worked with a few of the shamanic folks around the world, some of the Shipibo or the Kero, and also my Huichola people that are from Mexico who I've taken pilgrimage with. So we bought this sanctuary. I bought this sanctuary as a place to reclaim essentially our rights back. And when I say rights, it's RITE, rights to pilgrimage, which is something that has been lost to a lot of people in the West, especially if we have been unchurched or raised in certain churches. The power of pilgrimage is something I didn't realize how important it was until I started taking pilgrimage with the indigenous. And I'm like, whoa, this is so important. And so we opened up the space and a series of peculiar events happened. And I realized like I couldn't just rent out the space just to I thought I would be able to rent out the space. And it's been 2 years now. And I've only had people that through invitation come up here and have radical, intense healing experience through the ceremony, through the sacred medicines and the sacred sacraments that we work with here. And so we're real believers. So besides that, we also train people in psychedelic facilitation. And an aspect of a branch of our church is working with sacrament medicine or plant medicine, which has been a quintessential part of my own progress and work. And we're so passionate about this work. And, and we bridge that work also with our clinical background and clinical information. But between the science and the reality and the indigenous wisdom, these medicines are paramount across all peoples, all continents, to have been one of the keys of deep heart relationship with self, sometimes with community in their healing process, but also in their communion with the greater world, with meaning besides just the physical world, also their ancestors and spirit world. But we're going to be talking a lot more about these topics later in the day. But there's something that I do want to say before we get started as well, is that around the 1500s, there was a big movement. It was called colonization that really rocked the planet in a way. And it was religious, specifically religious colonization that we're addressing through this answer back in our evolution of what church is. And some of the things that were lost are kind of sneaky. And it's not obvious to a lot of people all that has been lost. We know about the millions of lives that were lost in that. We know about entire cultures that were eradicated. But something that we don't often think about, especially for those of us who live in the West, are the roots of our own souls and in our connections to the land. So I wanted to outline some of the things that were lost from this movement that happened, not because these things were, not because, so some of the things that were lost were like our intuition or our direct relationship with the Great Spirit, our direct relationship with Spirit. A lot of us were taught or indoctrinated to believe that we needed a broker in order to, for our prayers to be heard, right? In order, whether it's a priest or a pastor. And so before the religious colonization movement, all of our people essentially, like I said before, worked with nature, worked with community and village, a broader community, in order to thrive, and their spiritual connection in order to thrive, including working with ancestors. So we lost this connection with nature, okay? We lost our connection a lot of times with our inner knowing. And as a matter of fact, our inner knowing has been demonized. Intuition has been demonized. Mysticism has been demonized. All of these things that were fundamental foundations to all of our people around the world have been demonized. Sacred sacrament or plant medicine is like the secret sacrament has also been demonized because of this movement. And this movement did not come from Jesus. This came from the kings of the 1500s and also the church. They kind of worked in tandem. If you've ever heard of the doctrine of discovery, the doctrine of discovery alone named any indigenous practice or any practice outside of Jesus as evil. And because it's been hundreds of years later, we've taken that on to be true. But fundamentally, it was an act to disempower the people and to consolidate power, the power of the church and the power of the royals. A healthy connection to death was also taken away from us. So, and the spirit of death. And I'm outlining some of these things because these are some of the themes that we're talking about today as a highlight of some of the umbrellas and bigger arches that we'll be working through and talking about throughout in our conversations in our church, and that we do talk about. I already mentioned we lost pilgrimage, and also most essentially we lost that connection to village, that feeling. We replaced village in tribal consciousness in exchange for a nuclear family model, which has been for most of the history of humanity a very what do I want to say, a very new thing. Just as the movement of science above the sacred was also kind of this artificial move, and so science and the sacred belong together, and that is very much our approach. We love science, we also love facts, but we also love the sacred and ceremony. But back to this village thing. We form the church to help cultivate this experience for people, even if it's virtually, because a lot of us are lone soldiers out there duking it out, working our spirituality, working our healing path alone. And there's only so far we can go until we start connecting with other community, because a lot of us were harmed in community, and therefore we heal the most also in community, but it's got to feel safe, and it's got to feel safe for all people. So Mandy, I wanted you to share kind of some coolness about the power of the village and the power of belongingness and how important it is for us. Because a lot of us are lone wolves already. Like most of us, I just say, like, when people come to Casa Condor, it's like the gathering of the hermits, they come for like
sure. Hermits, right? Hermits, introverts, absolutely. So we really want to foster community and belonging. Again, we want to bring it back, because so many of us do feel so alone. And during colonization, we found these letters, or after, well, it's still going on strong, real strong, but
still happening, guys.
Yeah, it's still rolling deep.
There's still some conversion. There's some conversion culture over conversation culture, and we're moving towards conversation culture, curiosity culture.
Yeah, forward again. So because these letters were found, written by Ben Franklin, where he was observing as Europeans were coming on over and settling, and as they were negotiating. The people who were captured were both the American Indians or Native Americans, and the European settlers were, negotiating. Okay, we want, our people back. We want our people back. And he was observing that the European settlers didn't want to come back to their families, to their communities, once they were settling into tribe life or village life, because they were noticing how much belonging they were experiencing and feeling by even after they were captured. They were noticing the equality and the communal support that was inherent in tribes and villages. And Benjamin Franklin was observing this. There was deep respect in tribal communities for individual autonomy, for differences in belief structures even, and they were still supported within a group context. So this communal life was a complete contrast to the hierarchical, rigid social structures of European society. And it emphasized, competition and personal wealth and taking over sharing, living communally, and accepting differences within individuals. He observed and decided that, it's probably really appealing to live in community, to live in villages and tribal constructs, with a life that is rooted in shared values, in kinship, and in collective responsibility, where also, everything was sacred. Our differences, the worship of nature, and the concept of community that valued each person as an integral to the whole village, to the whole tribe. So it's not like we want to go back to that. We want to move back forward. We want to move forward with that again, because that's in ourselves, deep in ourselves. It's more in ourselves than the individualism, the fierce individualism, sometimes I like to say, that is inherent in modern society, still deep within us. More than that is community and the need for communal support and belonging, coming home forward again into belonging.
Yes. And so like both Mandy and I, to be honest, are even shocked that that we're as passionate as we are. Because both of us are also very hermit-like. But when the spirit calls, it calls. And the thing is that over the years of bringing people in community together, I started taking people to journeys into Peru and have been leading various kinds of retreats over the years. And it's what happens in community when someone actually is being heard and validated and listened to, and actually feel safe enough to come out of their shell, or sometimes safe enough to be as big as they want to be, to have the aspirations that they want, or to have the repulsions that they have, and to be accepted for those, to actually be heard. And so, like I said before, we're more curious about each other than what we want to say that we know about each other, And so it has been literally one miracle after another. Sometimes when we bring people in communities, that we've had all kinds of miracles happen, whether it's physical miracles, emotional miracles, soulful miracles, but finding safe places that are also grounded. Okay, there's a lot of spiritual communities out there that are freaking amazing, but also there's not sometimes the grounding and the willingness to be in the damn world and make some cool shit happen. So our members, we see us wanting to cultivate each other's genius, to help us find a deeper meaning that makes sense for us, our purpose personally, like what matters most to us, to each individual. And we want to cultivate that path and do it through supporting each other, and to pose really challenging conversations sometimes for us, to help us in a way deconstruct from the harm that's been done to us, and to help us reconstruct meaning in a way that makes sense to us, reconstruct our faith. Because like I said before, so many of us have felt rejected by church-like folk, have been specifically unchurched, right? Have left church because they just couldn't. Maybe they love them some Jesus, but they don't like all the politics or some of the hate campaigns kind of going on. And so how do we find and cultivate rich, healthy community? So what's cool about this community is that we see it more as a collaboration, and we want to hear from our members. We want to hear like how we can shape this beautiful pile of clay that we're building together. So as I mentioned before, we have these amazing volunteers that are helping us behind the scenes. Melanie Davis, she's one of our producers. Amber Myers, another one of our producers. We got Sheree, she's a professional cat wrangler slash project manager. She's been kicking ass behind the scenes. Heather Murison, which has brought a lot of information and a lot of support. We have a silent auction. If you can't see the silent auction, we do have some little some silent auction tapes. Oh, check. So you'll see some of the, if you're watching the chat room, you'll see the ticker tape. Yeah, see that. So go to check out the silent auction. So this is also a fundraiser, and it's also a membership drive. To be clear, we are looking for more collaborators and more accomplices to help us reimagine what a spiritual or religious space can look like if we're all growing together and sharing together with healthy dynamics. So some of the stuff that we have planned today, okay, this is fun, is we're going to talk with our sacrament luminaries, those that are working and training with us in psychedelic facilitation. We're also going to have a special talk, and this is really one of the talks that we'll be having in our community monthly. It's called Holy Fuck, okay? Dismantling sexual shame and pleasure, I mean, and dismantling sex and shame, dismantling shame. Okay, help me, Mandy. Dismantling sex and
okay, I got you. Dismantling something. Yes.
Pleasure.
Yeah. Sex, shame, and the what comes around the pleasure, the shame that is inherent with pleasure and joy and fun and our physical bodies and this life, which is the spiritual experience, which is the ceremony.
We'll also be working with the ancestors today. Some of our mediums and our channelers are going to be giving and offering ancestor connection, a mediumship, and also we're going to be doing some ancestral healing work for the community. So the ancestors is also one of the things that was lost by us. Okay, we were taught that talking to dead people was evil, and it's just like a sneaky way of taking us away from our family members. Like, so rude to say you can't talk to your crossed over loved ones. Okay, so we're recovering
because
these.
If you do, you're crazy, right?
If you do,
you're crazy.
You're crazy. And again, it's been marginalized. They put baby in the corner. Okay, but we're taking baby out of the corner and saying, no, these have been essentials to help us stay in connection with love. And also it helps us make peace with the spirit of death when we're really in communion with with spirit, or with whichever kind of like invisible forces you want to. You could be a rock fan, okay, like crystals, stones, whatever. But ancestors, good stuff. So we're going to be working with some of that, talking about that. We're also going to be talking to our friend Calvin West about one of the virtual villages that he's kicking up called Queers and Query, inclusivity, diversity, but a safe space for us to go into quandary for our queer siblings, which I'm freaking super excited about. I can't wait to talk to Calvin about that. And we're going to be talking about, the power of nature, and really how we're specifically to Apu Shasta, to Mount Shasta, on really how to get our own little profit on, how to work with nature and why it's important to reconnect with nature, and lots of other fun stuff. So stick around. You'll see our schedule. Make sure to check out the silent auction, and you can also look at our pages for membership. I think we have the links up there somewhere. And we're super excited to have you all here. Is there anything else that we want to say before we transition here to our next chat? We're having some of our luminaries, like I said, come and talk. Mandy?
Yeah, I mean, I think we got it covered. We have a lot of quick little tidbits that we're going to be talking about today, and that will also be available as we set up our virtual eco villages, which we're also really excited about. We'll have some eco villages for members only, and we'll have eco villages for the public to be able to just check out what's going on, and also to be able to add their own, hey, we're curious about this, and build a larger virtual community that is safe, that fosters belonging, and where we can all come together in various ways as aWake.
Yes, exactly. So yes, check out our aWake villages. We'll be talking about those throughout the day. Mystic Misfits is going to be another one. That's going to be our play group for the intuition work, the inner voice, cultivating that inner voice, and really reclaiming our own inner authority is what that's about. Queers and Query. Also, we're going to be talking about the D word today, which is called death, and it's about cultivating a healthy relationship with death, and why that's important as well.
And we will have some conversations we'll have some sacrament talks, and we'll have
when we say sacrament, like we mentioned earlier, that's the psychedelic medicines and plant medicines is one of the essentials. All kinds of plants as one of the essentials, and that is part of our specialty and helping people create safe and sacred environments for them to explore in their own way. And so we'll be talking more about that today. And we do have an educational class planned next month, later this month, in our members community about safe and sacred microdosing. So if any of those things are interesting to you, there's so much to choose from. There's almost like a little bit for everybody. Something
the power of the village.
You know what else I didn't mention? We didn't mention, Mandy, which is another essential.
What
is do you have your telephone handy?
Well, I'm surprised you didn't know that. Of course I do.
Are you sure?
Hello?
Hello,
Corinne?
Hello. Okay.
Hello? Oh, Grandpappy. I'm not sure that Grandpappy was properly introduced.
I don't think so. So Grandpappy. Okay, so you guys, we love vultures, but condor spirit. I've been getting acquainted with over the years, of course, in my journeys to Peru. But when I came out here, condor spirit came forward as kind of the protector of at least this house, and so I was like, it didn't make sense at first, but it was condor spirit. Because California, I'm in California, and I was like, oh yeah, California condor, and so he's kind of been this ongoing presence in our community. It just for so much hysterical laughter, mostly, but also to just give us this real sense of belongingness with each other. And so, around our property, we have all kinds of fun things, but this is one of the ways we kind of stumbled into some large bones, and I found one in a riverbed, and so we kind of whip it out when we're talking to Grandpappy or talking to the ancestors. I know it's a little macabre, but that's the whole fun thing, making peace with the relationship of death. But we get Grandpappy on the horn. Mandy, did you talk to Grandpappy yet? What does he have to say to our community?
Well, he's talking to me right now.
Yeah, what's he saying?
And he would like me to really emphasize and remind everyone right now and throughout the day about how much fun we have, and how even fun has been taken out of the sacred. And so he said, don't forget about perpetually mentioning what a great time we have in community, even with all of our differences. I know, Grandpappy. Yes, he says, don't forget and keep bringing it up, how much fun we have together, even us hermits and introverts. When you can get us all out in community in one way or another, we have a blast. And that is most sacred, he says.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Grandpappy. I love you too. Okay.
I love that message from Grandpappy. So these are our official telebones of our community. And sometimes when people are, when we're physically around, we pass them around. We laugh a lot, you guys. It's hysterical. And some people, to be honest, are confused. They're like, wait, I thought this was a spiritual community. But like, they're not used to like raucous laughing. And I would say a healthy dose of reverent irreverence, if you will.
Yes, inappropriate. He says inappropriately appropriate.
Specifically inappropriate. Okay.
Yes.
But again, that's to help us in a way, because when I got here, I was almost unable to play it straight. When I first did my first ceremony, it was a lot of inappropriate joking. And I was like, what the hell, Grandpappy? And it was like, let's not forget joy, because joy is the pursuit of essentially God in many ways. And we've been taught that pleasure and joy seeking was somehow hedonistic. And so, okay, if you call us hedonistic, fine, all right. But the bottom line is pleasure and enjoying your life, whatever brings you joy, is quintessential to like freaking laughing and inspiring other folks. I mean, and lifting each other up, even when shit is dark. Joy breaks through some of the thickest walls of our trauma, our collective trauma, and our personal trauma when we can learn how to laugh and enjoy ourselves. And just sometimes you just have to say, fuck it. There's nothing left except for fun. So hence the telebones and many other things that come our way.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
The more confusing, the more ridiculous, the better.
Yes. Exactly.
The more healing. We don't have to always dig into the dirt and stay in the bog in order to and suffer in order to find wellness and healing. There, in fact, if we're always there, we're missing this other huge part of healing our human wounds collectively and individually. By believing that we have to suffer all the time and fight our way through, when a little or a lot of ridiculous and a lot of laughter goes a very long way in that healing process. We take ourselves so seriously too often. So bringing in the absurd as a primary mechanism of healing is part of what we do, obviously.
Yeah, that's a telephone. And if you don't, I don't know if we mentioned that, but Mandy's in Salt Lake City. And so as part of our community is also in Salt Lake City. We actually have community members all over the world, people who fly in from Canada up here to Shasta to take pilgrimage with us. And so wherever you're streaming from, this is a main component about why we've developed this virtual experience, these virtual villages, so anyone can join us and kind of pick up what we're putting down, and also help us dream in and re-envision what these spaces can feel like if they're not snooty, stuffy, and if the leaders of the community don't try to be perfect or promote perfectionism. Imperfectionism is one of the ideals that we hold dearly. And embracing who we are as we are, and learning how to receive acceptance and love for who we are as we are. And we do this through each other. It's sometimes really hard to just in a vacuum, just like yourself, right? Sometimes it takes reflections back from other people to say, wow, you're super badass. Like, what are you talking about? You think blah, blah, blah. But we've had so many major, amazing connections in a variety of different ways. But it's been such a blessing on so many levels, even getting this house here. It's been my biggest terror, my biggest pain, besides live streaming today. One of my biggest terrors, right? It's just been a challenge, but whoa, it's the leap of faith, y'all, that we take in life. And just when I thought I was going to break, right? All of this amazing stuff started happening here. It's when the people started coming, that's when I was like, oh, okay, this is why we're doing it. And, you know, as I start thinking about, for me, like the legacies that I would like to leave behind, it's really more tender-hearted spaces for people to participate in that are meaningful, and to give people opportunities to connect with themselves again, to connect with spirit again, authentically, not the canned shit. And to provide opportunities to do personal inquiry in a way that makes sense at the individual level, without forcing a bunch of shit down people's faces. And this pretend righteousness thing has got to be done. So, you know, if you want to clap back with us, right, and you do want to be an ally with us and help us dream in this new vision, please do join us, because more hands on deck, you know, means that we can create even cooler shit. And each person, like I said, just really matters. And we already have people who are joining in with us in this next iteration of what we're doing. And it's already creating so much inspiration for me. Mandy, you know, that first meeting we had, the Soul Storm, with people that were curious about aWake. I mean, that just lit me up. Yeah, that lit me up. So please, if you're picking up what we're putting down here already, and you want to be part of these conversations, and you want to help us create this dream, we're just asking already. It's gonna take a village to make it happen, because this is so far volunteer support. Okay, we're putting in hours and hours behind the scenes to develop these concepts, and to really, you know, talk to a bunch of people and get people on board, and to get the inspiration behind us. And we're so touched. I was crying last night actually about the volunteers that are showing up for you guys. So thank you guys who've been helping us stay focused and help us dream this in and give us the strength. Our community, like our volunteers, are just freaking badasses, dude. These are like hardcore, amazing people, and know how to work spreadsheets and stuff. And know
keeping us on track. A real true labor of love, and just so, I don't know, heartwarming, and so glorious and humbling to witness. Just everyone coming together, even so far, and the hours and hours that these volunteers have also put in. Just love. It's just all about love. It's just, and we feel it.
Exactly.
We want to. I mean, I don't even think words. There aren't even words for how grateful and honored I feel already to work alongside all of these next level volunteers, helpers.
Right? And so you can go to our website if you want to either make a one-time donation or become a monthly member and get invited into these like virtual villages. Or you'll see on the screen that tinyurl.com/awake-donate. You can start there and check it out. And we look forward to the rest of the day. We're having a lot of badass speakers talking about some pretty head-turning stuff that would make a lot of spiritual folk, or really anyone, go, something to consider, something peculiar to think about. And we like to do whatever we can as far as peculiar goes to help us all get out of the status quo and start having more fun and more meaningful inquiries, I guess, for ourselves and for our future as a society, really. Awesome. So what do we have coming up next, guys?
A little, I think Calvin's up.
Calvin.
For a little, all right. MC action.
Here's my boy Calvin. Here he is.
Calvin.
Hey.
He drove in. He got in late last night. to be here with us live today. And also we have Melanie, who's kind of behind the scenes rocking the producing. But so Calvin, what do we got going on?
Well, I'm here for two reasons. One, I'm going to give the behind the scenes people a little break. We're going to be changing some people in, swapping some people out, getting ready for our next session. So you're going to see a few intermissions today that are going to help do that. And spend a little time talking about the silent auction we've got going on. So I took a look last night. We've got almost 90 things in there. There's like, if you are in the mood for some retail therapy, click the link and go, because you're going to find beautiful jewelry. You're going to find some awesome healing ally essentials, and you're going to find a bunch of services of people who've been part of this community, who rock this kind of vibe and want to share their gifts with you. So you might be able to find a new modality you haven't done before. Maybe you're like, ooh, I've been thinking about maybe trying this thing. Now's the time to do that, because your money's going to go to a good cause. So multiple winners here. And I wanted to put a little spotlight on one that I literally just put a bid on. As you were talking, I was like, add to cart. Yes, please. And it's from the Artful Alchemist. And I actually don't know what I'm about to get into if I win this, which is kind of why I was like, let's see what's up. But it is some like quantum healing, some hypnosis, some intuition, just like a bunch of modalities into one, into this 4-hour sesh. Just put an IV in my arm, give me the healing, help me get this shit out. And I'm particularly interested because I don't really know what it is. So in that way, I get to come in with some curiosity. I get to be in query around that. And yeah, so just browsing through, right? There's all kinds of really interesting stuff. We got the holidays coming up, so maybe you can grab a gift for somebody and just check it out. See what's up. Have a little peek. Okay, so that's what I'm here to talk about. And I have a question for you.
Oh my gosh, you're going to put me on the spot. What?
Just a little, you know, I haven't got the thumbs up yet that we're
I'm so nervous. I need a script.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
And just look, no preparation. Right?
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
But
just hit.
I think there's so many of us that feel like we got a little itch to do something. Maybe there's like, oh, this could be bigger. That could be that. You know, what has kind of shown up for you? Just like one thing, because there's probably many things where you were like, because I remember you said, Calvin, I'm starting a church and I'm so embarrassed. That was your direct quote to me. You were like, this is fucking embarrassing. Right?
Yes, of course.
And
it's
like,
still embarrassing.
You know, and like I can think about many times when I've had an idea for something where I'm like, feel it in my body. Yes, yes, yes. Good for, you know, like a group or this community or whatever. And then the embarrassment comes in and I'm like, well, obviously that's a bad idea. Right? And I can kind of talk myself out of a thing that if embarrassment wasn't there, which I could say if conditioning wasn't there, would otherwise be a yes. And so maybe like, what's one thing that's coming to mind for you where you were like, embarrassing, but doing it anyway?
Yeah. You mean besides the church?
I think, yeah. Like, how do you write? Well, for this church specifically, right? So like when you're thinking about the church.
Yeah.
Right. Because it's always the sum of the parts. But but what I'm interested in is if there's the one thing that's standing out to you where you're like, yeah, don't know what the fuck I'm doing. No, I'm going to wing it. Like,
yes.
You know, it's like, do I feel prepared? No, probably never.
No. I think I'm just used to rolling like that after having to come out of first of all, the angel closet first and, transitioning. But really this whole endeavor, even though technically I've been rolling these, we have been building community around these topics for almost 10 years now. But now it's, the religious, initial repulsion, because the Spirit told me about a year and a half ago, you're forming a church. And I was like, oh, to the hell, I'm not. And so, but then as it kind of, progressed and how important it is to, again, reclaim this, it's like, okay, I'm going to be repulsed, but the bigger vision is awesome. And also the word church needs to be reclaimed and brought back to like, it's essential. We go into like just deep connection with other humans and we ponder like these really amazing amazing thing. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
but yeah,
Okay.
it's what I realize is like church is about all of the people. And as long as we keep that straight,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
And we listen, right?
Uh-huh.
Did I answer your question?
Enough. You answered it enough.
Okay,
You
all right.
answered it enough. All right.
All right.
So we're going to do a 1-minute quick video. We've got a message from somebody who wants to get in your eyeballs, in your ears. And then coming up, we're going to have a big session here. We've got folks coming. The couch talk's happening. So the Utah couch people are coming. This is going to be a sacrament luminaries talk. You're going to see a bunch of people there. Mandy's going to take the lead on that one. So here's a video of one of our very lovely members giving you her take on being a part of the community so far.
Hi, my name's Megan. I have been working with Corinne and Mandy for about a year, and I'm very excited to be a founding member of their upcoming church. And I invite everybody who wants to learn a little bit more or have a community of people that they feel support and non-judgment to look into their church. I have been working with Corinne for about 6 months in the Angel Academy, and I've attended her retreats in the summer at her Mount Shasta location. And I worked with Corinne and Mandy through their Volcon apprentice trainership. And they are both so wise and kind and loving, and the experiences that I've had just with personal development and personal growth have been transformational. So I'm very excited to be a founding member of their upcoming church that creates a safe place and space for all our like-minded folks and to party down. Thank you.
They're all coming on. Yeah. All right. Awesome. It's our luminaries. Hey, you guys. So you see these beautiful faces here. So all of these people have been in training with us for, it's been a year, hasn't it, guys? Yeah. Yeah. So these are some of the ones who are coming on with us live. But we wanted to kind of hear from you guys about like what the hell, and really hear and share some of your wisdom. Mandy, did you have any specific questions that we should start with for this that you'd like? Is she there? Oh, we can't hear you.
Yep, I was muted.
Okay. So
Yes,
so-
I'd love. Yeah, I would love
Awesome.
to hear from a few of you about at least about what sparked your interest on this path. Was like there a pivotal moment that you were like, yeah, luminary
Yeah, I'm
stuff.
very happy to weigh in on that. So I will say that when I first got introduced to this work, I was like, hell no, right? Like a church, no thanks. No, thank you. No thanks. And also like community. No, I don't like people. Like I don't like community. No thanks.
Gross.
Yeah,
right?
gross. Yeah. And so, but I will say that, the more that I have been in sacrament and have been, just becoming more vulnerable and opening more, it's been this beautiful transition of, healing in community. And I think that's one of the things that you guys have said in the past has been, you were wounded in community, and so you have to heal in community. And when I first heard that, also, gross. Just
I'll keep on my wounds.
yeah,
Yeah.
like toxic independence here.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. Right, but I mean, I see Calvin and Corinne cracking up. But again, I mean, what a transition for me personally to find this group of just incredible people, this incredible community to heal and grow with. Like I have learned so much about myself and have done so much healing around, church pain and just being able to trust people again. And so, and then also now moving into being able to serve people in whatever capacity that I'm called to. And it just feels like I finally feel in a place where I am like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to be doing here. Oh, okay, got it. So it's just been so beautiful, and I'm so grateful to everybody for that opportunity. Yeah. Love you.
Julie. Oh, since Julian's sitting right there, what about you, Julian?
Julian.
What sparked my interest? Was that the question?
Yeah.
Well,
You're a little surprised too.
Definitely. Yes. Surprised, confused, questioning, all of them, all of the things, right? I mean, I guess I've been hanging around though, because it's like, for me, it was something special. It was my journey. I feel like I've grown in ways that I never knew were possible. And then what do you do when you experience one of your favorite things you want to share, right? I mean, here's my favorite song. Here's my favorite movie. Here's this thing that was cool and fun for me. Why not share it, right?
Yeah.
Of course. Why not?
Community stuff.
Yes.
Connection.
Yeah. Hanging out. Being with each other. So yeah, I mean, I love it. I love to hang around with all of these weirdos.
Yeah.
Spoken from the number one weirdo over here.
And loner.
And loner.
Loner.
Yes. So yeah, I mean, it's been something really special for me. A lot of growth, a lot of love. Figuring it out, asking questions.
Yeah. Staying curious, right, Julian?
Yes.
And a safe space to do that,
Yes.
even when you'll get a bunch of different answers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I just love to be able to say, oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
Not really.
Well, I mean, we're so grateful to have you guys, participate. It's been such a journey, I think, for all of us, just kind of, going through these processes together, because it's the community that shapes it, like your guys' input and what you need, and it's just been so fun to watch the process for you guys. And I know that our community, the aWake, and we are also looking to fund some nature immersions for our lower income siblings that can't really make it to Shasta on their own through the church and things like that. So, it's wonderful to have you guys on board to really support all of the future comings down the line. So we're grateful. Amber, what about you?
Well, I remember sitting in one of the first meetings, and Corinne, I think you posed a question, why do you want to join a church? And like my honest answer was like, I don't. I really don't. Why am I here? So I definitely understand like the repulsion and like the embarrassment of using like the church word. Like I'm okay with talking about a spiritual community, but a church, I don't know.
Yeah.
And that whole like, that full body feeling, that's just like a fuck yes. Like, you need to be there, even though you have no idea what's coming up. Like that has definitely been my experience with wanting to help form the aWake community, with moving into wanting to be able to, facilitate sacred sacraments for others, so it's just that being able to follow those nudges from spirit, even though you don't know where it's going to take you and it feels maybe a little awkward in the process. But I've been in your community for a while, Corinne, and what I've recognized with it is, I think Julian, you were talking about being a lone wolf, like that really resonates for me too, where I felt like I was always trying to heal and do stuff on my own. And so I'd always join your programs thinking it was going to help me do that. But then what I ended up getting out of it was community. And then I didn't realize how much I actually needed community. And it was the community that really was healing for me. And so it's just been so important for me to continue to be part of that community. And I want to continue to give back and build communities even further reaching for other people to be able to join magic like this. So, I can't emphasize how important that healing and community piece is, and just being a part of something that is bigger than you. So thank you, Corinne, and thank you, Mandy, for, getting past your embarrassment.
I don't know if we got past it.
To help make this happen for us.
Thank you, Amber. I don't know if we got past it. Okay. Just,
I'm not yet either. So.
With it.
It's a work in progress, but I think just owning, all of us just owning the sacred nature of, and we have been owning the sacred nature, but putting labels on it, I think, is what we, generally are resisting, especially when those labels are associated with so many atrocities in the past. But we're doing our best, guys. We're going to get through it together.
Yeah. Even though we're still very embarrassed.
Exactly. How about you, Autumn?
Hey, everyone. So when I first learned about all this from Corinne and Mandy, we were just coming out of clown school. And honestly, I didn't want the party to end. So that whole feeling of being in a party, but also mystical and reverent and deep, sacred. Thank you. That's the word. And there in Shasta too, there's something about the pilgrimage that touched me in a way that none of the other communities, I've been involved in so many of these online communities and they're fabulous. But there was something about this where I just wanted more, and also to spread that too, because I know it's kind of a limited situation for people to just go to Shasta. And so the idea that we could take the spark of that and spread it to our local community and globally was what spoke to me. So I signed up for all this so that I could be a carrier of that light, and also so that I don't miss out on what is going on over there with Grandpappy and my fabulous friends here that I've made. And I mean, you could probably sense my emotions. I really feel connected to the people here. So the whole thing about community and this work, regarding like sacrament and stuff, I wouldn't say that I was somebody that cared for that. I mean, I think it's fabulous, but what it did for me was it kind of dissolved some of the shell where I was a bit isolated. Even if I was in a crowd of people, I wasn't fully connecting. And that's what I found through this work was true connection. So yeah, if you want that too, you know where to find it.
You know where to find it. Oh my gosh, that's so sweet. Autumn, yeah. Yeah, we're so grateful to have you guys. And so you guys know Autumn put together Autumn and Lynn, who's about to talk, really helped out with the silent auction and managed those 90 things in there. So props to you, volunteer. And then Amber Mayer is one of the producers behind the scenes. And let's see, we got Megan and Lynn. So Megan, what would you like to?
Oh, hi, good morning.
Oh yeah, and Sheree's the cat wrangler. Right?
I found you guys, and the message that I got right when I entered into Shasta's retreat was welcome back, welcome home. And it was just, I grew up in a church, and it never felt right. And I tried so hard to like make it right. But then I started dabbling in all this spirituality, and like probably everyone here felt alone and in secret of that. And so coming and finding this group and all of you guys, my heart opened and I just heard the welcome back, welcome home. And it's just safe and loving. And I've learned so much connecting back with ancestors and allies that Corinne and Mandy have opened up, and just shown the importance of, and the community. So I'm just so grateful to be a part of this group and excited for the future.
Yeah, I love it. And I love that you're mentioning those themes, right? Like of the ancestor work, and you guys are talking about the community work. See these things, these lost principles and how amazing it is when they kind of organically start waking up with a little intention, a little. So thank you. So we got Lynn and Steve, two essential parts of our community there.
Yes, this is my co-host for the day.
That's Steve.
He had to join us. So I had been on an very active spiritual search for 20 some years for healing physically, mentally, and spiritually. And nothing ever stuck. I just felt like I was on this constant search for 20 years. And it finally got to a point where I just asked, please help me. I need community. I can't do this alone. What do I do? And lo and behold, an interview came up with Corinne. And I remember seeing it and I heard, that's my answer. And I jumped right into a sacrament, a sacred ceremony at Mount Shasta, just dove right in. And it opened me up to God. It opened me up to healing. It opened me up to my spirituality. And it opened me up to this amazing community with nature, with ancestors, with other human beings, just with everything. And my life has never been the same since. And so I am just so honored to dedicate myself to helping bring this sacred sacrament to everyone I can, because it has been life-changing, miraculous for me in my healing and for my family and everyone else around me. So happy to be here.
Yes. And so, yeah, you stumbled into it ish, right? You're just like, well, I feel like I got to go to Shasta. And then you're like, oh, Shazam. Right?
Then I've never left. I did this.
I know. Force yourself on it.
We won't let you. We're holding on tight.
Yeah.
I wanted to just add to, I think that we've touched on it a little bit, and the whole purpose for this aWakeathon today is to generate money for the community to be able to offer to those who are unable, don't have the means to be able to travel to. And so providing the ability for them to do that through scholarships, right? So that's why it's so important that if you can donate today, whether it's through the silent auction or directly to become a member or donate, that's why we're here, right? That's why we're promoting this. That's why we're all sharing with you our experiences, because we feel like it's so important, and this message that to ripple out, right? And to give more of an opportunity for others to be able to experience this community, to experience these deep healings. And so, if you are able to, we just would really humbly ask to donate what you can. We'd just be so grateful. So I just wanted to kind of get that in there, because that's why we're here today, right?
Yes, that's my main reason. I want to be able to do this for everyone that might not have the opportunity to do so.
Yes. So essential, because these, when we look at even the science behind some of these sacraments and how effective they are in helping people with PTSD or moving past addictions, and improving mental health. And I mean, all of these, there's so much research around this. It's just,
it's profound.
It's profound. It's beyond profound. They're not even tracking and putting, or even with end of life care, right? And helping people, like Lynn said, find God, right? Discover God authentically, not because it's getting shoved down your throat, but when you have those experiences, you can't unsee. You know how if like you catch your parents having sex in the bedroom, you can't unsee it. When you see it, you can't unsee that shit. You cannot. It sticks to your bones, just like a memory like that would. Right?
That's why
Burned in. It's burned in forever.
And that's why we're here.
Yeah.
Healing from that.
Yeah. That one's going to take a while to heal from.
Prognosis is poor for that one. Good luck. But for these again, this incredibly sacred work, you know, yeah, it's an honor to really have any of the luminaries sign up to really learn how to do this work. I know it's serious, you know, when you say yes to something like that, and you know, it's wonderful to have you guys with us, like by our side in our communities, and to just share your love and support and the, like, cash to you know, to keep us running, and your energy, and you know, again, thank you guys, and we're hoping that new members, you know, as you come around and get to know some of the people who've been with us for a while, you'll just see, like, just the many layers of awesome that is hiding in these gorgeous faces here, as well.
Yeah.
Who else
Well, I'm
has-
excited. I'm excited to have it, to have the community grow. So yeah,
Yeah.
I've met so many amazing humans just in a short time. So
Yeah.
very blessed, very rich.
Yes.
I'm
Yeah, it's
curious-
definitely about the tribe.
Yeah. I'm curious if anybody's interested in answering, like, what has been surprising for you, or what's been kind of like a hallmark moment that, like, what's your, I can't unsee that since I've joined this moment, if there's anything folks feel like sharing.
That nature, that is, everything's alive, that there is spirit in nature, and that it's real. It's not an inanimate object. It's alive, and it's part of who we are.
Yeah. Thank you, Sheree, because that is definitely one of the fundamentals, right? As far as, like, in the beginning, when I said that's one thing that all connected all of our people, that is not a belief system. Once you see it come to life, you can't unsee it, right? And so, Sheree, how did that come to life for you in that authentic way that we're really, you know, working to cultivate here? But you know, what happened for you? What's your first?
I mean, it started, I think, with a first experience of just feeling this deep knowing and connection with the land, with the earth that I stand on. I mean, without going into a lot of detail, right? Like, I mean, just hearing and feeling it in my body, right? That wisdom. And when I ask, it answers, right? It's just this sacred knowing that, like, I can't unhear it, and I can't unsee it now. So there's been a lot of amazing experiences through the different sacraments in communing and relationshiping with those elements. Like the wind and the water and we're like this, we're buttons, right? Like the elements, like they are, that's who I ask for help from when I need it. And I just feel so supported. So yeah. One example.
Exactly. Who else has one? Who else
Hey,
had just one? Who else has one?
I have a quick one. I was really surprised about how, well, not so much surprised, but that it was in here all along. It was in nature. It was in the stars. It was in the sacrament. It was in all the community. It wasn't just one thing. It was in all things. And to be able to feel that within your heart, and it helps break that open, and you realize that you're connected with all things. And you can't unsee that, and you can't undo yourself from that once you're there. It just keeps you going because it nourishes you and it enriches you. And the more you give, the more you receive.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And I want to stress, like, you know, what we're talking about as far as the nature coming to life, animism is a worldview, a world perspective. That's what, you know, we call it in the West. Animism is a worldview that belongs to kind of the indigenous elders kind of kept this wisdom alive. Whereas right before the scientific revolution, all of our people for thousands of years knew that nature was in fact alive. Nature was conscious. Nature cures. Okay. But these are the things that kind of we have also kind of separated. And what these people are talking about are organic, actual events and experiences that help them cultivate and remember that wisdom and the truth of it. Again, not a belief system when it comes to life. And there are more ways to be in communion with that wisdom and with that knowledge, of course, rather other than sacrament. So one of the things we'll be doing in our virtual villages is engaging in some of these practices you can go and do at home, just walk outside. One of the virtual villages I'm hosting next month is called Praise the Roof. And that will take outside, we'll take that outside and really do these little practices to celebrate, because celebrating is the best way to praise, the great spirit in all of our outside friends, the trees and the mountains. And so I'll be sharing some of those ways that all of our people have traditionally done it, getting a little loud and loving and taking moments to actually receive the wisdom back. So it's our form of kind of awake style worship, but not really. It's just how our people did it. So let's work and do it together. And so I'm really looking forward to Praise the Roof, so we can, get out and practice and have open discussions about that. Yeah. Who else has something to share about that? Amber.
I really resonate a lot with what Sheree and Lynn are saying about, this really felt sense about, really seeing that spirit's in everything, that, that it flows through everything and that we're all connected. And I feel like before I experienced sacred plant medicine, I felt like I knew that, but I didn't realize how much I was still like on a knowledge level and not like a deeply felt wisdom level. And I think I tend to really struggle being a lot like over identifying with my mind too much, and really focusing on myself as an individual. And I think that in general, that is kind of an epidemic our whole society has been going through with our separation from nature and our spiritual nature. And I really found that these sacred sacraments really helped me connect to that truth and that inner wisdom that is there. And that wisdom really is a felt experience, not a thought experience. And I felt like I had a really hard time connecting with that without this extra support of these sacred sacraments. And so that part was very helpful to me through the whole thing, and it just continues to help me like, I know a lot of people are on this quest to really understand themselves and their lives and their soul purpose, but if you never get past more of the thought process and the knowledge and don't bring it into the felt wisdom, you tend to kind of get stuck on this hamster wheel. So I found there's this really deep place to be able to just break through that big block that I had and really stop over identifying with the mind and stop over identifying with trying to control my life. And so that's been really powerful for me, and a part of the reason why I want to be able to share this magic with others, because I know so many people that struggle with the same thing.
Thank you, Amber.
Yeah, thank you.
Megan, did you raise your hand?
Yeah, I did. I just want you guys to know my whole body is like vibrating and tingling, and it just feels so like loving. And I just want to stress to the people that are watching and curious about this church, I have never felt so safe in this community. And, Corinne, one thing I got from you just in some of your teachings is you always have to start from like the bottom to feel safe, like the grounding, the root chakra. And, if you study psychology, Maslow's hierarchy, in order to do all this love and all this fun worship and service and community, you got to start at the safety level or at the root. And I just want to just remind people this is such a safe community, and I'm so honored, but I just felt that I needed to give that message that wow, the safety within this church and within this group of people is amazing. And my whole body's tingling.
Wow. Interesting. So's mine. Yeah. I think I could be cold, so I'm not sure.
I'm with Megan. It's definitely not only safe but held. I have never felt so held by a community ever. So safe and held. What a beautiful place to be.
Yeah, I know. But you know what's so annoying, but also probably pretty good, is that we don't all live like right here. So like we have to wait to see each other like once a quarter. I mean, the buildup is great, but it's so wonderful. And yeah, such an honor again for you guys also to just believe in the vision here, and to just walk side by side with us and stumble with us as we kind of find our own way, navigate, do our little course corrections along the way. But yeah, it's been freaking awesome, dudes. And we're so appreciative. I am so appreciative. And yeah, we hope to see more people, whoever's called, really, to just, come a little closer. Just come a little closer. Not all the way, don't have to go all the way in like Lynn did right away. And just like, Jesus.
Just
Simmer
a little
down,
bit.
Lynn.
Just dip a toe.
Don't simmer down ever, Lynn. All in.
Just jump in. Just jump
Yeah.
in, you guys. Come
Well,
on.
thank you guys, luminaries here. And they're
thank you.
specifically sacrament luminaries. And so we'll be, they'll be sharing a lot more of themselves in our community here. And yeah, thanks again for your wisdom and for your love, guys.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
We like you.
We
Yeah.
love you.
We like you.
We like you too.
That was like-
A whole bunch.
We want to hang out.
Mandy has to. Mandy didn't know she was going on.
I did. I was talking some shit. Brandon's here too. So, hi.
Hi.
Look.
Boop. Hi, Brandon.
Hi.
Brandon Patrick.
More with Brandon later.
Yeah. So, Mandy, what are we talking about next?
Well, we're talking about a sacrament education talk. It'll be this November, December-ish, and what we're going to roll out with that.
So we have this class coming up on October 26th at 1 p.m. Inside of the class, it's called Microdosing 101 for Safe and Sacred Psychedelic to help improve mental health. And
November.
November. This
Yep.
is November. So later this month. Oh, sorry. November 26th at 1 p.m. And so if you do you want to talk a little bit about that, Mandy?
Yeah, we're going to talk about sacred traditions, practices, some safety protocols surrounding microdosing and how it can be also used as a sacrament. we'll give a little history, I imagine, because we love that, and talk about the healing potential and how to really mindfully integrate these practices personally and within a community context. So this will be for anybody, whether you're new to the path, new to microdosing, or you've been doing it for a while or years. We'll talk about how it can help you when done intentionally, deepen your understanding, and be used as one of the many tools in transformation and growth. Yeah.
Yeah, and so we'll be having like monthly education talks on that, but many other topics as well. So if you are interested, like I said, that's going to be open education for all of our monthly community subscribers or members. And there's just so much amazing, like I said, amazing science behind it, as well as the sacred and safe side. Safety and sacredness are kind of hold equal standing when it comes to working with these medicines. So if it is a peculiar, if there's something you want to lean into, we'll have a lot of different non-scary ways, especially for those of you who are not used to those medicines or are still in a way deconstructing from what you feel like those kinds of things are. We'll be doing a lot of that kind of education along the way. So important as well.
Yeah, and just how to approach it mindfully and utilize it as a powerful tool for life, which is the ceremony, and and as an integration.
Did it? Oh, wait, your feed just went off. As an integration tool, you were saying?
Yeah, I think that was it. And then I logged off for a second, apparently.
You did.
Yeah. Accidentally.
Awesome.
Yeah. So we'll be offering different topics too. So this will just be one of the first ones that we'll talk about.
Mm-hmm. And some people have the impression that these medicines again are just like, let's take psilocybin for a second. They don't realize that psilocybin has been found all over the world, that it grows all over. Is there something that you'd like to kind of share about that aspect as well, that how these medicines really belong to all of us, a lot of traditions you find them, like I said, in every continent.
Yeah, I mean it's the use of that one specifically is a tale as old as time. I mean, they find mushroom spores in outer space, guys. So we all have roots somewhere with that particular medicine. It grows. It grows everywhere on every continent and has been used in sacred practices. And there are ways, in microdosing, ways to dip your toes in, and they can tell you a lot about your personal ancestry, especially if you don't want to go all the way. And it's still a very sacred, intentional, mindful practice. Regardless of what you might be microdosing with, and can help you really connect with our original teachers, nature.
Nature, exactly. Nature cures. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So join us and keep looking, because we'll throw things out there.
Yeah.
On the fly sometimes.
Yeah, and also again, our members are going to help shape what kind of content they get as well. So when people bring in their questions regarding any of the things that we're doing, as well, whether it is reconnecting with their more intuitive nature, which is fundamental. If you don't have access to your clairsentience, let's say, which is what a lot of our leadership was talking about being able to feel the presence, which is one of the fundamental rights and abilities of this human vessel, this body, that we can actually feel spirit. If those are some of your interests, those we're going to be working with a lot of those different things. But yeah, we just wanted to, again, today's about unrolling the different branches and the different arms of our curiosities, but it's not at all a limit to what we'll be talking about together. One of those also being, again, healing from the past, repatterning our minds from the past wounds. And first of all, even remembering that there are some wounding there, whether it's ancestral wounds or personal wounds around this religious stuff. So we're going to be talking about healing from religious trauma in a little bit, and actually have a panel of folks to talk to about that.
Mm-hmm. And you get to let us know what you're interested in. Please join the public forum and throw some things out there.
Yeah. So if that sounds cool, man, hop in there with us. And I think we're ready to kind of go to our next little segment here.
I think so.
Oh. Hi.
Where are you?
Hello.
Are we seeing you? I'm trying to find you guys. I just lost you. Okay. Oh, it's okay. It's Lynn and Leilani. Guys, go ahead and introduce yourself. These are going to be, so another little village we're having is what? Leilani, you guys.
It's the spiritual sexy singles. Because why not, right? I'm Leilani. I'm a graduate of the Angel Alchemy Academy. That was such an amazing experience, and I'm so excited to be here. Corinne really built this amazing community where you do feel safe, and that's what I've been hearing from everybody, is how the safety is so fundamental and important, and that is what this community really provides, so that then you could be curious and explore and get out there and live to your fullest potential. It's just amazing and wonderful. So I'm excited to be here, and my co-host for the Spiritual Sexy Singles is Lynn.
Hello, I'm Lynn Renee. I was thinking maybe using the word sensual instead of sexual, but I like them both. So yes, I'm here. I'm hoping that we can create a space where we can talk about things that maybe might be keeping us from relationship. The things that people are afraid to talk about, and that is our sexuality. So I'm happy to be here.
Super excited. I don't know about you, Lynn, but we even talked about this too. It's kind of hard once you've seen it, like Corinne said earlier, once you've seen it, you cannot unsee it, right? So once you're awake and you realize there's so much to experience and be curious about and learn, when you're single and trying to meet somebody, it's really hard to find that like-minded person that you can share this with. Because I mean, for me, this is how I live my life, right? Through my spirituality, through my connection. And so it's a big part if you're going to have a relationship with someone, or you're trying to just, meet other singles and have a good time and really embrace that joy, find that joy in life. Right?
Yes. I mean, we definitely have all had, so much sexual trauma. If you think about the whole scale of different types of trauma that we've had. And I mean, it could be all the way from someone, in my case, I felt that I had to use myself and my sexuality for a higher good, for a purpose when I was younger, and it brought a lot of shame. And to realize that I shouldn't be shameful around that, and to be able to talk about that, or the fact that we can be in relationship and or even just a sexual relationship, right? Mm-hmm. And the traumas that's based around those things, and to be able to openly and lovingly talk about these things and create a space where you're safe to talk about them.
And that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to have some virtual activities and, discussions, very deep discussions. It's a very safe container that we build, and we want to make this healing and fun. So we are going to kick off. It's going to be the 2nd of every month. So December 2nd is going to be our first gathering at 5 p.m. Pacific. And we hope to see you there. So you've got to join, because we got to make this like really interactive. So we need all of you in here so we can have some fun. So hope to see you there. Make sure that you check out the site and become a member. We look forward to it. Oh, hello, Heather.
Hi. I'm so excited to be popping on with Leilani and Lynn. Amazing.
Yeah.
So amazing to be here. So I'm going into just a little transition before we head into our very next segment. I want to introduce myself quickly. My name is Heather. I have been waiting for this my whole life. So I'm like super stoked and pumped for what's happening here. And I'm currently not single. Don't plan to be single soon, but everything that they were talking about in that segment, I feel like that's kind of the segment for me, but then I feel like every segment is going to be the segment for me. So but I just want to highlight some of the stuff that we have going on today. So go head over to that silent auction. I have a few things up on the silent auction myself. Just want to showcase some of these lovely wands. Last night, me and these beautiful wands had a lovely ceremony for Samhain. We sat by the fire, but these are going to be going to a new home, and that home could be for you if you're looking for an amazing tool to help with your practice. They are filled with love. I love them. I have loved them. And if you're at all attracted to them or looking for something to add as another tool, go bid, go bid. Also, I have a journal up, unicorn. My daughter's super into unicorns, so this is the size of the journals. Another item that you can bid on. There's services up there. There's jewelry up there. There's altar artwork up there. There's amazing, amazing stuff that's up there. Ooh, we got Lynn. Lynn's going to show us her runes that are up there. Yes. So I just want to highlight again some of the talks coming up that'll be coming to you throughout the day. I will be part of a mediumship segment, and the three of us have got together and talked about that, and it's going to be super exciting. We actually wanted to reframe it as, if you're not a medium, this is a segment for you. So we're going to bring in some, and we're going to introduce ourselves, why we're here, what our passions are for. I mean, you would not know it, but almost everybody that I see up here, we have been lone wolves, introverted people, walking a journey and a path alone. And I literally had got to the point, I don't know about you, Lynn, but I had got to the point where I had like given up that I even had people. And I couldn't even imagine what my people would look like. But my people are, what I found is the heart-centered authenticity. Anybody who is heart-centered, is authentic and showing up, those are my people. And this is a community, and this community drew me out of my shadows, where I was secretly doing all of my fun spiritual stuff in hiding. And don't get me wrong, the very idea of coming up here forward publicly like this is terrorizing in a lot of ways, because like, as people are talking about, their sexual wounding or their religious woundings, those woundings are still deep in my heart and in my soul. But I am part of this community. I invite everybody who is looking, searching. You don't have to change your whole life to be part of this community. You just have to show up. Show up. If you go to church every Sunday and you feel comfortable there and it's feeding your soul and you want to do that, but you feel called, maybe there's more community that I can explore, you can do both. There is no rules in this game. As long as you are showing up authentically and through your heart space, and even if you're not, even if you're a complete fraud and you don't know who you are, because I still don't really know a lot about who I am. This is just about discovery. just about discovery. So our next topic that's coming up is religious trauma. And this is going to be a couch talk, and no big surprise, I will be a part of it. Oh, Lynn too. Yeah, we're trauma sisters. But yeah, this community is for everybody who's curious, everybody who's seeking. This is a way to connect. What we're doing is reconnecting to our own hearts, our souls, what drives us, what feeds us, what's our passion. And this is the community where you can find all of those things and 1,000,001 other things. I don't want to place any limitations because this will be a group that's driven by the group. Okay, so I think we're going to be heading into the next segment right away, and Corinne and Mandy will be popping on. I'm not sure who else.
What was? Where's Lynn? Lynn, before we get to the next segment, we want to see what you got. What else?
Yes. So I actually make homemade runes, handcrafted runes. I make them out of a tree, a branch that someone might request. So for instance, this one is an aspen tree that I've created. And I put a lot of love into them. I pray, I sing, I hand sand them, I hand make them. They're very powerful, very potent. So much love goes into making them. I've made them out of redwood, aspen, cottonwood, and they become these beautiful little jewels of oracles that are so healing and are a beautiful teacher. And my favorite book to use is this book. And I just love making them for people. So I have made some aspen ones for the donation, for the silent auction. So check it out.
Yeah.
They're beautiful.
Thank you, and they're so beautiful. If you see them in person, they're just gorgeous. So thank you for that, and thank you, Heather, also for your amazing opening and those amazing. I love seeing you wipe your, brushing your face with your feather.
They will be cleaned and purified before they come to you.
Exactly. So we're going into the belly of the beast right now because our next panel is talking about this. We've been kind of mentioning healing from religious trauma, which is, it turns out, this has been a real passion of mine, especially when I started talking about when I started working directly with spiritual communities and really seeing, and after hearing so many people in my communities talk about the different ranges of harm, and also us really discovering even non-religious people having so much of this wounding. And that's because our country was founded on some of these principles, the purity culture and all of these things, our belief system around so many things when it comes to deconstructing from some of this stuff, dismantling it, but also not just dismantling it, but what are we replacing it with? So we have, I love that we have our Salt Lake contingent over there because you guys are in the belly, some of the belly of the beast of some of these philosophies. So we'd love to hear from you guys. I know, Sheree and Julian and Amber, you're coming in with your whole different framework of a kind of religious trauma as well. And then also Heather. So Sheree, as far as, what we're going into and what a church like this kind of means for you, what are like maybe a foundational thing that you can really think about that was like, okay, I need to move through this and replace it with something. What kind of things are you what discoveries have you made that really surprised you about some of the wounding and how that can get repaired?
Yeah. Wow. It goes deep real quick.
In 2 minutes or less. Just kidding.
Yeah, no, look, for me, it was a direct wounding, like patriarchy, right? As a woman in Utah, as a woman who was raised in a Mormon family, right? It was, your place. This is really what you're good for, right? Even though it was not so blatant, It was this undercurrent, right? And so for me, just this lack of trust, this for me, I mean, it's the root of my anger, right? Honestly. And so for me, that is kind of how I actually started on this journey, was when I came to this one and I said, look, I need to understand my anger issues, where they're coming from, because I can't move past and improve as a human and grow as a human unless I address those. And so through that, like, I realized that is where it came from, was growing up and being raised in this religious framework that I fundamentally didn't agree with. I was born questioning it, right? And so for me, I didn't trust men, just those deep woundings around that. And for me, the healing, and especially like I had a recent experience where I was able to heal a lot of that, in the sense that, oh, wait a second, actually, this hijacking of this word religion, right? And this patriarchy, it's like a wounding of the sacred masculine and the sacred feminine. And so doing that healing work for me, and really trying to find that sacred feminine within me, instead of leading with the patriarchy that was in me, that I was like serving up the things I hated the most, was super healing, and also like, revelatory. And once I kind of embraced that inner feminine, I was also able to bring in that sacred masculine. And I was like, oh, this is the sacred union. This is actually the religion, and reclaiming that and healing from that. And so very profound. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, it's good. What about
I mean, these are like the juicy, I mean, the kinds of conversations that we'll be having is like this authentic, everyone's experience. Because I think we put pieces together through hearing each other about some of this damage.
And the damage of the sacred masculine that comes with the religious wounding.
Yes.
What about some of you men on this couch?
Yes.
You want to talk about that?
Yeah. I think
this is Brandon, by the way, everyone.
Brandon, hey guys. The trauma, when I think of trauma, you think of like a car accident or something big, but the trauma was so subtle and so automatic, and just in the air that we breathe. And so much of that trauma is what you were talking about, is this toxic patriarchy that, being raised in it, I just was in it.
And it's covert.
It's covert.
So covert.
It's just, I both took it on, and I didn't understand it. And yet I started doing it. And so I remember when I got married, like my first week of marriage, and I was like doing certain things that I'm supposed to do as the man. And luckily my wife kind of pushed back and was like, no, I'm not doing that. So definitely so much trauma around masculinity and femininity when it comes to religiosity and rigid religiosity, no question.
The roles you're supposed to play.
And the roles that just ooze out unconsciously.
How am I supposed to be, or what am I supposed to do?
Mm-hmm.
You're shooted on.
You're shooting all over yourself.
Yes, and it's interesting to move through some of those things. And now, they still come up, right? But having moved through so many of those things, it's hard to even remember in some ways, because I feel like now I'm at a phase where I'm like, oh, well, what can I glean from that experience too? It's like, oh, there was some wonderful things as well. And now I can be myself, and I just, who I am, I'm the weirdo in the corner, and that's okay. There is sort of the expectation, and the way I like to think about it is the expectation, the story of like who you should be, you need to be to fit in. And I certainly told myself the story of, here I am, this skinny Latino boy. I used to be skinny, you guys, and very small. Well, I was a skinny Latino boy from a rough neighborhood in church. And then we were fortunate enough to get out of a very dangerous neighborhood, and suddenly it's like, well, I don't speak Spanish, and where do I fit in? And here are all the things I need to do to fit in, and how can I accomplish? And it felt like a moving target too. And yeah, it's like, well, how now? There's a story I told myself. Now, how can I tell it differently? And I'm just a dude. I'm just a human. I'm just a human, and I can be how.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you for sharing. And Amber, and it's so wonderful to hear the different, you guys, your different perspectives on this, and where some of that healing is happening, and really it's just like seeing it. So you have an interesting take on the religious trauma from your perspective.
Yeah, I think religious trauma is so interesting because you actually don't have to have a religious background to still experience it. I think it really ties in deeply with some of the talks that you've given, about colonization and how it's really impacted us all. And so I actually come from an atheist household. And so that was my, how I was brought up. And, I heard things really kind of from both sides. Like from my family, I would hear direct messages about how religion was for weak people and church was a crutch, that it was a cult, like that side of things. And then, of course, from any of my friends that went to church, they would find out that I didn't go to church, and they would literally tell me as like a 5-year-old little girl, I was going to go to hell. That I was evil, that I was impure. I was rejected by lots of people for not having a religious background. And so it put me in this really odd space where I didn't really feel like I had a place to belong. And listening to you all talk about, the patriarch, I've definitely experienced that, not being in a religious background too. I think it's just become almost something that's part of our culture. So yeah, just definitely a different perspective coming in, but I've always felt like such an outsider from wherever I've been, and I know that that's been a big piece of it.
Right. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. So again, like the unchurched are the people who are like officially demonized because not belonging, and what that does if we don't really realize what's going on there. Wow. Interesting. And so we're going from someone with a total atheist background to, I think, Heather, you were also raised in a pretty conservative traditional Christian family, correct?
Yeah, I was. My story is a little bit interesting, though different than some of yours, in terms of the fact that when I was about 11 years old, I moved. My dad was in the military, and I'd lost all my friends, and it was very difficult times. I didn't want to be the first person to cry, and I'm probably going to be the first person to cry.
Come on, get it together, Sarah.
So I actually went seeking, and I've always been drawn to Jesus. And the only place that I really knew where I could find comfort and find that was in a church, because that's what I had been told, and that's the way that I was raised. So I willingly chose to go to a Southern Baptist church. And when I got there, the reason I stayed was because of the community. I found a youth group. I found peers, people that I could hang out with, that I could have fun with. I wasn't really interested in partying and stuff too much, and we did a lot of fun stuff together. So that part of it was amazing, but it was like a double-edged sword for me always, because as much as there was this amazing community, and Jesus, because I was seeking, was there for me, you can go to a regular church and find Jesus. You can go to a regular church. I'm just putting that out there, but you also need to go there and find yourself. And that's what you lose, is they disassociate you, disempowerment, control, all of these things started seeping in that I started witnessing, especially as I got older. And I was like, you know, and this way is the only way that never sat well for me. Like we're all unique. It didn't sit well for me, these teachings. And so as a teenager, I was very conflicted. And then I witnessed some direct trauma happen. And that was a pivotal point for me where I was just like, oh, wait a minute. I brought myself to this community where I'm supposed to be safe, but now I'm in this community where if I make a mistake, if I fuck up, if I do something like super shitty and I'm in the worst place in my life, I can't talk to these people. I can't tell them, because if I do, you know, am I going to be put on display? Am I going to be shamed? So as Amber was saying, I went inward. And it was literally the hypocrisy of the teachings, what I saw as love, acceptance, unconditional. Come to me and I will feed you. I will nourish you. I will help you. The hypocrisy on the other side of how I perceive people who would speak the words of Jesus and then live their lives, I just couldn't deal with it. I just fucking couldn't deal with it.
Well, it's a lot if you're afraid of not just shaming, but some level of persecution or rejection or shunning, which happens in a lot of cases. And, you know, if you're not willing to pay to play, sorry, you can't come to whatever our ceremonies are anymore. I know that at least also in the Mormon church, if you kind of step away from that path, you can't even go watch your friends get married, watch your family members get married inside the temple. So there's a lot of different ways that if you were raised in very more extreme, and there's plenty of churches that don't do this shit, you know, just to clarify, we're not here to create a monolith out of all churches, but we're all in different ways might be recovering, like as we're seeing with Amber as well. But so far, some of the themes that have come up that I'm kind of picking up on is this relationship to femininity, what that means, what that might look like, and how it's, you know, it's a certain thing that sinks in. And for me, we were Catholic, but we were kind of Catholic, if you know, like by name, but didn't have the real rigid look at it. But, you know, I still undergo having guilt for being a working mother.
Yep.
And a lot of women, you don't have to be raised religious to have that guilt and feel like you're not mother enough. You're not a good enough mother if you're leaving the house, period. Do you know how many, like, I never have to convince men to come on retreat or to do something for themselves, to nourish themselves, to invest cash in there. It's harder, you don't, but it's always the ladies. I don't know if I should spend this on myself, or I don't know if I'm allowed to take a weekend for myself. This is not an individual problem. This is a cultural epidemic that was imposed on us. And so this is literally the kind of shit we need to be talking about so we can detox from the shame game that we're playing with. I'm not a man enough if I don't make an X amount of dollars. That is bullshit, and it pisses me off. Okay, because,
preach it, Corinne.
It's really, I'm about to pop off Pope style, you know, but
witness the rev up, guys.
I'm revving it up, okay? But we have to check ourselves, right? Because if we don't fit into this model of what masculinity has to look like or femininity has to look like, whether it's our gender identity or whatever, and forget about it, right? Forget about it. And now, right now, certain populations who will not remain nameless too much longer are being literally targeted because they don't fit into these standard boxes. But it goes deep. I mean, this is for all of us. We're not woman enough. We're not wives enough. We're not woman enough. Forget about what do women who haven't had children have to go through? They don't have to be religious to pick up what the culture is putting on them. Not woman enough. I mean, again, so long of a list of bullshit with our identities on many levels that so many of us share, which is why these conversations are so important, and which is why we're going to be having more of these conversations in the virtual villages. How are we doing on time, guys? I'm
I
not.
think we got. Do we have 10 minutes left? I can throw it a question. Do we?
Yeah.
10 minutes?
Yeah,
10
yeah,
minutes?
let's throw out some
Yeah,
more questions.
yeah. So any of you, feel free to answer. What was your first conscious awareness? You became consciously aware of your, hey guys, I'm in this process of releasing religious trauma. So you got to have awareness to notice, this might be some collective religious trauma I'm packing on and carrying with me. What were your first, consciously aware point or points that, okay, I'm carrying this. It's not all mine and I get to release it. And what did you start to do to release it once conscious? It's like a triple question or a quadruple question. So good luck, everybody. Who wants to go?
Question.
Who wants to go first?
Surface level question.
Yeah, just like not deep at all. It's just very surfacey.
I'll jump in.
Okay, do it.
Just going back to this idea of like how I'm supposed to be, how do I fit into this thing, and then what is the reaction from the people in that community. I remember I struggled with that. I imagine I still do some. I remember through one of my journeys just having this really strong sensation that I'm just a human. That's it. That's all, nothing else. All of the other things that I love to identify with, my art. I am a director. I am a, whatever, all of the things. I am a musician. It's like, didn't matter anymore. And I was able to let some of those things go. And I actually was with a writing partner. I was writing a movie. And we had lots of discussions about this, what you're supposed to be. And we grinded on it for a few years, actually. Still grinding on it a little bit. But I was realizing that just posing all of the questions of like, well, this character in this story was just me, and my writing partner is the combination of us both, and just releasing a lot of it. Like, what is this character supposed to be? But really, it was just us. What are we supposed to be? Yeah, it's just us, just
shed those
releasing
layers.
it,
Yeah,
shedding it.
Wow.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Thank you, Julian. Who else wants
Brandon, what about you?
Yeah, I was just thinking about how unconscious I was for so long. But one of the first things that kind of woke me up a little bit was that book, The Four Agreements, and Don Miguel Ruiz talking about domestication and just like what agreements we make. And I read it and I almost didn't want to read it because it was like, I've done this a lot. Like, and then right after that, in my practice down in Utah County, treating people and starting to see that the church was not a part of the solution, it was part of the problem. And so there I was like, what, this church that's supposed to be so, and we'd send people back to the church to get help, and they'd get more shame and their marriages would tear apart. And I started to have to get real with myself, like there's some issues here. And so then I started to question everything, and it's taken me down quite a long road. We talk about deconstruction, and it's been, a process, one thing at a time. But those were the first things that kind of helped me get conscious.
Thank you. In adulthood, like, wait a minute.
Yeah. I mean, for
Wait
me,
a
I think I certainly had, I remember the day that my father baptized me, and I remember going underwater going, please don't do this. Please don't do this. Right. And I felt like for me, it disconnected me to that which I was already connected to. And so I think I've been trying to find my way back to that connection to what I was already connected to, right?
Yeah.
Remembering that. And so, you know, as far as like when I realized that, like I knew pretty early on that I was like, whoa, right? Don't. And then like really pissed off for the majority of my life about the fact that happened, but not recognizing that that's what it was. And I mean, quite frankly, it's just been relatively within the last couple of years where I started to see that, yes, there was mine, but that cultural aspect of, or ancestral aspect of, okay, this actually isn't all mine. Like I'm feeling a lot of this stuff from that I'm carrying that isn't mine. And like for a long time, I felt like I needed to pay for it. I needed to pay for the perpetration of others, the guilt. So that was difficult in dealing with just my ancestry and what was done. And so feeling like I needed to have like self-flagellate in a way or have penance for it, right? Like I needed to and pay for it. And so being able to set that down was really helpful. And so and like, look, this is a journey. It is not a sprint. Like to say that it's all healed, it is not, right? It's a process. And it's also why this community is so important, I think, for me. So
Can I add one other thing?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been thinking about this sort of stuff because I'm in a place now where I think I've moved through some of that pain and can sort of also pick out some really special stuff too. Of, you know, as you were just talking about, you're remembering your dad baptizing you. I remember my dad baptizing me and just feeling his body, like feeling him strong and holding me. Oh, now I feel it.
There we go.
Yes.
We got some lip quivers.
And how special that was. And I think a beautiful thing of moving through some of the pain of the religious stuff now is like I'm able now to pick out the beautiful moments. You know, being with my dad. I had amazing, great friends, you know, and that's really special to be able to move through that, release some of it, and then find the beautiful moments too. I mean, even I was a Mormon missionary for 2 years. One of the weirdest things that I've done on the path got me on the path of getting weird. Yeah. You know, and what a great thing to be able to go into somebody's house and talk about their deepest religious beliefs of people from all walks of life. It was weird. There's some pain there, yeah. But I think that's a beautiful thing to move through a lot of the religious pain, and then you get to
goals. You
get to pick out the beautiful things,
goals,
the special things.
It's part of the process.
Yes, and leave all the shit behind.
You don't have to carry it.
Yeah. Yes, you don't have to carry it. No.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's powerful stuff, right? And you know, we got some lip quivers here and there, right? Coming in hot.
Some lip quivers.
I'm not gonna cry
over here on this couch.
Over there, I mean, it can be it's really big and powerful stuff. And you know, I love having these conversations head on and hearing from each other's perspective. And you know, how else are we gonna see it? You know, how else are we gonna really see it and support each other? This is the kind of stuff that's so important, is supporting each other through it, and for us to find a place where we can share this stuff in a variety of different ways, where, you know, even the one with the upbringing of atheism, it's like, wow, it's just so valid, right? To see it on that perspective and how deeply these rabbit holes can go for us. Did anyone else want to add something before we kind of shift over?
I guess the only thing I really want to add is that what I really noticed was when I started working with people, because I was born pretty awake, like all the time. As a child, I was an observer. Nothing made sense ever to me, like pretty much. And it wasn't until I actually started working with other people that I realized that I carried. And I pulled this card recently, and it's like Baba Yaga, and Corinne will laugh about Baba Yaga, but Baba Yaga was me, and it was like, you heal through experience is the message through that of the ancestors and the elders as part of their messaging. And so I realized that what I had experienced and gone through, then my clients and the people that Creator had showing up for me to work with and help heal with were experiencing similar traumas to what I had had, but I had healed through it sometimes the night before, but sometimes I managed to make it to the point where I could work. But then it's like, then I could really see how we are all connected.
Such a good point.
Mm-hmm.
And also helpful to relearn that.
Yeah, remember that which has been dismembered. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. All right.
So make sure to check out our awesome schedule for the day there. You can check it out. That's what we're showing you here. Still so much goodness to come. And while you guys are sitting here, if you could like this thread, if you could like this on your computer, like what we're doing here, so that we could give it a little boost, more people can find us and get in on these juicy conversations that we're hosting for the rest of the day. Feel free to also share the live stream on your own place if you're digging what we're doing here and you want to help support us in that way.
Yeah, and I'm just having like a bit of a this is Calvin here, by the way. I'm having a bit of a Wake Village inception moment here, right? We just talked about the religious trauma. Next, we're going to be talking about, and by the way, like this made me think about how I was actually kicked out of church as a kid because I was a little girl dressed up in boys' clothes all the time. And they straight up called my parents and were like, yo, your kid can't come here anymore.
Wow.
And I was like, God doesn't exist. I'm done with you. And I was just like, I'm out. Fuck this. Like, my dad's a dick. We're poor. Like, my house is haunted. I'm like, God does not exist. And that was like the end of that for me. Anyway, so, right, we've got this like religious trauma. Next, we're going to be talking about, wait, you have to go to the bathroom.
I got to pee.
This is your time. Okay, this is your time. This is your time. Go to the bathroom. Okay, next, we're going to be talking about the Holy Fuck group. And that is dedicated to dismantling sexual shame, which I think we all know is a top import-export for many religions. So we know that is going to be having a thread there, directly or indirectly. And then just before 2:30 Pacific time today, I'm going to be talking about the group Queers and Query. And I know for sure we're going to see what we talked about earlier, which is around the sexual and sensual shame. We're going to be seeing religion come in because, hello, we all know. We're going to be seeing more about, dismantling sexual shame and singleness and all of that stuff. So to me, it's going to be a real convergence of where, as queer people, have all of these systems, right? These big systems come in that we've started to believe and adopt these stories. And what does it feel like to be in true belonging, in true community, where really the only role is to be yourself. The only role is to keep experimenting. Some of the only rules are really around letting other people experiment in the ways that they want to and need to. So we've got a 2-minute video here we're going to play for you from Alex. He's going to give his take on his experience of working with Mandy, of working with Corinne, of being in this community. And then we're going to hop back in and get into another group discussion. Thanks for staying with us.
Hi there. My name is Alex.
I think we got to hit play again on that Alex video.
Okay.
Thank you, Melanie.
Hi there, my name is Alex, and I've worked with Mandy with both traditional psychotherapy and other modalities for a few years now, and I think the world of her. I became more involved with the community about a year ago with regular virtual meetings and periodic in-person gatherings, and I can honestly say that my involvement there has significantly accelerated my personal growth, healing, and increased my overall happiness and spiritual health to a degree that I didn't imagine a year ago. While I had heard wonderful things about Corinne before meeting her, experiencing her energy, gifts, and wisdom in person, she exceeded my expectations and quickly became one of my new favorite people. The two together have this synergy that's one of those greater than the sum of their parts things, especially when it comes to having fun, laughing, being goofy, which is such a huge piece of their work. Now, I've always considered myself totally fine with being a lone wolf in an island without much of a need for a community, so I've been surprised at how enjoyable and comforting it's been to make friends and experience a tribe in a way I never have before. Another thing I was surprised by is how much I've learned from the individuals in the community. Sharing their own experiences and wisdom and observing their growth and work has helped me feel less alone in my own journey. Now, like a lot of people, the word church has a lot of negative barnacles, but knowing what I do about Mandy and Corinne, the word in their context makes me smile and soften my heart about it. Rather than some top-down, divinely appointed and superior authority, they play the role of a friend, cheerleader, guiding me to find my own inner healer and understand that I myself am just as powerful, capable, and valuable as everyone else. They play a role of coach and ally more than anything, which resonates so much better with me. I'm so excited for the church because I'm excited for more people to have access to experience the special magic that I've never experienced anywhere else, and for people to find some sense of community that, like me, they may not even realize that they need. So if you're able, please consider supporting the fundraiser so that this love can spread. Thanks.
Cutest.
Hi there, my name is Alex, and I've worked with Mandy with both traditional psychotherapy and other modalities for a few years now, and I think the world. Hi there, my name is Alex, and I've worked with Mandy with both traditional psychotherapy and other modalities for a few years now, and I think the world of her. I became more involved with...
I don't know what's going on.
I don't know.
Hi there, my name is Alex, and I've worked with Mandy with both traditional...
He's such a space hog, that Alex, right? Even when, geez.
Yeah, thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Alex. That was so what a sweetheart.
Love you.
He is. Yeah. Oh my gosh, my house is freezing, and we forgot to put on to do the old heater. So I was like wondering, I'm progressively getting colder and colder when things are supposed to. So here I am wearing my hoodie. And you might see it. Actually, Mandy's wearing one of these ponchos. It's kind of like our secret uniform here.
Yeah, uniform. It's our lab coat. It's our uniform.
They come in handy. So right now we're going a little deeper down the rabbit hole, huh, Brandon? So Brandon Patrick, can you actually give yourself an official introduction and your work and what you're doing and all that stuff?
Yeah, I'm Brandon Patrick. I am a therapist, and I have been for a long time. I run a clinic down in Utah County, and I hire and train a lot of therapists, and that's what I do for my day job. I also run trauma healing groups and take people to Peru and on journeys themselves as part of their healing from their trauma and their therapeutic process. So that's what I do. Yeah, that's who I am. So should I get into this, Corinne?
Yeah, I mean, look, let's talk about why, first of all, that you think that talking about this deconstructing or healing from this sexual shame, why is this like one of the key things that you love to talk about in your own practice? And why is it important?
Yeah, so I'd like to share a little of my story. It's incredible for me to be here. I feel like you say we're in the belly of the beast here with shame and religiosity and throw sex in the world.
In Utah, right?
Yeah, in Utah
yeah.
here, and I'm in Utah County in Utah,
Which is even deeper.
Yeah,
Deeper bowels.
Yeah.
Bowels.
So I feel like I'm a lot of times just a man on an island, fighting the good fight and trying to overcome a lot of messaging and systems that harm people, and be a voice out there. And a lot of times people don't want to hear it and they continue to suffer. So to be here with you guys is like awesome for me. But I started, well, let's back way up. So I learned about masturbation from my bishop.
Straight here. Straight.
That's not weird, right?
Yeah, that's not
weird.
weird. I went in and he asked me if I was masturbating, and I was like, huh? What's that? And so, you know, I started to hit puberty, sexuality starts coming up, and almost immediately at church, I started getting a lot of messaging. What it meant to be worthy, what it meant to be pure, what it meant to be chaste. Don't touch your penis too much. Pornography is bad. Sex is only between a man and a woman when they're married. And so the box was handed to me very clearly. In fact, there's a pamphlet called The Strength of Youth that was like, here's the guidelines of the box for your sexuality. This is what you do.
Fit in.
Yeah, fit in. You fit it into this, and then you're good. Then God's gonna love you. You're worthy. You're good. Fit it into that. So I thought, oh, okay, this is cool, you know. But like part of me was like, no, I'd wake up with an erection or lay in my bed and fantasize a little, and I'd be like, what? Like, am I just a horrible sinner, or what's going on inside of me? And little did I know that guilt and that shame. I thought I was alone in it because I thought everyone else could just be chaste and like do what they were being told. But no, I was not alone in that. And so fast forward, I was studying economics in my undergraduate, and I was learning about supply and demand. And at that time, all of my friends were masturbating and looking at porn. And at that same time, the church leaders were just pounding the pavement saying, porn's bad, masturbation's horrible, don't do it. And I was like, supply and demand, there's going to be a big need for treating sex addiction. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to help all the people down here figure out how to be righteous, how to be good. Like, they can do this. We can pull this off. This is embarrassing to even talk about. But so I then became the guy who was going around to churches and giving the porn lessons, the you know, how to be chaste lessons. And I did that for a couple of years, and it was interesting because it was really good marketing for my business. You go beat the drum of you shouldn't be sexual to people who are believing that and that you need help because you are sexual. It led them right into my office. What do you know? Like, fitting in the box isn't a reality. Everybody's sexuality is individual. And so I did that for a little while, and then I started to feel really gross. I thought I was being righteous. I thought I was being good. Yet I started to feel kind of gross inside. Like something wasn't right. And I started to ask myself the question, what's the actual problem? Is the problem the sexuality, or is the problem the beliefs around sexuality that are causing the shame and the secrecy and those type of things? And so I started to be a voice of sexual self-acceptance, sexual exploration, understanding yourself. And I've gotten some pushback. I've lost clients. I've lost therapists who won't work for me because I'm fighting for people to love themselves and have compassion for themselves. I want to back up a little bit and just kind of ask the question, why does rigid religion create sexual shame? And if you think about it, if a religion beats the drum of your sexuality is bad, then you need to turn back to the religion to repent. You need that religion in order to be okay. So if they tell you that this natural thing that's inside all of us and is beautiful and okay is bad, then you better go back to the religion in order to become okay again. And it's a system where it keeps you stuck there. It keeps you stuck in the religion in order to be okay. And yet it also is a system of shame and self-rejection. This thing that's so innate and natural inside of me is something that now has turned into something that proves that I'm not lovable or okay. Another thing to consider is, and you're going to have to go here with me for a second and hear me out on this one. It was kind of talked about earlier. Toxic patriarchy took over religious belief, and you'd think, oh, well, men love sex, so why would they attack sex? But toxic masculinity is about results. It's about, putting it in to make a baby. And femininity is about sensuality. Femininity is about pleasure. It's experiential. It's presence. It's in the moment. So men were scared of sensuality. They wanted to control sexuality so it was one thing, and they were also threatened by femininity. And so the way that they attacked femininity was by attacking sensuality. You think about it, like, can we talk about the clitoris for a second? Corinne, do you mind?
We would prefer this. Yes, this is great.
We're waiting.
We're
waiting.
Right.
Waiting for you to talk about the clitoris, okay?
It's fascinating where the clitoris is, and most women, they don't orgasm with just penetrative sex. The clitoris is in a place that doesn't make much sense when it comes to making babies. So then you ask yourself, okay, then what is the clitoris for? And what is the clitoris? You guys know better than me.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
Delight.
Yeah, pleasure.
Enjoyment.
What? God made this thing that's just purely for pleasure and enjoyment, and
not for babies.
Yeah, not just to make babies.
No,
like this goes against everything.
It's got nothing to do with the making of the baby.
Yeah, what the heck? So yeah, we don't talk about sexuality as pleasure. It's about that. And one of the reasons is because of this toxic patriarchy. This toxic patriarchy has turned it into this thing where it needs to fit in a box in order for it to be okay. We can control women. We can shame you, so you need the religion. And it's a cycle and a system that goes on and on and on.
And it's successful, and it's been so successful in so many ways, and in a way breaking the spirit. Like it's just, there's no way to win that one if we're designed as pleasure creatures.
We are designed as pleasure creatures, and yet we're told that you're a sinner. Like you think of the definition of lust. Like a lot of people take lust and they just turn it into sex. Like lust and sexuality are the same thing in a lot of religions. And therefore sex is just bad. Sex is of the devil. Like did God make sex, or did like the devil make sex?
Yeah.
And
the occasion of sin in some religions.
Yeah, for sure.
The occasion of sin.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard sexual sin is second only to murder.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Wow. Whoa.
Excuse us.
Yeah, that's intense. I didn't know that one.
Yeah.
Talk to Grandpappy. You hopping on the telephone? Let's talk about it. Hop on the
Grandpappy, what do you say about that?
Yeah. Well,
he's got a lot to say.
Yes.
We'll put it.
But before we, while I'm waving this telephone around, Brandon, I just want you to know I actually did an academic breakdown besides where the clitoris is placed about why we are obviously designed to move towards routes of pleasure and joy. And that is every single one of us listening was created by a moment of joy, created by an orgasm. And then if we're lucky, it's not just one person's orgasm, it could possibly have been two people's orgasm.
If we're lucky.
That created us. We started with joy, is what I'm saying, down to the physical level. It started with an act of intense orgasmic joy. So how can that very thing that created these bodies be so sinful?
We're here because of
We're
it,
here.
is what you're saying.
We're here
Crazy.
in these bodies because of the climax.
Right. So I have a quote. This is from Osho, and he says, sexuality is not just about the act. It is about being in a state of total presence, vulnerability, and surrender.
Yes.
And so like you can hear you can hear the femininity in that, surrender, presence. It's not just the act of sex. And we get so confused with that. Our sexuality, you want to think about your sexuality more as an attribute that you have that is uniquely yours. It's beautiful. Yeah. It's like the shape of my nose is like, the color of my hair. My arousal template is unlike any other person. There's 7 billion plus people. I have my own unique arousal template, and that's beautiful. That's okay. And I get to explore that, understand that, figure out what to do with it, hopefully create a lot of love with it. And it's awesome. But when we apply morality, when we apply force and control, we take that sexual template and it becomes secret and it becomes compulsive. The arousal template doesn't go away just because you want it to go away. And if you have a lot of shame about it, it starts giving it a lot more energy. And then you start to do things that are harmful to yourself and harmful to others because of the shame, not because of the sexuality. Do you understand what I'm saying there?
Yes. Yeah, it goes into shadow. It goes into the shadow material. And if we don't own it, weird shit happens. Acts of violence happen because of this suppressed thing. And the rise of violence and these really kind of cut off families, a lot of weird stuff, and female control on many levels can kind of start acting out in this kind of toxic version of sexuality. And something I want to mention, because we're talking about just the suppression of healthy, even touching oneself, right? Masturbation is only for baby making, but also how this shame-based culture around sex also kind of did an extreme disservice to the beings that were considered the ones focused on pleasure, right? The women, right? And the demonization of female sensuality and sexuality, as we are the source of why these men are acting out of line. We're too seductive. We're too, I mean, I'm not going to argue with you, but, we're too,
we are, let's face it.
Okay. Absolutely. But at the same time, when you look at cultures like in the extreme is where like even in the LDS, the fundamentalists, it's the woman who's covering up. Okay. Well, if you're going to blame us, gouge out your bro's eyeballs then. Like, why not, is it us or is you see what I'm saying? So it's just so toxic in certain ways where women are still shamed and blamed when there's acts of violence against us even still. And again, radiating out from this cultural undercurrent of the cultural mindset where we are ashamed if we're, or shamed or blamed or demonized, dehumanized, and taught that we're the source of this problem.
Yeah, you need to you need to control it as the women, and the if you are modest, that word modesty around here has a lot of energy around it these days.
Very much.
Yeah.
These days.
Well, yeah. It's been misused so badly, but because that's exactly what it is, Corinne. It's exactly what you're talking about, is shaming the girls into covering up so that they can control things, so that sexuality doesn't get out of hand.
So they can control the men.
The men, and yet the men,
not
yes.
the men controlling themselves, but
Yeah.
in effort to control this big collective shadow.
Right.
Yeah.
And yeah, so that's one way. I mean, like female sexuality is attacked by religion, but something was said earlier which I really appreciated. Toxic patriarchy, it doesn't only wipe out healthy femininity and in terms of sexuality, but it definitely wipes out healthy masculinity as well. And it turns masculinity into this thing that is just harmful and toxic versus this thing that, believe it or not, femininity and masculinity are equally as beautiful and important when it comes to sexuality, right?
And sacred.
But the confusing messaging and the shame around sexuality takes out both, which then leads to a lot of things like depression, addictions, and what I see a lot of times is when somebody starts to be more open and honest about their sexuality, it triggers the partner and there's not safety there, and it leads to disconnection in relationships as well, because the partner and that system has so many shoulds and shame around it that they can't tolerate that openness around sexuality, which is really scary and really hard. So yeah, it leads to some disconnection. I want to ask you guys, Jesus, like, did Jesus like sex? Well, watch out, the lightning's coming.
Yeah,
like I said, Jesus and
look
sex.
Look out
in
there.
This thing.
Jesus and sex in the same sentence. We're
Yikes.
watching the sky now, guys.
Yeah. Like, did Jesus like get erections?
Right.
Human.
Jesus never
was Jesus asexual? Did Jesus have a penis?
Anatomy. So I'm going to go ahead and say yes.
How dare you?
I know.
Like, oh.
Jesus had a penis that would get erect from time to time because physiology. So I'm going to go ahead and say human stuff. The answer is yes.
So it's curious to me that in the Bible, like it's been that has been scrubbed from the Bible.
Yeah, we're going to take that out.
Yeah, like there's none of that. Mary Magdalene's the first person to meet him at the tomb, but we're not going to talk about like maybe something else was going on there with them. Like, but you think about the messaging that it sends, that Jesus is this non-sexual celibate being who has zero sexuality. What's the message that it sends to the really religious, right? The Christians, the Mormons, what does that send? That sends a message of if you're supposed to be like Jesus, then you're supposed to be non-sexual.
And that's the only way to source or spirit or soul or
that's the highest level of like accomplishment is to be so non-sexual, then you're not sinning, right? So sex equals sin in so many belief systems.
Yeah, sex equals sin, but so does the body. Anything earthly is just kind of relegated to the past. I just got into some heated they were sending some heat to me because I made a post on my Facebook, and some of the evangelicals didn't really appreciate it. And so many of them were just talking about how, the earth and the body is like full of sin. And I'm like, that split, it can't be healed with these siblings, like they won't get the indoctrination, the intense indoctrination against the feminine, which is also like anything earthly. It's like Mother Earth was demonized a long time ago. Hence, the body's also demonized, and then the sexuality when it's not controlled and not just for babies, And I knew some friends, and I have friends who were very Orthodox Jewish, and so much guilt every time a masturbation happened. So much as an adult. This is like a 30-year-old man. So much guilt, and it's just intense. Yes,
that's programmed in when you're so young. How do you put that down when it's been it started with your youth, your environment of upbringing. How do you put that down as a 30-year-old?
You don't
Yeah.
like how have you guys probably not? Have you guys ever heard of afterbating?
No, this is good.
This is the world I've been living in for.
Afterbating.
Yeah, if you afterbate, you don't relapse, and so you masturbate, but not to full orgasm. So therefore, the wife doesn't have to send you down to the couch. You don't have to talk to the bishop, and be unworthy to do certain things because you only afterbated. This is crazy
You're
town.
clear. You're clear.
Yeah,
You're clear. Nothing to confess.
Yeah, nothing to confess.
To anyone.
You just afterbated. You're okay.
But the irony is that in the kink community, we call that edging.
Edging, yes.
Taking you almost to climax, but you don't.
Which, by the way, and they don't know this, you get a dopamine release, a huge one right there when you're right on that edge.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens is these people that want to control their sexuality, when they edge like that, they get out there and they're getting rushes of dopamine because they're not going over the edge. They're kind of toying with it,
adrenaline,
which then
dopamine.
leads to more compulsive behaviors because they're trying to control it. So
Interesting.
They're going to not control something else.
So you're saying you like chase the dopamine rush and then it turns into kind of a bigger issue than it in a way would if they were having like healthy sexual relations with themselves and on speaking terms with their penis.
Yeah. So they'll control it to that edge, to that point, but then something else becomes out of control.
It's like a guy that will look at the JCPenney magazine all week long. But if he sees a nipple, it's like, oh my gosh, nipple, right?
Mm-hmm. It's on, nipple.
This is crazy town. Like, this is crazy. But when you have the systems and the box set in place, it sets up all this opportunity for this edging, which,
it's like a rev up.
Yeah. So
Brandon, I'm curious, like in this village, what about folks that are kind of naturally asexual, right? So it's the inverse of this, which is that I feel pressure to perform and to have sex and to want to, express lust. And I just don't have that naturally, right? My body doesn't give me those signals. It's not something that's there. So is there space for that in this group too?
I think we need to remove all should and all shame. So sexuality is not good or bad. If you want to have sex every day, that's great. If you don't want to have any sex ever, that's okay. It just is. It's not good or bad. It just is. And it's more about self-acceptance than anything. It's trusting yourself, knowing yourself. We are all different as sexual beings.
And the cultures or the communities that we participate in have different angles and different shame points. And I think that's what's so fascinating about us coming together in community from diverse perspectives.
Yeah.
Because what Calvin's bringing in is, the bottom line is there might be some shame or whatever, but just even him asking, would I still belong in, would this kind of, would this still be a good place for me to come to this virtual village about, the holy fuck and have us talk, in deeper detail and really listen to and learn from each other. That's why it's so cool.
I mean, I'm not asexual, I'm hypersexual and I have sexuality, not responsive sexuality. So spontaneous being get it up anytime, responsive being, hey, I might need a little priming. I might need a little like inroad in. So I'm on the other side, which is like, I'm not compatible with people who are asexual in a romantic way, because of that. But there's a lot of folks out there that maybe don't even know that that's an option to be aromantic or asexual or gray sexual, which is like, hey, sometimes yes, but usually no.
What's beautiful? What's beautiful is how aware you are of that and how open and honest you are of that, right? Mm-hmm. So you're not in a relationship or pretending like you're something that you're not. Then you're able to engage with people openly and honestly, and you don't create all kinds of havoc around you, right?
And then you open the forum to connect.
Yes, because you're showing up as your true self.
Right. And so what you said, Brandon, it's not right or wrong. It's just what is, right? So meeting our bodies where we are, what our needs are, and expressing that and doing the same for others. Like that's where the belonging is.
Mm-hmm.
And I do want to say, like, there is, it's not about going to do whatever you ever wanted sexually. Like if it's going to harm somebody, you don't want to do that. And so if I'm attracted to somebody but that would hurt them if I went and pursued something. But I don't need to use should and shame and morality to stop that. I can look at the consequence of that decision and say, yeah, I'd love to go have sex there or there, but I'm going to choose not to because I don't want to hurt them or I don't want to hurt my wife or whoever. So I'm not going to, but I'm still going to accept that sexuality is inside of me. Right.
And acknowledge it. And then when you acknowledge, you have a choice.
You have the choice because you own it. That's it, Mandy.
Yeah. One of the most like revolutionary things for me in my trans experience, I spent the first 20 years female, last 20 years male. And I had to actually come to terms with like, no. The dick wants what the dick wants though. And I cannot tell you how pissed I am that I can confirm that. I fucking hate it so much. I hate it so fucking much. It's like, I do not want that to be true.
And yet,
chemicals be chemicals, hormones are hormones. And of course, that excuses no behavior ever, right? 0%. But it became a whole new thing for me to integrate in my life and to navigate and to reconcile with and like, okay, well, what is consent actually? And, what does that look like? So.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Brandon, for joining us and for coming up here, hauling yourself up here and being like hurling yourself in to our other panels and like being
Thanks for having
present.
me.
So awesome. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you. Everyone, Brandon.
Yay, Brandon. I'm excited to hear more of our conversations and just juicy stuff coming down the pipeline. And if you guys, again, fascinating conversations just in this first time of us gathering and opening up this topic. And Brandon.
Super active chat. So I'm sure you're going to get a bunch of people in.
Yeah. And it's just important to hear from each other on this stuff. And Brandon, wow, congratulations on your transformation instead of being an educator on suppressing your masturbation.
Thank you, Corinne. Thank you.
Beautiful
rocking the board.
Medicine. Thank you, Corinne. Yes.
Yeah, looking forward to it. And he's going to be a regular contributor in our virtual rooms. Like, every month we'll be coming around and doing these talks and other talks, again, based on what our community, shapes into. So make sure to hop in there, become a member and be an active member, come and listen to these conversations, throw in your wisdom and your thoughts. But again, I'm so happy, Brandon, that you're joining us in this little church adventure, if you will.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Cool. Okay, so up next, we've got a video. This is for the aWake and Bake. Corinne, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so the aWake and Bake series is a really fun series that we'll be doing in the virtual villages. We're going to, every once in so often, we're going to have recipes with medicinal plants. And this one is a segment of one of our leaders. I believe it's her Step family decided to make a whole, I think it's how many minutes is it, like a 20, I forget how long the video actually is, but this is a 3-minute segment of like the sweet, their sweet couple sharing a very special recipe. And we hope to do more of these, but you can catch the full episode, of course, in the aWake and Bake, or not in the aWake and Bake series, but aWake and Bake. So our medicinal recipes that we'll be sharing in our communities for people who you want to make some fun recipes at home. Autumn, oh my gosh! So this is Autumn Bayless is so great. We're so grateful to really all the people who kind of enjoy the vision of what we're doing. So enjoy this little 3-minute segment and more to come.
And action. You're already in it.
Okay, we're almost done baking the pot.
And it's been about an hour.
So now what we're going to do is we're going to heat the water, get it up to a boil, and then turn it down and melt cubes of butter into the water. Then once the pot's done, take the pot out, crunch it all up, dump it in the water, and let it simmer for anywhere from an hour and a half to more. I usually like to let it simmer for at least 3 hours. I want to get everything out of that pot that I possibly can. And I'm going to leave it for an hour and a half and hope for the best.
It does say cook at least 90 minutes though. And that's when these are going to come into play.
That's when we drain it.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
That's why he's here.
Yeah, those I use because we're going to, once the pot's done and after it sits for 3.5 hours or whatever, we're going to pour it through this colander and cheesecloth to separate all of the leaves and stuff from the butter. But when I take the cheesecloth out, I like to squeeze it out and get as much butter as possible out of that. And it's too hot to do barehanded, so I use these industrial gloves.
And we're using 4 sticks of butter, salted or unsalted, your preference.
It doesn't matter. And we put the butter in the water, brought it to a slow boil, and waiting for the cubes to melt. We've got about 45 seconds to go before we pull the pot out. Okay. Our pot is done. I'll let Danielle get that out of there. Now, they recommend, and this is the only part of the recipe that I have a problem with. They recommend once you put the pot in here that you keep it at a slow boil. As they call it, a gentle reduce, medium, low, add butter, add pot and mix, need lots of space, blah, blah, blah. Cook at least 90 minutes. Bubbles should be gently rising. That's all the butter, all the cube gone.
We are just laughing about the laugh track that they put on that video.
Did you guys? Oh my
which
God.
just made me.
So that was making. I like to call it reefer butter, but that was pot butter. So many people use this medicine medicinally, and so how cute are they? Were they awesome?
Yeah. For the folks that are joining us live, I'm wondering if you are feeling courageous to put into the chat if you've already become a member, if you've donated, if you're squatting on some auction items, if you're here still just kind of feeling it out and checking it out, which is totally cool. And honestly, what you should do, right? So I think, for some of us who have a little bit of fear of joining a cult, this could be like the antenna period of time where you're trying to figure out, hey, is this where I belong? Is this where I want to be? Do I feel like there's some potential here? And I've shared, I'm going to blab a little bit while Corinne gets ready, but I've shared with some other folks in the group that I have like a really deep-seated fear of joining a cult. And so my skeptic antenna is high alert. And back in 2020, when the Vow came out, the documentary on the NXIVM cult came out, and I was watching that, and I, privately to myself was like, oh, I think I would have joined this cult actually. And I had several friends text me being like, hey, been watching this. We all think you would join. And I was like, I know, which I'm just like a prime candidate. So it's a thing that I'm definitely watching out for. And so I tend to kind of tread lightly on things for a long time. So if that's you, great. Do that. Be discerning, right? take the time you need. Figure out this is where you feel like there's, belonging for you and space for you, and somewhere that you feel like it's going to be supportive and help you kind of grow and stuff. So for all of you out there holding on to those auction items, I hope you win. Okay, Corinne.
No,
we're heading into the mystics.
Yeah. Speaking of auction items, you guys, one of my favorite things that are listed on here, I know this is bad, it says a lot about my character, but is the box of fucks. Okay, so I wanted to show you this because it's actually one of the hot items on there too, but they're handcrafted and it's a literal box of fucks here. And a lot of us don't have many fucks left to give, but when you actually find a fuck or two and you want to hand it out, it's like your very own little kit of fucks. And it says on the cover, give them out sparingly, because once they're gone, you're officially like out of fucks. So if this kind of thing, this is actually gifted to me by one of our clowns. So clown school I have 12-month immersion programs that I run out of here. We gather every season. We kind of deep dive into our own wisdom and like discover what we discover. But this was like one of the gifts that they gave at the end. And she's Lori from up in Canada. And so actually one of our producers, Melanie, is the one who purchased one of these and put it up on the auction. And after the first date, like had the most bids than any of them, but it's a hot ticket, handcrafted, guys. If we didn't say that, so hilarious, I know. So like I said, I love our community. There's nothing out of the box. And thanks for saying what you did about cults, because
yeah, for real.
I know. And it's like, how do you maintain like a non-culty environment? Well, by keeping us in check and by making sure we stay open-minded and curious about each other rather than formalized and these are the rules. But yeah, I'm also really passionate. I love learning about cults and cult mindsets and things like that. And again, we're all pretty, but I know what you're saying because I was watching that thing with NXIVM and I was like, oh my God, I used to do that shit like 20 years ago.
Real.
And I was like, wow, yeah, I could like hook people right in. Yeah. And we kind of joke about like, we'll joke about like, okay, well, secretly it's going to be a sex cult eventually. All right. And the thing is like, first of all, I don't have the energy for that. And I don't know, maybe Mandy does. We'll have to consult with her. But the sex cult does start, it'll be all above board. We trust you, but yeah. And we're just way too, and again, like we're way too diverse of it. We just come from different walks of life. We're, East Coast, Canada, and we're just more interested in just having fun and partying and kind of joking about this stuff. So I wanted to talk a little bit about mysticism because, again, this word and anything related to mystical stuff has been demonized and dehumanized for the last strongly, since the 15th century specifically, And I want to talk about this because the mystical experience is a fundamental, quintessential piece of how humans survived and thrived. The mystical awareness, our intuition, was an essential. If you think about a world that didn't have Google yet, or like, oh, God forbid, without ChatGPT, how did our ancestors, and I'm saying all of our ancestors, get around? How did we find the food? How did we find the buffalo? How did we find the water? How did we change the weather? How did we do all of these, things that people consider, oh, that's magical thinking? And a lot of people have these opinions. When you think about what a mystic is, you could probably have an imagination what that looks like already. It's like you see this gypsy, right? And nothing wrong with gypsies, but I'm just saying it's very kind of singular when we first think about these things. When we think, what have we heard about tarot cards, right? What have we heard about talking to dead people? What have we heard about intuitive wisdom, right? It's relegated to this really kind of soft core or officially demonic thing. And this was a systematic hate campaign against these things that happened that a lot of people don't know about. So first of all, I want to define what a mystic is. So a mystic is actually someone who's more curious about their own understanding and wisdom. Like they seek a direct experience of the truth rather than listening to every spoon-fed shit that we're given. Now, mystics, they look at the sacred texts. They're curious about everything. They're interested in this how the skies impact our psyche, right? They're interested in things like oracle. They're interested in anything that's beyond normal reality. They just have a sense that there's maybe something more to the story. But again, their focus, and there's a mystical tradition in every, even the Abrahamic religions, right? There's Christian mysticism, there's Kabbalah, if we're looking at the Jewish mysticism, Sufism, which is like the mystical Islamic tradition. But another way to look at a mystic is not just what mysticism is, what I just described, it's also being in relationship with spirit. In whatever way. So indigenous practices could be considered a form, or shamanic practices are a form of mysticism, but we've made a separation. And again, this baby has been put in the corner, right? And this baby, it's like I see Patrick Swayze like getting his hand out. Come on, mystics, come on, get out of the corner. Nobody puts baby in the corner, okay? And here's why. There are a lot of people that are kind of waking up, and I'm just going to say this, a lot of people having spontaneous mystical experiences and not know why. And I've actually been coaching these people for almost 10 years. They started coming into my practice once they knew I was up to some stuff that wasn't just traditional. And all of a sudden, maybe their spidey senses opened up and they didn't have safe community to talk about this stuff with. And over the years in me exploring what this stuff was, where people do talk about this stuff is often considered new age communities, but there's truly nothing new about talking to dead people or talking to our cosmic siblings, right? The angels, or some people, associate them with quote unquote ETs or things like that. All of this stuff, all traditions talk about, right? There's cave paintings with non-human entities there. So all of this stuff is old, but the mystics and the curanderos, the healers, there's one born in every village. Mandy was talking earlier about the tribal, the village mindset, and that every person had their role. And the mystics were like the oracles that would kind of tell, what might be happening in the future or give warnings. Or if there was someone who was going through something in the village, they didn't identify the individual as the problem the same way we do. They look at these things. The mystical tradition sees the soul of the group, the community, and like, okay, what is this person's symptom arising that is trying to be healed through the group, right? So this extra inner vision was not just this impractical kind of like, oh, woo woo thing, okay? So woo woo is also another way to diminish the great power that comes with having a dialed in, on point, inner communication log, okay? An inner compass, which all people were given. We're all given this ability, but we overrode that ability with things like logic, and logic is important. But if it's the only thing we have, we get disrupted from our bodies, which is the most amazing intuitive system, right? That's our instincts kicking in. When we override our body's wisdom, we excommunicate ourselves from our natural body system to keep our asses out of trouble. So that's how animals like know what the hell is going on. That's why when you watch the animals and they're all leaving the landscape, you best leave too, because lightning is about to strike, or something weird's going to happen, or earthquake's going to happen. That's their instinctual nature that we cut ourselves off with because of this, essentially this hate campaign and this need to control done by the royals and like the kings, queens, and also the church, the Catholic Church specifically, because this is before the church is split off into different branches. So I just wanted to say that this is why the mystical experience is really one of the things And it's a right that was taken away from us, a direct mystical experience, and the different pathways that our ancestors laid out for us to have these unique experiences and direct experiences. Those things were demonized. Okay, so trance states is something that we've all worked with. All people have worked with. We do it through dance, we do it through music, we do it through meditation, we do it through celebration even. And another way that we do it, it's that our people have done it, is through sacred plant medicine or sacrament. So those fundamental things have been part of my query, is to help people make a direct connection with their version of whatever the divine is, right? We're not here to define it. It's not up for us to define. It's up for each individual to seek the truth for themselves, and for us to support that mission. And that is very much a fundamental of the work that I've done for the last 10 years as well. Now we're just kind of formalizing it. So I wanted to read you some of the edicts by the actual church. So, and the kings and queens. There, I mentioned this doctrine and discovery thing earlier in the day, just to see, so you can see how I'm not making this stuff up. And it was an egregious act by the kings and the pope, so that we understand why we're kind of fighting these natural instincts to understand who we are at a very deep and personal level, meaning our experience of God, our experience of Great Spirit. No one cares what we call it. Okay, it's love. All right, it's Bob. Who cares? Whatever we're going to call it, but there's a presence there that if we're curious about it, sometimes, and we leave the door open, it will reveal itself. And if you heard some of our associate luminaries or sacrament luminaries talk about, once you see it and experience it and feel it, you cannot unsee it. And so that's kind of like, yeah, staying curious. Well, what does that even mean? Well, yeah, it's just keeping the door open in a variety of different ways. So the Pope, so the church, this is just one example of what happened at the royal level when they started colluding with the church about taking over not just the local population's wealth, but the world's wealth, okay? So the mandate from the church, this is from the church, is to invade, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all pagans whatsoever, okay? So what was happening is like the people who were going out and discovering other entire continents, that when they were in discovering mode, they also discovered that there were also other inhabitants on that land. And so the explorers are like, oh shit, what do we do? They get back to the king. Hey, this is what's going on. Then the kings go, hey, church, what do we do about this? And the church is like, I have an idea. We're going to write an official bull. It's like a papal decree. So because of this peculiar situation, they decided it's okay to invade, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all pagans whatsoever and other enemies of Christ. This is actually named. Okay? And so through that, they were allowed to take everything, take their wealth, take their land, feel good about themselves, and call everyone else that wasn't Christian, that didn't follow Jesus, which is literally the entire population of the earth, other than in the Middle East and Europe, right? That they could take it away from us. So my fundamental point is that we are recovering from this marginalization of the deepest wisdom that again made us all thrive. And part of our mission at the aWake Church is to help us all remember some of these ways to reclaim these roots and to reclaim our rights to embrace the sacred in a way that makes sense to us individually. And so we are providing different kinds of pathways, whether it's through conversation, education, and having really modern conversations that are open and inclusive to help us discover maybe together how we get our way, not necessarily back to the past, but how we find our way into the future in a healthier models that repair some of this damage and embrace our futures in entirely new ways and paradigms. And again, that's just one doctrine that was done, but it's official hate campaign against anything that was of the natural world, and it was just to consolidate power and for greed and to gain wealth. So how are we doing on time?
You're perfect.
I am?
Yeah.
He said I'm perfect. Yeah, we know.
We're going to go to ancestor medium next.
Okay, so up next, we're talking to, speaking on that tip, we are talking to people who talk to dead people. Oh my gosh, it's so taboo, right? But really, we're talking to family. That's what that means. You're talking to ancestors, right? There's no such thing as New Age. It's all old age stuff. So we have Aaron here. Hi, Aaron.
Hi, Corinne.
Yeah, so we have 3 of our mediums here. So Aaron, it's so good to see you, my love.
You too.
Aaron Case.
I'm
yeah.
so happy to be here.
Yeah, so this is Aaron Case and Heather Mearson and Diane Farnsworth. These guys are super badass, and they trained in one of my intuitive trainings called the Angel Alchemy Academy, and some of their zones of genius. They have a lot of zones of genius, but today they're going to give you the gift of channeling some ancestors and whatever else you guys have are up for.
All right.
So welcome, guys. We love you.
Okay, I have a message just coming in from Diane that her microphone's not working. So if she could type her messages into the chat, then I will relay them through that way as much as we possibly can. We just wanted to briefly introduce ourselves and just tell us a little bit about our background and how we came to be publicly declaring that we do in fact speak and communicate to our ancestors, to dead people. Pretty sure most of us communicate with all sorts of different beings that come our way. But Aaron, did you want to start off and just give us a little intro about yourself?
Yes. My name is Aaron Case. I have practiced. My practice is Peace for Healers. I am a medium. I'm an oracle. I am a teacher. I am so many things. And I absolutely love all of these things that I do. My strongest area is working with spirit guides, but working with ancestors is also the strongest area that's on the horizon. And it's growing and constant. I'm looking forward to all of the things that are coming through with ancestors for me. And I am just looking forward to everything here as far as what's happening with aWake and all the things that we'll be able to do to help heal and to help bridge gaps. And the big thing that I just want to mention about mediums is a lot of people have an image of mediums and they're looking at the images that they see on television and movies. And I'm with 2 beautiful, wonderful women here. And the 3 of us are ordinary looking individuals. There's nothing flamboyant about any of us. And that's what mediumship is. Mediumship it's something that could be taken as a normal part of life. And it's something that's basically been taken away by popular culture. So we're here to return it. And I want to play my role to bring that to the forefront through all of the work that I do. So I'm glad to be here doing this today.
All right. So Diane's having a little bit of trouble with her mic. I can introduce a little bit about her. So she's written me some messages here. So Diane, I know, is from Canada. I'm also from Canada. She's out in the Vancouver area. She is a graduate from the Angel Alchemy Academy and went on to do a mentorship. So you're actually looking at 3 generations coming through the Angel Alchemy Academy with Corinne. I was 2021. 2022 was Diane, and I was a mentor for her in that group. And then 2022, then with the latest one, after the Wolf Clan, Diane went on to mentor the group that Aaron just graduated from, and those are the Soaring Eagles. And that just gives me shivers just thinking about it. So she is a natural born medium. She's a multi-talented artist. She really does a lot of her channeling, a lot of her work, and a lot of her information comes through the work of her art and art therapy. She is also a healer, and she does have something that's up for auction. It's that you can bid on so that you can meet with her and work with her one-on-one. I'm really kind of bummed out that her mic isn't working right now, because just in the practice session that Erin and I did together, she is a kick-ass medium. She really truly is. Blew my mind just with the small amount that she was able to speak, and I give her kudos for showing up here today live to bring this to you. This is a big momentous occasion for all of us to be so public with our gifts and our talents, because a lot of us were so suppressed in the energetic field and in who we are. So I will just go on from here to introduce myself a little bit. You've met me a few times. So I am a natural medium as well. I hesitated, as Diane also said, to call herself a medium. We talked about this the other day, and we struggled with that because it has a public image. It has, as Erin was saying, what people preconceive what mediums are, how they work, and what they do. All three of us, when we work with our mediumship, it's all for the highest and best good only. And we always bring messages that are geared towards connecting us. We're all teachers. So when we work with our clients and we work with our people, we don't just expect you to continue to come to us. We're here to teach. We're here to bring our energy, and we're here to bring our magic and bring in the elements of possibilities. Sometimes when you see people have specific gifts and you think, oh gosh, do I have that? Everybody has the ability to do everything. We all have it within us. It's just to varying degrees. And sometimes once in a while you'll meet magical people and you'll think like, oh my gosh, I wish that I could do that, or I wish I had that gift and ability. Being a medium for me has been a double-edged sword again, because the way that I was born, this is also in my lineage. It is in my DNA. My mother is a very, very gifted person, and tried to mask it and hide it as well as she could. But anybody who was within our close family circle, we all knew. It's it's the secret that never really was a secret. But because of the religion and the religious background that we had, we were taught that if it wasn't from God, it was from the devil. So now I'm confronted as being a child that my gifts are, and I can't control it. I don't know what's happening to me. I had all kinds of crazy things. I saw people, I saw animals that weren't there. I had out-of-body experiences, like all kinds of stuff, and I didn't even speak about it. So I became like this child who didn't know, like fearful, and then the fear in my mother, and I feel like that really did shut me down. It was coming forward to the Angel Alchemy Academy and the community, and I know that Diane and Erin also have this too, that it's really this community of acceptance, of finding people who, even if they didn't understand us, were curious and wanted to know more. And the weirder I would get, sometimes they would just like, and when I would say it and they'd say, no, get weirder, like give us it. We want it all. We want to see it all, and so that's the power of, and why I'm here today, because these are the things that Mandy and Corinne are going to be bringing forward. It's like this strong, powerful group of people, the ancestors, the messaging from the ancestors. Quickly, just to channel this through, this was a Samhain. This was the thinning of the veils. And because we have been so disconnected from our ancestors, from ourselves, from our inner nature, for the first time, and I'm Celtic, so this is a Celtic thing. And what it is it's the halfway point between the fall equinox and the winter solstice. The Celtic tradition, they divided the year in half. Half of the year was light, half of the year was dark. Today is the beginning of the darkness. And so this feast that they have the night before, and they had fires and they burned things. So it was nice enough that I had a bonfire. I was crying. I was in a basket case yesterday. I didn't know what was happening to me. But I was like, I got to go to the fire. So I built myself a fire and I sat with it and I wrote some stuff out and I burned it and I did all these intuitive things, brought some stuff out, and cleansed and purified. And the funniest thing that happened through the whole thing, because I've been so disconnected, but for the first time in my life, I am intuitively engaging in this ceremony. And I'm supposed to be a medium. I should have known all about this stuff, but, you know, so disconnected. At the end of it, I got super hungry, super hungry, and I had no feast. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm supposed to have a feast. So thank God for DoorDash. And I just ordered myself a feast delivered to my door. But I realized, like, our ancestors have taught it. They also teach us through their experiences that they want to bring through us. They have walked this path, this up and down that we are walking now. The traditions that our ancestors bring, the connection that we can get from our ancestors brings us all together. So we're going to go through, we want to bring some top tips. So the first top tip was supposed to be coming from Diane. Are you able to talk or no? Okay, so she still can't talk. So I'm going to, these were the tips that we discussed and she wanted to bring forward. We're going to do this super quick, and then we're going to walk us through a quick demonstration of how we would do this. And if one person wants to come forward and put their name in the chat, we can, I don't know if somebody could monitor that and pick a name and just put it into the studio for us so that we can see who the name of the person that we'll be doing this for. So the top tip that Diane wanted to be everybody to bring forward for everybody was self-awareness and awareness of your surroundings. So these are tips not just for mediums, but they are tips for everyone. Sheree, I'm just going to say this out loud. You guys just pick a name and stick it in the chat. Anybody, it can be anybody. So self-awareness. So these are tips. These are not just tips for mediums, though. These are tips for life that our ancestors bring. Be aware of yourself. Check in with yourself every day so that you know what is yours and what is not yours. Because there's a lot of stuff that's going to be perpetually coming at you. You need to know what is mine, what do I own, and what is somebody else's. And then when you see it, you can clear it, move it on, or, you know, if you're in a session, we park things. we can't clear everything. So sometimes I'll see things, I'm like, oh, I'll park that. I got to deal with that later. So energetically, we'll park it. The other thing is to be aware of your surroundings. They're constantly bringing messages. They're constantly trying to communicate with us. They're constantly showing us things. When you ask for these things, then you have to start paying attention. You ask with the intention that you have already received it. So you may be asking for something, and then all of a sudden it's like you have this thought of something that happened yesterday, because they're already bringing you what you need. So awareness of yourself, awareness of your surroundings. Next thing that's very important with dealing with when we're talking specifically about energies coming in, and this is important because I witness myself as an energy field worker. So I really witness what's going on in the field. So boundaries. You command your own space. You own your space and you are in charge of that space. What comes in, you allow to come in. What, if you have energies coming at you, so if you're really in tune, you might find that things are waking you up in the night. And as you get more connected, these things may start happening more and more often. And they may start happening to people who haven't even had these experiences before. If things show up, you only allow what is in your highest and best good. Everything else, out. Very firmly, out. Highest and best good only. And they will respect this. If you call them on it and say, highest and best good, get out of my space, they have no choice but to listen because you command this space. So as you're doing this, it's like, I set a process, and most mediums who work with clients, we have a specific process. I will go in, do my intentions, I'll do my grounding, I'll clear. And as soon as I start going into that space, intuitively, my ancestors, the allies, people showing up know, oh, Heather's open for business. You know, and then at the end, I'd be very clear about closing. It's disconnecting everything, we're done. I want to just pass it over now to Erin to quickly go through the next few steps. I'm trying to think about what time. Could you guys just put it in the chat for me what time our session ends at? Thank you. Go ahead, Erin.
So the next step is with grounding, which is important because you have to ground both above and ground below, so that you have the flow of information coming through you from the earth to the ether and from the ether to the earth. And that flow of information is what maintains your grounding. But then you also want to ground from your heart, which is the center of everything that's flowing through you. So you want to flow out, you want to ground out from your heart in order to make a strong connection, in order to connect with that person and connect with whoever's coming forward to be heard. And then once the grounding is set, the next thing that you want to look at is intention. And I always set an intention for, like Heather, for the highest and best good, and only high vibration can come through for this particular reading every time. There's nothing, when I do a reading, there's never anything low vibrational that's going to come through that reading, because that's a boundary that I set. I'm not going to allow it, because I'm not going to allow someone to be traumatized by what's experienced. So it's always going to be for the greatest good. The next thing is going to be integrity. And with the integrity, everything that comes forward is going to be honest and true. There will be no crossing of boundaries and digging into things that are not meant to be delved into, that are outside of the two individuals, or the individuals that's sitting with me during a reading. And that's very, very important. The next step after that would be trust and surrender. Your trust comes from being able, well, the trust and surrender go together. The information that comes in, the most important thing is to understand how you're receiving information. The clairs are typically how you receive your information. You have clairvoyance, which is clear seeing. Claircognizance is clear knowing. And literally that's where you just know something and you have no idea how you know it, but it's there. And it doesn't have to be explained, you just accept it. Then clairaudience is clear hearing, and clairsentience, which is clear feeling. So those are the primary clairs that are used the most, and they're broad categories. But if you understand how you're getting that information, that allows you to be able to surrender to what's coming in and to be able to put that information out to the person that you're actually sitting and doing the reading with. So then the next thing is to just know and understand it's okay to be wrong sometimes. Every medium, I don't care how long you've been working as a medium, there's sometimes that you're going to be wrong. You can't focus on being wrong. You just have to go forward. If that person says, no, none of this resonates, okay, keep going, because something else will resonate. And the just trusting that something's going to resonate is going to allow everything to flow. So don't focus on that. And also going along with that, it is okay to be terrified. I can honestly speak, and I've learned from other mediums and even people doing other forms in this realm. A lot of times there's a lot of anxiety and discomfort that comes with sitting when you're preparing. And there's definitely anxiety there. It's absolutely normal. Don't let that impact what you're doing, because once you start, all that goes out the window, especially when something resonates. And then also, if you get stuck and that's impacting your being terrified, just make a statement that I'm here to serve, assist, and to heal others. And when you make that statement, that allows everything to flow that may have been stuck for that brief moment because you got focused on the wrong thing during the reading. And then the final things are to have gratitude for the person that you're actually doing the reading for, because they're trusting in you to do the reading and to bring forth things for their greater good. And then you want to acknowledge the spirits that came forward, because the spirits that came forward are very important to that person's growth. and to what they're learning and getting out of the actual session. So you definitely want to acknowledge them. And look, they're ancestors. You want to acknowledge them and make sure that the message gets out there, and also that if it's an ancestor that that person can depend on, to make sure that they know that they can depend on them. And then last, make notes. It's okay to doodle during sessions because that takes your mind out of it. So definitely do those things. And that's everything.
All right. That's like a lot of information you got packed in there in a short period of time. But these are also things like when you're doing work for yourself too. Have all of those things. Like this isn't just with working with other people. It's like when you're wanting to seek messages, it's through the heart space. You're never going to get the messages through your head. They will come through your heart and then to your head. So it's like why we can't hear our ancestors is because our hearts have been so disconnected with trauma and things. So this is why I work with, and we work together in the trauma field as well, because it is my goal not for me to feel the ancestors and know them, because to a certain extent I will. My ultimate goal is that my clients will be able to feel and know and connect up with their own ancestors and their own people. So with this, we're going to do a brief, this is how we're doing a group session, and we live all across different places. So this is how we decided to do it together. And this is how I would do it in a session with a client. So Georgia has volunteered to be, I cannot see, let me see. I can't see the chat. I can only see my chat. So we're just going to do this intuitively. Georgia, if you could type comments or feedbacks for the group, we would super appreciate it. And we're going to do this quick because we only got 10 minutes. So this is like speed dialing. Okay, so if everybody, and I invite everybody also to feel into their space, to call into their ancestors. You can feel into Georgia. She's come forward with permission for us to do this. We call into all the ancestors, allies, guides, all those that are serving in the highest and best good. We call them forward. We call into Georgia, into her space, into her heart space, into what she wants to feel, hear, know, or sense about what is in her highest and best good, connecting into these ancestors. And I just want you, Georgia, and the group to take a nice deep breath into your heart space and just witnessing yourself. And as you blow out, release, cancel, heal anything that is not serving you in your highest and best good. And just another deep breath into your heart space, Georgia. And just releasing. We're going to feel our connection to Mother Earth. I can already feel that you have a really strong root right now coming in, connecting your root chakra to Mother Earth. So the first message coming in that I would give to you, Georgia, is that you are very connected to Mother Earth. This is a source of your healing, and this is a place that you need to go when you're feeling disconnected and when you want to connect with your ancestors. You will find them in nature, and I'm seeing birds and the sound of birds around me. We're going to connect into Creator, bringing in messages from the highest and best good from Creator and Source. And as you now feel into your space, another deep breath into your heart space, and witnessing the core of your essence, of what your highest self wants to bring forward for you. And just imagine this energy coming out through every cell of your being into your energy space around you. And there's a protective bubble. You are safe. You're safe in this container, and you're safe in this space to be open and perceive. I'm going to have you imagine yourself going down a corridor, or you can be walking in the woods. I feel you walking in the woods. So just imagine yourself, Diane, walking through the woods, and it's fall and the leaves are crunching under you, and there's birds around you. And up ahead, there's a door or a portal or an opening. It could be, I feel like standing stone rocks is coming into play here. So I'm feeling, Georgia, that you do have connections with Celtic. So we're just going to go through into this portal through the rocks. And just as you go through the portal, I want you to just take a nice deep breath in and witness your space and witness your energy space around you. And then I'm going to invite messages to come through so if you have any messages, Aaron, you can just start speaking. what's come through immediately for Diane is she's seen paper dolls. And so it's like I can see you playing and you're a child. So there is an energy for me that's coming forward for you, and it's like a grandparent type of energy. I feel like it's a grandmother energy, and this grandmother is very connected to nature. And Diane put water, and I can see water now too. There's a connection to this with water, being by water, or having a connection to the water through this. And it's your connection to this person is just showering you. I feel like it's a grandmother for me that's coming through on the maternal side. And she is, she's got a lot of heart-centered energy, but there's like a constriction in the heart space. So like, I feel like when you're doing work and the healing work that you're doing specifically now within the energetic field is directly related to your maternal line, and healing that's coming through is coming through. And there was a lot of, there's sadness related to this. And they're just acknowledging sadness. And when you're feeling sad, I feel like this is where the elements of the nature and the water are really coming through. Do you have any messages, Aaron?
Yeah, I'm getting a masculine energy, and he's actually showing a parade of plants and herbs that he's showing and pointing out. I'm also getting him walking with you along a path where there's trees, there's shrubs, and there's a lot of things growing. And now I'm actually getting mushrooms as well, or things in that category. And he's basically clearly pointing out certain things. And it's almost as if he's telling you that these are things that you can do. And if this is something that you were thinking about, it's something that you are very well in a position to do and take on, and not to limit what your capacity is in this area. And he's basically going back through all those things again. So if there's a consideration there, you're definitely connected with the earth as well. And he's still continuing to point out the same things. So I don't know if that's something that you were considering or something that you dealt with, but his energy is very strong, and he's definitely pointing those things out.
I've really picked up on that earth energy as well. Like as soon as, because we had talked about like I was going to do the hallway, and then it's like Diana said, well, sometimes nature, and it was like right away I was in nature. Right away it was like I could see the leaves and the plants and the rocks and the connection to the earth. And as soon as you were talking about the herbs, it's like my energy field really lit up. So it's like whether it's working with herbs or incorporating more herbs or herbal medicine into life as well could be a thing. I feel like the male energy and the female energy are some way connected, so it could be along the same genetic line. It may or may, it's definitely along the same genetic line.
I agree.
And Diane has picked up, she sees this person crafting something, working in nature, definitely picked up a feminine energy as well, and saw old sweater and glasses. That was a whirl. Don't you feel like that was a whirlwind? I feel like that was a whirlwind of energy. So we just wanted to really come here today to really showcase the possibilities of what different, and even if you've never considered yourself to be a medium, everything about the energy field as I see it and witness it expanding is that all of these things are opening up for everybody. And the way to is through your heart and through community. And this again is the power of the community that Corinne is bringing forward. Erin and Diane and I are like super hopeful that there will be a mediumship circle, that because we're all like we want to put our name on the list right now, because it's like a passion for all of us. Not only are we all mediums, but we are all gifted teachers and healers as well. And we just wanted to come today to show you the possibilities of, oh, Diane said mediums are translators. Yeah, we do. We help translate some things. You know, if you're feeling confused or you've got stuff, you don't know what's happening, a medium can be a really good place to go to help you to find those deeper answers. But ultimately through the practices that are going to be part of this community, and you're going to hear them over and over again, is the connection to your ancestors, the connections to your roots, you know. And if you're going to practice Samhain, make sure you got a feast, or you've got skip the dishes on speed dial, because you're going into winter to hibernate, you know, you're going into the darkness, so you got to, like, you know, it's like a bear, you feed the soul. And the fall time is really about letting go of the old and then feeling into the new. Georgia says, yes, I've overcome so much resistance due to grounding and being in my own body and inner work and being more an allowance of the gifts that I share. Yeah, it's the grounding, really feeling connected to the earth and connected to yourself is really amazing. So I think that is the end of this particular segment. I think in the transition period for things now. So thank you so much, Erin. Thank you so much to Diane. It's really unfortunate that you didn't get to hear Diane's voice, but and I'm really glad that we had an opportunity to connect up ahead of time, so that we could share those messages. And now I have Lynn joining me for this transition. I should have put I have mine upstairs, but I'm so flipping hot right now after that. Mediumship stuff makes me like get super hot sometimes.
I was going to say, yeah, whenever I'm doing that mediumship and stuff like that, I get very warm. So, but I'm a little chilled at the moment. So
nice. So I made some notes. So again, with the stuff that's coming up next, let me just find my notes here. Sorry, I didn't realize I'd be a little bit discombobulated after.
No, we're just talking about some of the silent auction things.
Okay.
So I wanted to talk about a lot of our those handcrafted items that are in there, along with your beautiful wands. So much different. And I love how, like, the different feathers, right, represent different things.
Yes.
Different stones. The different, the handle, whether it's a wood or antler or stone, or they all represent a different type of energy.
Yeah. So these ones have goose feather in them. And the goose is like one of the most underestimated birds, I'm telling you. But the power of the goose, first of all, they're very fantastic to use in a wand like this that you're going to be using, because they're strong and they're sturdy and they're made to travel long distances. So they're a really good foundational thing, but they also bring in that collaboration. They are about community. They are about following your intuition, your inner guidance, about knowing, you know, they move, so they're open to shifting and changing and movement within the energy field, and they generally are a calm, quiet animal that gets along with other animals. So yeah, there's everything about them brings their energy. Like the deer horn will bring in the element and energy of deer medicine. The muskrat, which I didn't know much about before I used it, is such a powerful totem. That will bring elements to it. The peacock feathers, you know, the eyes, the wisdom, the third. This really works with the third eye here. So yeah, everything does. And I just love, like, I didn't even realize when you made your runes that you made them out yourself, like out of like different elements. That's
I do.
So cool.
And so the same thing with runes. I mean, runes are they're a personal teacher, right? They're They're just a oracle to help us with the teacher within us.
These
And
have runes on them too, actually.
yeah, I love that. And they're such an ancient symbol. And my favorite thing is that each type of tree also represents a certain type of energy.
Awesome.
And it can be very personal to you. I've made them out of cottonwood trees. I had someone, I made some redwood from the California redwoods.
Wow.
I have a lot that I'm making out of aspen. Yeah, and they all have a very particular energy.
Cool.
So
I just wanted to highlight quickly before we go, because we only have a couple minutes, other things that are available in the auction, handmade. There's one person who's made a bunch of salves, like there's 4 different ones. Medicinal medicine, awesome. Drum. Mandy, if you want something powerful, Mandy has a handmade drum is on that auction. There's coaching. Calvin, you've met Calvin. If you want some coaching one-on-one with Calvin, bid on that. I want to bid on them all. Like, I'm like, what the heck? Akashic Amber has her Akashic records. If you want to meet with Amber and get to know more about the Akashic records, that's up for auction. We've got all kinds of healing, splunking. If I'm like, how do I get myself to Utah to get into that cave? Dancing with Romy. There's jewelry, there's tarot cards, there's all kinds of amazing stuff. Next coming up, we have Scott coming in with Corinne, and we're going to talk about the big D. And this is a huge passion for myself and Lynn heading into this. Lynn being just being certified.
Our schedule for the rest of the day, and I'm so glad, Heather and Aaron and Diane, that you guys are wondering if we're going to do some mediumship, because we need circle leaders for that. So yes, the answer is officially yes. Okay. So we are looking forward to having that as part of our virtual villages, and how we can support each other and connecting with our ancestors in that lineage. And learning how to really, get back to our roots, as far as like, this ancestor stuff just comes natural. It's in there, but really celebrating our ancestors, and this is a great lead-in. Hi, Scott.
Hi.
Great lead-in, because when we learn how to really acknowledge the ancestors, and today's Dia de los Muertos, which I forgot to mention this morning, which is, the Mexican celebration of this veil thinning, and it's just can be so supportive. But again, it has to feel right for you. But we're lucky to have encountered. I know for me, I feel really, I guess, blessed to not just encounter the angels, but to also now have, more medicine, more allies to work with, and the ancestors is just like, wow, family. It's family. Kind of supporting us and coming together. So next we have Scott.
Hi, Scott.
Hi, Scott.
Hello.
How are you? This is Scott Owings. So he's going to be talking about the D word. And Scott, first tell us a little bit about who you are, what you do. He's actually one of our board members, but tell us a little bit about yourself, and also this hot topic, like why death? So many people are running from this conversation. And so why are you like in the front lines of this one?
Well, first of all, it's so good to be with both of you, and thank you for the invite. I've enjoyed listening in this morning. So yeah, I've been a Christian missionary, minister, chaplain, professor, a whole host of things over the past 30 years. And met Corinne a couple of years ago, and forever grateful about that connection, and meeting Mandy recently as well. But yeah, the topic of death has been sort of close to my heart for really a long time, and can talk about that. But it certainly is something that our culture doesn't like to talk about. And I've worked in hospital settings as well. I've been a hospice chaplain. And yeah, as Corinne and I were talking, we thought, well, maybe that would be a topic to discuss today. And it is great timing since we just had the Day of the Dead, and then the Christian tradition yesterday was All Saints Day. As in so many things, Christians kind of come along later and borrow from indigenous traditions. And All Saints Day is certainly one of those, sort of taking this amazing thing and highlighting not just the reality of death, but how our ancestors and saints are with us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's amazing. I didn't realize that it's All Saints Day, according to them. And this is one of our celebrations of the ancestors, little disco club. And then, we also have the telebones, Scott, which you're familiar with as well.
Yes.
Yeah. And yeah, so thank you for this, because like at this property here in particular, we work with this spirit, this compassionate spirit of death. And I know you've had your own experiences here as well. But yeah, where would you like to start with the D word?
You tell me. I'm happy to go whatever direction. I guess one thought is just, why is it that our culture and we as individuals don't talk about it? And I think it has to do with fear, maybe first and foremost, that dying is not an easy thing. In fact, it's probably our biggest test that we'll ever have to face, is our own death. And so something that is so challenging and really is, being around a lot of dying people and watching that process, it's not easy to die. And so it makes sense that our culture doesn't like to talk about it, because it is a really hard thing, and we don't really like hard things. I think another maybe reason why we don't like to talk about the D word is because as a culture, as opposed to maybe other cultures, we're so driven by success and by productivity and accomplishing things. And in the dying process, we're not doing anything. It seems to be a failure. And so our healthcare system, we just pour millions, if not billions of dollars into keeping people alive at the end, when really it's really just prolonging death. And so yeah, our whole medical system is geared to try to keep people alive. And in fact, our medical profession sees death as a failure. And it really, really across all sort of religions, death is not a failure. It's part of life. And the sooner we come to that awareness that we're dying. One of my favorite quotes is from the Tibetan Book of the Living and the Dead. If you don't have that book, that's high on my suggested list. But one of my favorite quotes from there is, once we realize we're dying and all sentient beings are dying with us, then life takes on a preciousness, and that everything and everyone is sacred. And so, despite how our culture and sometimes even our religions, Christianity in particular, has sort of shied away from talking about death, it really is something that we need to face, and to realize that actually there's some real healing that comes through the process and then after the process of dying.
Right.
So,
And
Scott, on that note, what do you think would be helpful for people as far as creating a more intimate relationship with death, where it in a process of not seeing it as an enemy, but more as a sacred transition?
Yes. Two things come immediately to mind, Mandy. One is go to funerals. Funerals for me are these sacred ceremonies, and sometimes they can be pretty cheesy. But even the cheesy ones, I think it's really a good thing to do. I always say, just if you have a friend or relative that dies, and there's a funeral, always go, because it sort of forces us to pause and think about this life that was with us for a time, and to celebrate this life. But it's also a funeral. Its purpose, I think, is also to remind us that it's not if death comes for us, but when death comes.
Exactly.
And that we too, one day soon, will be, having our own funeral. So I think that's one practical thing we can do. I'm a Christian pastor, but I try to live out of my Buddhist side. And one of the things that the Buddhists say is that the most important meditation we can do is on our own death. And so, there's some great resources out there, but one thing in particular we can do, and I'm actually teaching about this tomorrow at my church, is to take a few minutes and to think about to meditate on your own death. And what are 2 things that at the end of your life you could look back and say, that was a really good thing that either I did or that I experienced. And I did that again last night, and it kind of moved me and kind of brought me to tears. And it doesn't have to be anything big or elaborate. It may be, it was just these memories of like, oh yeah, I took dinner to my neighbor when they got out of the hospital or something. It doesn't have to be big, but just pay attention to what sort of memories come to mind. And it's a very profound experience to not only think about it, but like when you look back on your life, what are you most proud of? And what comes from that is this immense gratitude. And also kind of just reminded me yesterday when I did it, it's like, oh, this is what I want to do more of.
Yes.
Moving
forward. And I think, I love that query so much. And again, like some of our deepest teachings and our deepest guides that can really inform how we are to live as individuals is in queries like this, these uncomfortable, peculiar queries that doesn't have to be uncomfortable. It's just, it's inevitable, this final skin shedding. And then what was really good. And, there's that study, I forget the name, is it Bonnie? She's someone who facilitated a lot of deaths in the hospital, right? There's the 5 regrets of the dead and dying. And she sat and so many different people in their final skin sheddings. And some of the topics that would come open over and over again. And I have the list here. It's I wish I had the courage to live a life that's true to myself. Like when you understand that this life is the celebration, which is one of the things that life is the ceremony. And you put it in a really beautiful way, which I said, it's the final sacrament. It's the final ceremony of this particular being able to inhabit this meat suit. And when this meat suit is done, to start embracing it as a ceremony. And how maybe every day, every big transition that we go through is preparation. So if you're someone that resists big change in your life, big transitions, what the ancestors showed me was that this is also just resisting death, in a certain way. So if you can get skilled at surrendering, at just going, oh, okay, well, at a certain point, it's just fuck it. Let's just go with where things are driving and see what happens. Another regret And do you know this list? Scott, have you heard
Yes.
of this? Right? I wish I hadn't worked so hard. That was number 2,
Mm.
right? Number 3 was I wish I had the courage to express my feelings, which, we have been kind of sheltered in this way or suppressed in the way to speak our truth, especially the uncomfortable truths to our closest, even to our closest companions. If we can't speak those truths to those folks, can we even speak the truth to ourselves? That's the real question. I wish I had stayed in touch with my friends. How many of you guys are so busy that you're having you challenged? I wish I had let myself be happier. Again, that list of 5 are things that this woman had heard so many times over and over again. Scott, what are the themes that come up, in your caretaking for people who are crossing the threshold or soon to cross the threshold? Any of those themes come up for you? What have you noticed?
For sure. And, regrets are part of life. And anybody who says that they don't have any regrets is lying, because we all have them. But I mean, as a bedside sort of chaplain, I typically, we listen to what people are saying, of course, but then gently sort of shifting the focus to, well, what are you proud of? Or tell me about a couple of your favorite moments of your life. And, as we're getting closer, those things I think do come into focus, and it does help with the transition. Yeah.
What might you tell people or give anybody tips and pointers on? It's like how we as humans might be able to more fully embrace death as more of an ally to help us feel more alive? Do you have suggestions? How can we embrace death as a co-dog, as an ally to help us live life more fully?
Yes. Well, I think this sort of nature, I know that's come up a lot today, that everything in nature is living or dying. And so just paying attention, in particular for me, it's been over the past year, paying attention to the moon. And, it started, a year or so ago when I was, it'd been a tough season, and had been sort of become acquainted with darkness, both in its sort of heaviness and as well as its sort of beauty. And somehow just contemplate this sort of seeing the moon has really helped me in sort of this awareness of how just as the moon goes through these 8 phases, from just a little bit of light to more light, waxing and waning, all the way back to the new moon where we can't see her at all. For me, the moon is this, first of all, brings about this sense of awe, like, wow, this is amazing, inspiring. And I think all of nature has that potentiality to inspire us if I have eyes to see. But then the moon in particular, it tells the story of life and death and birth, that it starts with birth, and then we grow and become more vibrant and full. We're moving into fullness, and then as we begin to wane, and that's part of this cycle, and that just as the moon, that I love the moon as well, because she just keeps going, and which I think is a beautiful symbol for the death is never the final word.
On repeat. She's on repeat.
It's not the final word. Something I wanted to point out earlier that I always find peculiar about, how you said earlier that Christians have a hard time talking about death. But what's has been fascinating, and a fascinating query around this, is that their central image is Jesus dead on a cross. So if it was like a space alien from another culture coming to look at the Christians, they would go, this is obviously a death cult. And so it's almost like the shadow, or like the roots of, they focus on the resurrection, right? And then the suffering and the sacrifice, but the subtext is there still from the traditional roots of these traditions, right? Which was probably a healthier relationship, as you were saying. They kind of extracted some of the quote unquote pagan, more earth friendly traditions, ancestor worship, and now this healthy relationship with death, which is this understanding that it just doesn't end. It transforms, So what's your take on the fact that from all appearances, it might look like a death cult when you look at what everybody's wearing around around their neck, right?
The cross. Yeah. I mean, that's true. I mean, we can be imbalanced, and of course, when we do that psychologically or spiritually and don't focus on, the whole picture. But I think, Christianity at its best, talks about both death and resurrection.
Yes.
And my experience is maybe Christians, they have that opportunity if they go every week to think about death and new life. It happens in the sacraments, that they both go together, that death
joined
and life join. That's right.
Yeah.
And so, maybe it's just to make sure we're not sort of overly focused on one or the other. I mean, too much focus on death isn't good either, And but the balance, I think, is key.
Yeah, and I mean, again, another teaching directly from the moon, right? Where
Right.
you see it all kind of coming into play. And I think as I've been, because I've been learning more and more about the compassionate spirit of death, and it was in a way news to me that death wasn't the spirit of death. I'm specifically talking about is a very compassionate spirit, because in a way it's gotten a lot of bad press. It's like, oh, the Grim Reaper's coming for me, but the actual presence of it is quite can be very just warm and fuzzy and just supportive through our big transitions. This includes if you have a marriage that's coming to its close, and when we resist the transition of that, and but inviting in the presence of the moon or the dark side of the moon, or whatever symbols you want to use to come and support this process in the most compassionate, gentle, beautiful way, as opposed to resisting the change that's kind of coming upon us. And sometimes we have really cataclysmic changes in our lives, and it's really hard. And I found that working specifically with however you want to frame the spirit of death, it could just even be this part of the moon, that it really can support these processes.
Yes. And that it's not final,
Yeah.
I mean, that dying phase is not the end.
Right. It's a teacher, right? About our cycles of transformation and our cycles of renewal. It's a teacher.
Yes. I did a big project a number of years ago. It was part of my doctoral work on spiritual friendship with the dying. And it was, I learned so much from it, just researching death and dying. But the part that I found most helpful is what the dying have to teach us. And I guess, kind of back to your earlier question, Mandy, about what can we do? I think for me, just sort of being with the dying has really helped, because they do have lessons to teach us, not just the physically dying, but also, dying of a relationship or the death of a dream, that if we can sort of sit with people or even sit with ourselves as we're going through that, it helps us with this lesson of trying to let go, which is the hardest thing ever, right? because we tend to want to grasp and control things. But what I learned so much from the dying is that they know how to let go. They're having to let go, and the sooner we can do it, the better.
Because then we can live
Then
or
we can
renew or go through another actually really natural cycle that's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. And it is happening in all types of ways, not just our physical.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, because it's so hard to find healthy models for these transitions and with families that are really dealing and working with a family member that's coming to a transition. I mean, there's still such a culture of secrecy, what I'm seeing with some of our elders, especially of certain generations, that there's sometimes this shame, and they don't want their children to know. These are grown ass like children, like kids in their 50s. Don't tell them I don't want them to worry. And so they find out at the last second and then are left with this grief of like, oh, I didn't get to like really process this with my parent. What advice also do you have for families surrounding someone on how we can generate a different kind of how we can hold this process differently for our crossed over loved ones, and also like how we deal with the grief too.
Instead of like withholding, how we can hold it rather than withholding, like this death is or this illness or something is a secret.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, just starting the conversation, is really good. There's a great little booklet out there called The 5 Wishes, which I highly recommend. You can order them online, and it whether you're dealing with a loved one who's dying or just now, and you're just kind of starting to think about it, it's good to start thinking about what are your sort of wishes as you sort of start getting towards the end. And it's a simple booklet, super user friendly, and it's actually accepted as in the medical field too, as sort of provide what the patient's wishes are about life support and that sort of thing. So that, I mean, just trying to start the conversation. A year or two ago at our church, we started a death cafe, which is an idea that kind of started in England, where you invite a few friends over for dinner and you talk about death.
Interesting.
I've got a men's group that meets on Friday mornings, and we each take a week to share what's our funeral song.
Oh, wow.
And so, we start thinking about what's the song you want played at your funeral.
My children already know mine. I'm ahead of the game. It's Africa's Toto. Toto's Africa. Just for fun, so they can't get through it without laughing first. But so we have a playlist going. So every time they hear that song now, they're like, "Oh, brother, mom's gonna
Here we go. Guess we better keep that in our back pocket for later."
Yeah.
Do you feel like this little because I think it's so applicable to our mini deaths that we experience in our lives. And this booklet sounds like it could be helpful. It might be talking about our physical transition, and we can apply it to, as Corinne was saying earlier, our death of a relationship, or I think Scott, you said like the death of a dream or something like that we can not hide those processes or keep them secret or quiet. Like, I can't tell anybody how disappointed I am, or because XYZ.
Yes, and grief too. I mean, I guess we've touched on that, but it's grief is, of course, part of this whole conversation, because as we start to think about dying, there's this anticipatory grief, and then of course when we lose a loved one, there's grief around, well, they're not really with us. So there's a lot of things connected to it. But I guess maybe, I know we're about out of time, but just maybe the last thing to say is I think how we die is potentially our greatest gift to our loved ones. And you think about heroes, through history, thinking about Jesus in particular, how he died was his greatest gift.
Wow.
And if we can sort of think about death in that way, that it is potentially our greatest gift, I think that would be pretty revolutionary.
Oh yeah, I love it. And I like to think of it as for me, because I've done a lot of repatterning for myself, like, doing healing work about that for myself. It
Yeah.
feels like the final offering to Great Spirit, like the final gift that I'm giving back to to Mother Earth for this, for letting me borrow this meat suit, for as long as possible. But the final gift, the final offering, and I love the idea of going into contemplation about these things. It really has helped me personally. But something I wanted to say about how another universal about how our the indigenous of all lands, including in Europe, one of the ways that they worked with this ceremony of our final skin shedding, as I like to say it, is by creating ceremony and ritual around it. And this includes, of course, in church, but beforehand, little mini offerings, or after someone who's been close to us has transitioned, to go outdoors and do your connection and light a candle, and to keep it. Doesn't always have to be at the gravesite, doesn't always have to be this big old shebang. It could just to be these little moments really help support the grieving process, and to gather those folks who loved this person too, and to go into your own way of going into ceremony. Seems to have helped all of our people, and also stay connected with the ancestors that do cross over.
Yes, because they're with us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
and I really love what you said about how it can be the greatest gift to our loved ones as well. Us considering this, contemplating how we die, how we might die.
Yeah, and embracing this.
Beautiful.
I love it. Scott, thank you so much. And I'm so excited to hear us as a community get together inside of our kind of our members area to kind of deep dive into this, and to have more open conversations about this with our community members. And even if we don't, we're all in the same boat here. We're all headed towards this final skin shedding. So how can we create even community around this topic, and kind of toss it around and come up with I want to hear your guys' song, song of choice.
Yeah,
but I look forward to more of these conversations, and just, there's a lot of people who actually know that they want to be death doulas in midwives. So supporting that process along the way as well. So thank you so much, Scott.
My honor to be with you.
What a combo. Right, just like these taboo conversations, right? These things that are so hard to talk about, and creating space for everybody to be able to talk about that in a way that's truly about belonging.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna do another shameless plug here. Plug moment, auction. I'm in a few bidding wars right now. Oh my!
You are? For what? What are you bidding war? Worrying about?
I'm not saying, because I do not want to draw any more attention, because I want to win.
Of course.
But there's some like powerful services out here that I've never experienced before, and I'm here for that. I'm here for that. I'm on a service train right now.
You are, yeah. I mean, we have business coaching. We have all kinds of healing. We have mediums and channels in there. We have, what else? We have handmade products, jewelry. Mm-hmm. We have bat houses.
I know, I read that.
Yeah.
I had a double click, and I was like, what?
I know.
What is this bat situation?
I know. Oh, we also have 2 copies of my 2 books, The Angel Experiment and Angel Wealth Magic. And I'm going to personalize and sign those copies for anybody who would like, for whatever reason, one of those. People are putting bids shockingly down, so feel free.
People love your books.
Yeah, they do. The ones who read them actually do like them. I know, it's amazing.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. Are we ready for our next segment, or we need some more city chat?
City chat. Yeah, I think we're ready. And so you guys check out the silent auction. And also we are looking for supporters. We're looking for members to join us in community so we can chew on these awesome conversations and support our mission here to reach more people so that we can support more people in really reclaiming and rebuilding their roots and really take over their connection with the spirit world and build a healthier relationship with the earth, with themselves, and really with community, which is what this is about. It takes a village. So we have our next
Yeah, we're doing some group ancestral healing.
Hi. Thank you, Corin and Calvin. Everything we've talked about today has been so amazing. I've been making so many notes. I like the Death Cafe. I thought that was brilliant. And I love that death is not the final word. I love it. So I want to welcome everybody. This is, we're going to be doing an ancestral healing. So it's going to be a very active segment here where I really want you to experience this. And with me today, I have Lynn. Lynn is the founder of A Blooming Heart. She is a luminary, a facilitator in training, a psychopump, an artist, a healer, a grandmother. Goodness, it just goes on and on and on. And you've seen her all day today, but in case you just popped in, I wanted to reintroduce her. So if you'd like to say hi, Lynn. Would you like to say something, Lynn?
Yes,
Sorry.
thank you, Leilani, for thank you so much. I'm just super glad to be here to work with the ancestors and healing, because it was a very big part of my own healing. So,
yay! Thank you, Lynn. We also have Carrie, and Carrie is the founder of Apothecary. I love that name. She is a mystic, a healer, a medicine woman, a mommy, an angel. An energy counselor, angel healer. Goodness, if you want to say hi, Carrie.
Hello, everyone. I am so happy to be here as well. I love working with the ancestors and they love working with me. And I can't wait to see what kind of healing we're bringing forth for those that join today's session.
Excellent. And just, I didn't mention, I am a graduate from the Wolf Clan with Diane that you saw earlier. My mentor was Heather, who's also here. And then I had the privilege to mentor both Lynn and Carrie. So it was just amazing experience. The Angel Alchemy Academy is so transformative, and it just gave me, all of us, just to witness the awakening and the transformation in others. The surrendering to spirit was just so beautiful. Even when Scott was saying something that, make a list of stuff you're grateful for in life, immediately that was my thing. The academy was amazing, and then to have that opportunity to share and mentor, oh my goodness, so grateful. So that being said, Danielle is also here, and she's the founder of the Flowering Owl Energy Healing. She's an intuitive angel healer, and she's also the owl, right? You're with the owl with Heather. You both did it together. So if you'd like to say hi, Danielle.
Hi, it's good to be here. Thank you. It's such an honor.
I love that we have the two owls, and then we have some golden eagles. And I'd like to introduce Heather, as if you don't know who she is already. She is so amazing, so amazing. She's taught me personally so much, and just gave me so much support in this journey, right? That's ongoing. So thank you, Heather. And you have some amazing things in the auction, which when I'm done here, I'm going to go in there and start and keep bidding. So if you'd like to say hi again, real quick.
Sure, I'll say hi again. I do have a business as well. Angel Essence Healing is my business. And I am also a healer, mentor, teacher, medium, energy field worker. My latest thing is galactic astrology, which Danielle was pivotal in kicking me off on that journey with her Vedic astrology. So, yeah.
Oh, that's fascinating. I love it. Thank you, Heather. So today, like I said, it's going to be very, it's going to be an active session. So I do want to lead you through some relaxation and some grounding so you can truly be present and feel and receive this healing. Feel it, receive it, honor yourself. It is powerful. What we're going to do is I'm going to start with the relaxation exercises, and then we're going to go into each one of these beautiful alchemists and intuitives to provide you with some of the healing. And then after everyone's gotten some intuitive information, what's coming in for them, for you, they're going to share it and send some healing. And then towards the end, we'll just wrap it up with some gratitude and celebration, really. If I have your permission, that's what we're going to do. So we're going to get started. I want you to be very comfortable, obviously. Take a deep breath in through the nose, very slowly, about 4 breaths. And you're going to hold it for a couple of breaths. And then you're going to release through your mouth as if you're blowing out through a straw. Slowly, slowly, trying to make that twice as long as the inhale to totally let go of any tension in your body. This will allow you to be present. I want you to do that again. Take a deep breath in through the nose. And hold it. And release. Surrendering, letting go of any busy thoughts, of any tension in your body. Just letting go and being here present with us to receive healing. Do it one more time. Take an inhale deeply through the nose. I want you to hold it and release. Letting go of any tension. Now that you are present, I did want to share some information about ancestral healing. It is known that with epigenetics, the study of how the environment and things that happen in your life affect you, that the trauma can leave molecular imprints in your DNA, and it could potentially alter the gene expression, leading into manifesting like stress, mental health disorders, fears, low self-worth, and even physical health, problems with your physical health. So taking that into mind, if you have something that you know that you would like to heal and release, please put it in the comments. You can put that in the comments now, and then we will set the intention of releasing that and healing that. So feel free to put anything that you want to release in there. Okay, now that we're present in this moment right now, we're going to extend some roots into the earth and just ground ourselves. So we're fully into our body, and we're here to receive the healing. So extend some roots from the bottom of your feet and the base of your spine all the way down to the earth, anchored into Mother of the Earth and the earth. Bring that beautiful energy up into your heart, and you anchor yourself up to the universe above and allow the divine light and energy to flow within you and expand in your heart. Feel that beautiful light within. And relax all the muscles in your body, allowing yourself to receive. Take a deep breath in and let go. And I don't know, Carrie, if you just saw any comments coming through of anything in particular that anyone might have.
Well, we've got Rebecca and Marlene and Deborah that are saying hello to everyone. And Shonda said she's got some guilt over what she cannot control.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. Okay, I'm going to hand it off to you, Lynn, so you can share some healing.
Yes, thank you, Leilani. in connecting with ancestors, what's coming through right now at the moment, especially over what Shawanda said, guilt over what we can't control. I think it's good to remember that our ancestors are our family. And what comes with family sometimes can be shame or blame. Sometimes we feel like we're carrying a burden for our family. There's all kinds of this family trauma that can come through. And what I'm feeling is that we just need to remember that our ancestors are our family. And they are us. They're also a part of us. And I always believe that we all actually come from all the same ancestors. But if you want to work on trauma from recent ancestors, what I'm hearing is the best place to start is forgiveness. Forgiveness. If we cannot forgive our family or our ancestors, how are we ever to forgive ourselves? Also, I'm hearing that it is not ours to carry, that our ancestors are always cheering us on. And they want us to be happy. They want us to feel loved. They want us to have better than they had. And in through this forgiveness and being grateful for what they have done in the times that they were able to do it in. And if we can have that forgiveness and be grateful for what they endured, it helps us heal what we have endured and what we need to forgive within ourselves. And so, Shawanda, as we don't have control over it. That's the thing. The only thing we really have control over is our reaction to it. I used to find that when I thought about my ancestors, it used to bring me shame. But it no longer brings me shame because I have forgiven them and knowing that they did the best they can. And that with each generation, that we hope that we just get a little better, that we can forgive them and forgive ourselves. I also, I had pulled a card earlier for this specific time, and I came up with the white buffalo woman. And the white buffalo woman comes from the Lakota heritage. And I found it actually quite endearing that the number on the card was 44. And my mother was born in 1944, and she was always loved the numbers 444, right? So I just find it kind of ironic in this time when we're talking about ancestors that my mother came through as well. And I just know that in dealing with our ancestors and being able to really look inward at them within ourselves and having that forgiveness really helps you open the heart. And it starts that healing journey and healing all those ancestor wounds that we have all brought forth for probably lifetimes. And it just takes one little step at a time. You just have to start somewhere. And even if it's just forgiving your recent, maybe ancestors who have passed. There's also lots of tools. Leilani, you're one that taught me a beautiful tool of a meditation where I went and saw a whole line of ancestors. There were all these men lined up on one side, all the women lined up on another side. And what I was able to see was what they endured in their time. And through that meditation, I felt so much love for them. And I believe that it was that loving them and thanking them and being grateful for them is what broke my curse of the burden of the ancestral trauma. And there's all different kinds of ways that you can do that. I do it every morning. A little ritual I like to do in the mornings is my ancestors, I guess, liked tobacco and coffee. So I will go out and pour a little coffee on, by my pine tree or my aspen tree, and then I offer a little tobacco. And I just thank them every morning. And I have found that in that process, they come through now and talk with me quite often. And they'll also come through for others when I'm healing or working with people. And so it's just these little things that have been such a beautiful tool to be able to connect with our ancestors, but yet not carry the burden forward. So I hopefully that helped, Shawanda. We can control what we think and how we let it affect us, but you can't control others and what they have done. So
thank you, Lynn.
Yes,
Yes.
Shonda said she gets that card kind of often, and she woke up at 4:44 this morning.
Oh my goodness. I just got goosebumps from head to toe. Oh, see, it's a beautiful thing when we can connect with the ancestors. I mean, it's, you can't make this stuff up, right? Isn't that what we talk about? Like literally the number on there, yes, is 44. So beautiful. Thank you, Shawanda.
Thank you, Lynn. And Carrie?
Yes, Marlene said, so beautiful. And then we had Deborah said she has some heart and throat chakra from trauma. And Rebecca says she would like to clear abandonment issues and the issues related to that. And then Shauna just said confirmation. So what came through for me as I was listening to Lynn, a lot of the same things, I'm getting goosebumps even as I just start talking, is love and light and joy and peace, healing, releasing the burden, and feeling the love from the ancestors. This is what they said they wanted to come through or bring through for everyone. Getting more and more goosebumps on this. And same as Lynn said, giving offerings. And it can be formal, like Lynn's pouring coffee and giving tobacco. I put fruit out for my ancestors. And sometimes I'm just lazy and I just bless them and thank them. And I also got that the ancestors are standing behind us, holding us up. They're dropping hints and placing tools. And the tools that they were showing me were gardening tools like hoes and rakes and shovels. So what type of garden can you cultivate for yourself? And then this actually came through when I saw yours, Rebecca, is you've never been truly abandoned. You've always been held in their heart meaning your ancestors. And what appears to be abandonment was here to help you know your strength and your true power and how to believe in yourself. So it's like the saying goes, when you ask for patience, you're not given patience, you're giving situations that test your patience and help you learn patience. So that's what came through on that. And let me check in on anything for Deborah as well. I'm getting a lot of healing, Deborah, a lot of blue light coming in through your throat chakra, and a lot of swirling around of Archangel Michael and Archangel Raphael around your head, your neck, your throat, and going down into your heart, because they said that it's affected your heart too, and they're doing some clearing on that to clear those pathways, both front and back. And there's a lot in the back from past trauma there. And Shonda says, that's beautiful. Thank you. There's just sharing what's coming through. And I'm getting a lot for this whole group right now. Sunflowers. It's sunshine, and it's a lot of harvest. It's a lot of abundance and wealth. And again, they're saying things, and then they're showing me turning over dirt. So things that might not appear as they are, there's a process going on. So when we're tending to a garden, sometimes it looks like your seeds aren't sprouting, then one day, poof, they burst up through the soil, and you've got these beautiful plants that are growing up and out And a lot of what they're also saying is tending to yourself. So I've got a gardening theme going with me here. A lot of it is how can you tend to yourself and heal yourself and help yourself and forgive yourself? Because the more you forgive yourself, that forgiveness also translates back to your ancestors, both forward and backwards. And that the love that you're sharing with yourself and the love that you give yourself also translates forwards and backwards to your ancestors before you, your ancestors in front of you, known and unknown. And they're just surrounding everyone in so much light right now. There's this beautiful, beautiful radiant light surrounding everyone. And you're welcome, Rebecca and Deborah. You're feeling the healing energy clearing more layers. Yay. And they're showing me cake. So like a layered cake. So cake's sweet, right? Sometimes you have too much of it. Shonda's saying she's seen sunflowers everywhere she turns. And then CB said sunflowers came in the morning meditation, and you really can't make this stuff up. So I love it that, there's such a warm, yummy growth energy that's coming through for me, for the ancestors, and from the ancestors to everyone. I'm also saying as we're going into winter, like we're in that in-between state. We just had Samhain. So we're moving from harvest and getting ready to go underground. And there is a lot to be said for going underground and going within. And in the dark, things grow. If we think about it, we all came from a womb, and it's dark in the womb. And we're growing in the womb. We're growing underground as plants and seeds in that dark, moist soil. And that the sunshine, this radiance, this light is going to help us come up and out. And Rebecca says she's been seeing way more sunflowers in the last 2 days too. And it almost makes me want to cry. When I read that, Rebecca, the ancestor said it says smiling down on you. So they're all just smiling down on everyone and sharing their love. They're saying they're sharing their lives. That's just, they're so proud of everyone and watching, even through the trials and tribulations, the growth. And they're showing an image of a toddler. Toddlers stumble and fall, and we never think that's a bad thing, right? But as kids are learning to grow or to walk and run, they fall a lot, but they just pick themselves up and keep going. And most of the time, I'd say 99% of the time, parents are encouraging. So they're encouraging us, those stumbles, those falls, those trips. They're learning experiences, and they're things that are helping us grow and become stronger.
Thank you, Carrie. And Heather, would you like to share for a couple of minutes that we have left?
Sure. I just have something quick. All the beautiful messages coming in. The one that struck me was from Rebecca. I just have to. And she was talking about being abandoned. So this is something that came up for me huge. Being from Canada, and there's a lot of people from the United States and colonies like Australia here. What the ancestor showed me was when we came onto this land, the indigenous culture was supplanted, and there's a lot of trauma related to that. But within our own energetic field, every single one of us was also displaced. We all became orphans because we were all like, I have Celtic background and roots, and I'm only just reclaiming that now. I'm Germanic. When I had DNA done, North African, Native American, Jewish, Germanic, like I have polarizing of everything. But within all that, when my people left their countries and came to Canada, there was a huge disconnect from our ancestral roots. And so for all intents and purposes in the energetic field, the way that it feels is abandonment, because we were cut off. Not everybody in some sense has been cut off, even with the kind of culture that we live in now. So just the acknowledgement within the energetic field that this is something that happened, but it happened for a reason. And it ultimately is going to create a new community, which is a global community where we are all connected and we can really see and experience each other as being all connected as one. This is the power now of the individuals becoming community. We are like orphans coming together and creating our own community and bringing each and every one of us our own individual medicine. So for each and everybody who's listening, we are all equal. We are all connected, and we all bring magic and medicine no matter what we do. That's my message.
Oh my goodness, that's lovely. Thank you, Heather. Now, as we're going to close this, I just want to, I want you to close your eyes if you feel comfortable, and take deep breaths. So this energy of this clearing that's going on, of this healing, it could shift and move within your body. Just take a deep breath in, and you exhale. In the next breath, feel that beautiful energy from Mother in the Earth and Father in the Sky coming into your heart space. So you pull it in, allow it to expand. And there's one affirmation that I absolutely love. And it's, my heart transmutes all remnants of ancestral pain. And through the strength and teachings of my ancestors, I create a new legacy of joy and deeper love. So we thank all those that came to help with this healing, all those that opened their hearts to trusting us for this healing. And I am sending you all love and enjoy. I hope you become a member. There's a lot of healing that's going to go on so that you can truly step forward. You can forgive, because that's so important. And you could just live more authentically. I'm sending you all so much love. And now the next segment. Are you ready? Hello, Corinne.
Technical shenanigans.
We're here.
We're here. Our asses outside in nature.
We were trying to get ready for our Nature is the Church segment in a little bit. But you guys, check it out. Here's the aWake schedule. And up in your left-hand corner, you'll see a QR code if you want to support our mission and do more of this work that we've been talking about all the good day, including psychedelic medicine, and that as a rite of passage, a right to all people, as a sacred tool to work with ourselves, to heal our hearts, and to heal our relationships with ourselves, spirit, and with each other. Sexy spiritual singles. We talked about that. That's an upcoming village. That's an upcoming offer that we're going to do in the church itself. Healing from religious trauma. We're going to be talking a lot about that. If you didn't catch that segment, dudes, like, definitely go check it out. Check it out after we're done with today. It's wonderful. All of these are really wonderful. Holy Fuck, which is our focus on dismantling sexual shame and coming to different understandings about the body as a vehicle of pleasure and joy. Mystic Misfits, that's going to be another offering. Ancestor. We just had a few segments of what we do with ancestors and how cool it is. If you missed the D word, why we don't talk about death and why we should, definitely check that out. And upcoming, we're talking to Calvin about queers and query, and how it's important for us to kind of keep these conversations going, especially in spiritual community. Let's see, and then I can't see the rest because it's covered. The power of the village. We're going to be talking about that as a place of why it's important for us to embrace this great power that we have in coming together in community, as challenging it as it. Because the more we gather in community, the more little things are going to happen. And since we have been, so many of us, wounded in community, we are challenged to come back into community resistant, especially if they're labeled things like spiritual or religious communities, which generally we have resistance to both of those titles in this particular church. It's a space for inquiry and for us discovering who we are. So if you want to support our mission, we are putting together some really amazing things for our communities. Make sure to check out our website. And if you want to play and go into inquiry with us and learn about all kinds of different topics, this is a collaborative effort, meaning our members are going to help shape some of these offerings. But if you check out our website and you see the stuff that's coming down the pipes, it's awesome. That includes psychedelic medicine, training safe and sacred, sacrament work. That's important. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I think we did it, right?
Did we?
Yeah, we're ready for the next set.
You guys, we've been here like all day, so I'm like officially loopy, all right? So it's a good thing we're headed out.
And a little punchy.
I know. Good thing we're headed outside soon, because I'm a bust out.
Okay.
We're talking about the power of the village, right?
Oh my gosh, I'm so loving it.
Yeah.
Hi, Kelly. Oh my gosh, good to see you. Karen. Good to see
Hey.
you. The power of the village. Awesome. So how long?
I'm gonna step out and we're gonna get you tech set up for nature time.
Okay.
And 2:20. And during the segment is a little 14-minute video.
Okay. And we could probably go over a little bit if we wanted to. And then we're coming to you. Okay, great.
This is my laptop.
That's I want
that
it
I
though.
need.
Okay. Yeah. So
We'll take it.
I feel like
I know.
We'll take it.
I feel like Steve's in the
know.
background raising his hand, like, I want to say something.
That's Steve right there.
Exactly.
With his hand up.
Exactly. So, you guys, like, a couple of you, helped with the video that we're going to play from the Owl Clan, which is one of the communities that came together under my umbrella up here in training to become intuitive healers. But we wanted to kind of have an open discussion about what that means for you when we say the power of village and how community impacted the three of you. What stirs in you, because it's always better to hear from other people. First of all, raise your hand if the three of you, of who's resistant to come into community in general. Did you have some previous community wounding, or are you kind of like hanging out in the sidelines in the back? And this power of community, what that means to you through that. So Karen, would you like to talk, or really anybody can chime in there? But I'm just looking at your little grill. I'm telling you, I'm losing it.
Where's your Sprite?
I know. Well, I have my fun dip right here. I have my lunch. So
Very good.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm fine. Karen, she knows me too well.
I think before I found the community that I'm now in, I had found myself I got in a very dangerous situation. I was very open to spirit and what spirit had to tell me, and the people that I was involved with in this little group I was in, their motives were different than mine, and I became feeling unsafe. And so I broke away from that group, and it had taken years, maybe 20 years, when I discovered Angel Alchemy Academy. And that community feeling is what I really needed in my spirit to come back and be a part of something of like-minded people, because I was foundering out there. I just felt like I was alone and no one understood what I was going through. So since I found this group of amazing people, I have found a way to stay connected. And I am so grateful for all of the learning and growing and releasing. The list goes on, but many things have happened since I've taken part in the Academy, and I'm honored to still be a part and connected.
Yeah, I'm grateful to have you. And everybody is so unique, their stories around this. And Sheree, I'm seeing that you're sitting there as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Sheree again is our Project manager.
What do you do? Yeah, I'm just helping behind
Wrangler
the
of
scenes.
cats.
Wrangler of cats.
Wrangler
Yes,
of
that
cats.
is what spiritual. Yeah, what the wrangler of the spiritual cats.
That's right.
No. So for me, I definitely have pretty much lived most of my life since 10 as a self-reliant person, and because I knew that I was the only one I could count on. And so community was foreign to me. And, I think community starts with your family, right? And so when you're that most sacred community, you are maybe betrayed by that in some form or fashion, that you kind of learn early on that you can't trust community, right? And then, so there's family, and then the religious aspect, and even in the workspace, right? Like work environments, it's its own little communities within those. And so when you are constantly in positions of feeling betrayed, people that you trust that end up like hurting you in some form or fashion, you begin to realize that the only person you can rely on is yourself, right? And that has worked really well for me for most of my life until it didn't. And I started feeling that when I turned 40, and then as I was kind of growing older, like things were stirring, right? Where I couldn't distract myself in the ways that I did before, and and just dealing with anger issues. And again, because it was like I was so out of balance, right? And so I would find solace in nature. That was like my family. Nature, that was my community. So I started to, I knew that I was finding my way back to what I already knew deep down, and that I felt like had been taken from me in a community, right? And so, and finding my way to a forum that is community to be able to heal those community woundings has been extremely challenging, and me just like, whoa, not, very much not trusting of that. Just because, right, you get burned, you're not gonna go near that flame. And so through, a series of, call it whatever you will, divine intervention, I don't know, listening to the whispers, whatever, like just knowing the knowing that I'm like, it's in there. I know it's there. I feel it. I just don't, I'm lost. And so what I've come to learn over the last few years, kind of circling the periphery of community, it's like, I don't know, right? Is that this whole concept of, you're wounded in community, you have to heal. And that this year in particular, that has really landed for me, and I'm like, okay, I get it now, right? Like I really understand the idea of that, and not just intellectually, but feel that now. And so what's been amazing is that, to be seen, to be able to be vulnerable in community and to feel held by that is extremely profound. And it just opens more and more and more. It opens up like this, and that allows all of these other incredible things to come in, that because I was not open to that, I wasn't able to allow those things in. Right. So I think that's why I find, the community container, I'm learning how to community again. I'm learning how to tribe again.
Thank you,
And
Sheree. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
A
rewilding.
Yes.
Yes, I think, definitely. It was, me too. I think for me, just in personal share real fast. Yeah. When I was in my early 20s, had a real bad experience in spiritual community, and was hesitant, and accidentally started forming communities. It was like by accident. That wasn't my initial intention. I just wanted to teach people how to commune with spirit, because it helped me, miracles and all this stuff. But by accident, it's happening, and it's so lovely. So it's great to hear that perspective. Who else wants to share about that? Kelly, you up?
Yes. So I definitely agree with everything that both Karen and Sheree said. I came into Corinne's world when I was really focused on getting some healing done. And one of the amazing things that I got to learn through Corinne and her different programs, and now being a part of this community, is that we can still do the work, but it doesn't have to suck. And so we have a really good time. And I've got to meet some really cool people along the way. In a little bit during this segment, we're going to watch a video of some ladies. And I was actually a part of that little mini retreat that we were on. I'm not in the video, but I'm taking the video. And just the relationships that have been built through these different communities has been really great. So really priceless, some of these relationships, some really cool, badass women. And I think some men, maybe a few, few in there, but mostly women. So it's really cool to be a part of. I highly recommend it if you're on the fence.
Yeah, just to come into these cool conversations and really hear from each other in a whole different way. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for shooting that video too, which we'll get to play in a second. Thanks for being here also, because we are from all over. For at least on my side, people who come up to Shasta a lot, they're from all over, and then they either meet in some of the virtual communities that I've hosted over the last almost decade, and then also here in person. It's just been fabulous. Cool. Lynn and Steve.
Yeah.
Lynn and Steve.
And Steve, please.
Okay, let's talk on the telephone, see what Steve have to say. Yeah.
Well, Steve has to say, him and I have been a part of a lot of communities. Unknowingly, I was part of a gay community, part of a straight community, married with children, part of a career community. But I never had a community, never really even a family community. But I was always searching for a community. But I never really felt completely accepted in any of those communities. And so until I found you, Corinne, and your community was the first time in my life I found a true community that accepted all parts of me. And I can't tell you how priceless that is. And just anyone that wants to be embraced, no matter who you are, what your belief is, this community embraced me fully. So that's all.
Including the drag racer, you?
Oh, yes. I was in a drag racing community as well. Yes. I've been a part of a lot of communities.
Dude, she how old were you when you took someone's pink slip? I mean,
I was 19 and I had a 428 Cobra Jet engine Mach 1 Mustang. And I raced for a pink slip for a Volkswagen Bug and I won it.
Yeah, yeah, you did.
They didn't see you coming. I love that.
They usually don't. They don't see me coming.
They don't.
So thank you.
Amazing. Mandy, is there anything that you want to kind of chime in before we get to our video? We have a few more minutes if we want.
Well, yeah, maybe I do. I mean, I feel like as I was supporting other people and have been supporting other people on their journey of aloneness and how to not feel so alone, and helping people create and connect with community. It was a real delightful accident that I realized I was also part of this community specifically. And so I felt tricked in a good way. Thought, I'm just connecting other people. I'm helping other people who are missing community to find community and to find connection. And whoopsie daisy, accidentally, I'm like, oh, wait, hold up. this is also community and connection and nourishment for me. So I, thought, oh, doing for others, which, yeah, was true. And also really a delightful, nourishing surprise that I was like, wait a second, I'm part of this community and this connection as well. So the power that can come from co-building, communally building a village that you think you're still on the outside of, but really such a part of, and you're part of their community and they're part of yours. So that's why I love this community and this village kind of thing, and the rewilding, which doesn't mean we're all rolling solo and alone in the wild. This rewilding is coming together again, and being part of community, no matter what communities we've been a part of and still are, and where we've been. This acceptance and this gathering together, this belonging, I think is so beautiful and so needed. Because again, I said so much earlier today, it seems like it's in ourselves more than the aloneness part is. It's in ourselves.
The tribe, right?
Tribe,
It's the tribe part.
community, and connection. So so thrilled to be a part of this one, and really be a part of it. Not just I'm going to connect you with you and you with you, and
Yeah.
you guys are. I also get to connect. It's
I just get
yummy.
this like vision of a blanket being woven, right?
Mhm.
Like just we're all like these threads and kind of weaving this beautiful blanket of what is kind of its own little tribe. It's like a little blanket to wrap around
It's
everybody.
cozy.
You know?
It's so
Yeah.
cozy.
Yeah.
Totally. Oh, well, I love hearing that, and these accidental stumbles into a village greatness.
Mhm.
And that seems to be the theme, is like just kind of going with where you're called, who knows why in the beginning.
Mhm. Yeah,
But,
you think you're just staying on the outside and just
Exactly.
like helping other people out, but guess
Yeah,
what?
the fruits speak for themselves, right? So, but with that, let's go ahead and listen in to some of our other community members. This is aWakeathon speaking. We have a few different clans, but aWakeathon graduated. What year was that? Was that
22?
22? Okay, so fairly recent. So yeah,
Started in 21.
let's go ahead and watch these gorgeous folks share their experiences about coming together. Okay.
It's just my computer.
Oh, it is. I think there might be some challenges pulling up the video.
Hold on a sec. Hold on.
Give us a minute. All right, who's ad-libbing? Huh?
I
Anybody
think
want
it was actually 2021 is when our graduation was.
Okay.
It was at your first retreat at Casa Condor.
Yeah, that was quite something, quite the initiation for me, having this place kind of redone, rebuilt.
And time flies by when you're having fun in community.
Yes, right.
For sure.
It does. Yeah, exactly. Okay, here it's coming. It's coming, we swear.
It takes a community.
It takes a village.
It takes a village.
Grandpa Pisa. Yeah. Oh, really? He's saying you can put on those smiley faces, but we know you guys are a little naughty too. We know Grandpappy. Yeah, we like having fun. So the telebone is in check, is in play, guys. The telebone.
Let's give it a shot. Hold on.
Okay, so we're gonna get.
I keep pressing.
Just wave a wand. Woo.
Wave a wand.
Exactly.
Woo. Wave a magic wand, guys. Where's Heather's
Come on.
wand? She
Yeah,
has-
I got one. Woo.
Exactly. Okay, it's a little slow on the uptake. So as we're waiting,
Yeah, someone's asking.
yeah, let's check in here.
Let's see. Autumn says, "What about aerobics?"
The
aerobics.
vocalistics.
Yeah.
Yeah, powerful spiritual connection with a sidecar of light. Yes,
Delight and laughter.
Vocalistics, sometimes we just have to get up and stretch, you guys. It's just
Oh
it's
yes,
what we do.
yeah.
You know,
Volcomatics, right? Let's stretch,
Vocalistics,
everybody.
stretch.
Oh, come on, Kelly.
We stretch, especially if we're
Karen.
feeling a little, I don't know, something's a little disruptive. We'll get up and do some bizarre stretching and make it kind of weird and fun.
Oh, here it is.
Ah, we got it. Awesome.
That we've experienced while knowing her, and so we're really excited about her new opportunity that she is launching.
Oh.
Yeah, where's Mandy so we could do some volcomatics, huh? Hello, my name is Lynn Renee, and I am so blessed to be a part of this community. I've been a part of it now, I think, for a couple of years now, but I am truly honored to be a founding member of this new church. This journey has been life-altering. I've experienced profound miracles, and I have found a community that truly feels like home for the first time in 60 years. Mandy and Corinne have created a space that embraces you unconditionally, reminding you of your inherent worth. They hold this beautiful, protected space where you have the freedom to be authentically you. Their loving, non-judgmental approach has provided a safe haven for healing and self-discovery. They've helped me build courage and strength to look within and without. And they've helped me recognize the incredible gift of being in this body. Even through challenging times, turbulent times, unhealthy times, they've guided me to see all sides of myself and the true essence and that divine power within. This community has been a source of fun, knowledge, mystical, magical, miraculous creativity, humor, unwavering love. Their amazing support and their practical spiritual tools have helped me navigate some difficult times with grace. And even when it wasn't graceful, they still supported. It was beautiful. This community definitely fosters an environment that allows you to see your interconnectedness with all things and help you tap into that divine power within and everywhere. It empowers you to accomplish anything. One of my favorite experiences was a yearly immersion that I did with Corinne and Mandy. It was a 12-month program where it was a group of us who hardly knew each other that met 4 times through the year at Casa Condor and had these beautiful ceremonies. And then we helped integrate and support each other throughout the year. And it really was, it forged bonds and friendships unlike anything I've ever known. I gained so much knowledge and profound wisdom. That's just an integratable part of who I am. I know how to communicate with angels and nature and just everything. I've also had the privilege of completing healing, channeling, and oracle card certifications, as well as I did a 6-month program with Corinne on her Angel Alchemy Academy, which was unbelievably amazing. I met a whole nother set of soul family. I'm absolutely thrilled and inspired by this new church, and I feel honored to be a founding member. Its mission is to encompass all beings, and its commitment to service makes it truly unique. This is an exciting time for humanity, and I'm just proud to support this fundraiser and bring this vision to life and help bring their vision to life. I'm just truly grateful for everything this community has given me, and I can't wait to see what the future holds. I want to thank all the luminaries and everyone in this community for making this such an incredible journey. It's an honor to be a part of this new church, and I'm excited to grow alongside all of you. I can't wait to meet you. I can't wait to see the ones I've already met, and I can't wait to see what else blossoms. Every little bit helps, it truly does. So I ask you, please invest into this area where we'll do the maximum amount of goodwill and service for all. And one thing I've learned about nature is the greatest secret of nature, I think, is in its generosity. It's one of the most potent forces in the universe. And so I'm truly grateful for your generosity. And I hope that you will join us. So much beauty and hope in what they have created. And so, yes, just please join us. I'm so excited to see where we can go with this and how many people we can embrace, how much of humanity we can love. And just thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, my name is.
Hi. Wasn't that beautiful from Lynn? That was a beautiful, beautiful message. So I am just going to talk about the silent auction a bit. If you haven't gone to that silent auction page, please log on, get in there. There's some beautiful items. There's an Akashic Records reading with Amber. And I have to say, after doing some plant medicine with Corinne and stuff during Sacrament, that was huge for me to be able to integrate what I learned. So the Akashic Record is just a wonderful, wonderful tool to learn more about your purpose and being able to learn like what are the things that maybe block you or, how to move forward. So definitely look into that. Corinne, do you have anything you want to say? I see you fiddling.
There's a lot I want to say always. Yeah, we're so we're excited, and yes, if you could donate or become a member and become part of this really vibrant, creative community where we're always doing the intriguing questions and digging deep and finding new ways to really connect. New ways to connect and learn from each other. But we're so grateful. Livani, you're so pretty.
No, well, honestly, like I wish people could okay, just close your eyes, right? And imagine yourself in this amazing community where there's no persona, you're just there. You're accepted the way you are. It's safe. And you can just be curious, right? That's what I love about, I've been, everything you do, Corinne, I'm always there, right?
Yeah.
And it's my curiosity. I'm always curious, and I never had the ability to be curious. It was always, stumped, So when I was introduced to you, when you came into my life from the book, The 21-Day Angel Experiment, which is in the auction, that I was like, oh my gosh, I love this woman. She's allowing me to just be curious and to ask, these questions and to really learn. And that I've never felt so much joy in my life as I am today from all the trainings that I've done, from this beautiful community that you built. The safety is so essential, and it's just so beautiful. I have never felt such immense joy. I mean, I walk outside and I see spirit everywhere. And then also I'm like always touching my heart because I know it's right in here too. You know, it's just, I'm like, it's like I don't know, it's intoxicating. It's like, I live with like this energy of just like, yes, I love life. I love life. So thank you, Corinne, for
sweet.
building this community. You know, it's such a gift to all of us. I'm so grateful. So please, if you're out there listening, join us. You could donate money. You can also purchase some items. And definitely join us. We want to play, right? We want to play.
Yes. And please do, like, if you'd like to donate or go to, opt in to become one of our contributing members, make sure you can go to our website at awakecommunitychurch.org. And you can check out the donate there. So just make sure to head on over there if you are curious and you want to really support what we're trying to do here to build more rich communities, more diverse communities, and to have those experiences like Leilani and our other wonderful friends came. And yeah, safety, right? Safety, connectedness.
Absolutely. That's
Yeah.
so huge. And I've never
Yes.
really had that. I think I never really had that until I joined this community.
Yeah, it's a good
And
one.
Leilani, what are some of the ingredients that bring safety for you?
For me,
Yeah,
it's obviously the no judgment, and then like that somebody else is curious and just holding space for me, like just listening and not we're all like, we can feel the energy, right? And it's so loving, and knowing that like everything I thought was true, really what, I was programmed to believe, once she was dismantling that, it was kind of like, at first I'm like, I'm a hardcore Catholic. Oh my God, something's gonna happen to me. But then I'm curious and I'm like, tell me more. And it was just what she was teaching, what I was learning and supported. That was the truth, because I felt true connection like I've never felt before, so connected to God and to myself and to others. Like I look at people now and I feel like, I just want to, through the eyes of God, like, with such compassion and love, because she did that, Corinne did that with us. It was just so beautiful. Yeah. I could go on and on. So.
Oh my God, you're so sweet. Oh, I love that you guys are just so much. It's so touching and so loving. And thank you. Thank you, Leilani.
Thank you. So of course we need people to come join us so we can, spread all this love. It's a rippling effect, right? Because it goes into our family, our friends, our community. When you feel that fullness and that joy, it just ripples everywhere you go. And we want to spread more love and compassion out there. So definitely join. Yeah. And let's see what else we have coming up.
Yeah, and you can look at, if you see this little banner up here, to make it easy, if you do want to become a member or make a one-time donation, there's your QR code right there. You can swipe your camera and get directed right to the membership page and the donation page.
Yes, that makes it super easy. And then we also have the banner with the donate link right there. So please donate and join, and let's play. And coming up next is the Queers Inquiry, right? And what I love about this is that it's going to be blending humor and heart and healing, which we all need, through real life conversations. And that's another thing that I love about this community is that authenticity. Like when, the conversations. Well, if you all have been here all day, you've been listening to these amazing conversations, right? That normally we don't have an opportunity to discuss with others and to kind of like, think about it and process it. And it's like, never thought about that, or, you know, so this is a great opportunity for the queers and queries to come together and grow and heal and learn from each other, because community is everything, of course. And you're going to be talking about what it means to be queer and to redesign this word from a slur to a superpower. I love that. I love that. Love that. Yeah. So with that being said,
yay.
Sweet.
Thank you,
there you
Leilani.
go. Amazing Calvin and Corinne.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Oh, Calvin.
I mean, come on, babe. Come on. I mean, this is kind of like a new little project we're doing here. And I think for the last several months, I've been feeling really called to do a group just for queer people.
Yeah.
And so I want to give a little background about myself. How did I arrive here? And, you know, just kind of like, hey, when the timing lines up, the timing lines up. And that's what's happening here. So, I spend my days really doing many, many things. This is my 5th career that I'm in right now, doing some coaching, which I call relationship redesign coaching. And what that really means for me is thinking about how are we kind of keeping the parts of how we're moving through the world and behaving that work for us, and then redesigning the parts that don't work. And that gets to look like anything, because that redesign process is different for everybody. And so how are we redesigning our relationships to people, sure. But what about stories and beliefs and systems, and even like what possibility is, what potential is, what we think we're allowed to receive in this lifetime? And from that place, my work has never centered on just queer people, ever. I mean, I did some stuff as a teenager that was like, I was in way over my head. Like, oh, you're coming in with your
It's a safe bet.
With your suicidal thoughts. I'm 16, can't.
Yeah, wow.
But and the reason for that is because I think that there's so much of how we move through humanity that is really universal. And so what I love about this group here is being able to kind of facilitate these real, honest conversations, right? And a lot of folks here have shared about how you've inspired them, about how your teaching has inspired them. But really, I think it's about how your being permissions people into their own being. And that's what queerness is all about. And so for many people, the term queer is really cringy because it was a slur. It's been a slur for a long time. It still is for some people. And we're in this transitional moment where some people feel like, do not say that word around me. And other people feel like, no, it is the best term to identify me. So I want to get in a little bit into what we mean by that, around like, well, what does it even mean to be queer, right?
Yes, thank you.
What does that look like? And before I get into that, I just want to say that there's a real dynamic here around new language that's coming out. I like to say, like, where is the woke language newsletter? Because like, what are these terms coming out, you know?
Just unrolling
and
rapid clips.
And I want to just like acknowledge that particularly inside queer community, there's new words that come out all the time because it helps people feel close to their own identity. And also it can be really intimidating. And so a lot of what I see with my clients and friends and people is like, I'm not queer enough to be queer. And I'm just like, out of here with that bullshit. We're getting out of here. Wow. And so what does it mean to be queer, right? Basically what that means is you're not accepting the status quo. You're not in a place of saying, this is who I have to be and how I have to be in order to receive belonging, in order to receive connection. That doesn't work for folks. So, you know, more broadly, queerness in general is anything outside of cisgender. So born male, born female, no changes, no variants, and heterosexuality. So the kids like to say cis-het, CISHET.
HET.
Okay, that's
okay. Gotcha.
That's okay. That's the term.
That's the kids. Yeah.
The kids, right?
Yeah.
And many years ago, I was on Grindr. I was in an open marriage, and I was like, let me just get something.
Yeah.
And I put in my profile, like, looking for bio men. And I get this, like, little 18-year-old. I'm 36 at the time, and I'm 41 right now, right? I get this little 18-year-old slides in, and is like, how dare you say bio men? Link to an article. You need to go educate yourself.
Yeah, wow.
Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And I clicked on the article because I was like, what is this? And I was
Yeah.
like, oh, I learned a new term, cis, CIS. Okay.
Mhm.
And I was in dialogue with this little kid to be like, is this how you treat everybody? Right? Is this how we, so the reason I'm sharing this story is because for so many of us, like we're looking for belonging and connection, but there's actually kind of a language barrier.
Sometimes, yeah.
Right? Or sometimes
Yeah.
we're really intimidated. And so what I think is really special about the intention of this group is bring the language you have, right? Bring the experience that you have. And we want to be able to create space for folks that really like clearly identify as some part of the LGBTQI elemental P community. And I say that with love. And people who define themselves as queer more broadly, which is like, hey, on any given day, my identity is changing and evolving. And so the term queer allows for that evolution. It allows for that flexibility. It allows for, real conversation. So, hey, I'm queer. Cool. What does that look like to you today? I have my sister-in-law who's a doctor who runs a clinic in Seattle for AIDS folks. And she was like, I'm having a hard time connecting with people. And we went through her questionnaire and changed a lot of the language, right? So instead of like, what's your sexual orientation? Well, what you're most concerned about is what kind of bodies do you have sex with? Okay. So that's a little bit more interesting, right? So we can get into some of these nuances without putting like really, really, specific language. And so for me, I came out as, and I use the term came out, which I actually don't even like, where I'm like, burden.
It just seems like, with so much about what you're talking about is like, it is like a catch-22, almost like no matter how you navigate, even within the queer community, which I think is news to a lot of people, because sometimes if you're insulated, it just sounds like if you don't have a lot of access to people who identify as queer, it's easy for us to think the other is a monolith and that everyone is in agreement on the names and what this is called. And it sounds like even within this community, even the language is diverse and there's these new people coming in with new languaging.
Yeah. I mean, I was on an app recently and somebody used some term that I didn't know. And I went to Urban Dictionary and I was like, what does arrow mean? ARROW. And I was like, why are you identifying as an arrow? Like, what the fuck is this?
Oh my God.
And I'm telling you, this was 2 months ago. Okay.
Yeah.
And I didn't know. I had to like text one of my young queer friends, like, yo, what is, and it's aromantic, meaning being in connection with people non-romantically. And I was like, how no wonder why people feel like they're not queer enough to be queer, right? There's just a whole language barrier here. So what feels really interesting to me about this group is how do we bring in just naturally who we are, where this evolution is, knowing that we all have, I have not met a queer person that doesn't have a shit ton of trauma.
Yeah.
I don't, it just kind of comes with this particular version of this life and the culture that we live in.
And that's the thing. It's the culture, right?
It's the culture, right? So it's how do we say no thank you to that? But also, how do we find community in that? How are we connecting with our families in that?
Right.
How are we connecting with our own sexuality, our own sense of gender? I met a 26-year-old last year who's trans, and as we were sharing our stories, and mine has a lot of let's just say dark corners. And for him, he was like, hey, I didn't have like a ton of body dysphoria. I didn't have like some long drawn out process. I wasn't like my back against the wall. This is the only way I can live, which was my story. He said, I just felt like there was too much joy at stake not to. And I was like, time the fuck out. I was like, time out, stop talking. I need that whole sentence to imprint into my body.
Yeah, right, I love that.
And then what he said to me was like, hey, how does it feel hearing my story after you told me your story that was really hard and like so much trauma? Mm-hmm. And I said, it's all I've ever wanted, right? Like it actually was a healing moment for me to know, because I'm considered an elder queer. It was a healing moment for me to know, like, you didn't have to have my experience. And thank God, right? Like, that's all I could ever want. Like, our ancestors would be so happy.
Yes.
That, and that, again, that experience isn't true for everybody, but the fact that it is possible, right? That's the magic.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
that's the magic there.
Interesting.
So we want to be able to have this community, certainly have space for people that are like solidly identifying as queer, people that are queer curious, and then create additional space for folks that are the allies and the accomplices, and maybe even, you know, somebody who's got someone in their family who's transitioning or is queer, or you know, just has some other kind of like gender moment that's happening, and they don't know how to deal with that. So how can we help people get resources and support and
and really
be in
it
connection?
sounds like also to just like be in connection, to be heard, and to not have, it seems like, that same fear that people might even have in the public eye, that this judgment, shame, not being queer enough, and a place where you can actually have these discussions, where someone like yourself is holding the space where, you know, things aren't going to get like, you know, or they could, but you actually have the skills to facilitate a challenging conversation between different diverse viewpoints. And that's the goal, because it's about bridge building inside of our smaller communities, but also learning how to bridge these conversations. If you can't bridge it in your own community, whether it's within, you know, other marginalized populations, or within your own woman's circle or men's circle, if you cannot negotiate these bridge building moments inside of our even safer community, how can we ever expect us to be able to rise to the occasion of what I believe is possible for us, where almost like prism consciousness instead of prison. So prism is like seeing the different facets and understand, you know, being bridges between. Let me break this down for you in a way that you can hear it, as opposed to ways that are just going to make my defenses go up even more.
That's right. And there's a really big part of, and this is not specific to just queer people, but I think in general, when we're stepping into our authenticity, we're going to lose people we love.
Right. That's a big fear.
We're going to lose people we love. Hopefully, you know, that's not a given, but it can happen for a lot of people. And so,
did that happen for you in the beginning?
Oh, it's still
happening.
I mean, look, every time I like unlock a new layer of who I am, I'm like, cool, this is not the vibe for you. And you're showing me that. Right. Now, for me, if they're not damaging and super toxic, I say my door is always open.
Yeah.
Right. We can come back, and hey, you know, there's some people around that are, but the beauty that I think queer people can offer humanity, particularly right now, where legislation is at an all-time high. And my hot take on that is because queer people show the world what it's like to live in our authenticity. And for so many people, it is easier to be angry at queer people than it is to say, I'm going to make the change to do that too.
Right.
In whatever form that looks like. And so we're a threat, right? People are pissed that they feel like they don't have the courage or the space, or they're unwilling to take the loss that comes with the gain.
Yes.
And so staying in that ecosystem that they're in, right? It's the devil, you know, it's the safety and the comfort, but is it belonging, right? Is it true belonging? And a lot of times when we're moving from this place of not my fave self to I want to love myself.
Yeah.
We have to find how to integrate those parts into us, right? And so many of us we have internalized homophobia, internalized transphobia. You know, I was trans for 17 years before I had sex with another body like mine. Wild. I mean, it was why. And here I am having sex with different genders, different bodies, and I'm watching mostly cis men, gay men have sex with my body and just be like, I'm in awe. And I could just rationalize that as like, okay, I'm like pretty fit. I don't have big scars. Like, I'm really welcoming to first timers, you know, like, you know, I'm just like really inviting. I'm not shaming anybody. I just kind of kept it all out here and a little bit superficial. And then I just said yes to my first experience. And I was like, we are magical. Are you, after all? I was like, are you kidding me right now? Like, I waited 17 years for this. Like, and then I can just place in my body right? All those comments, compliments, reactions, known and unknown.
Yeah.
I could place them in a new way to be like,
yeah,
I am magical.
Yeah.
Like, I am a gift. Like, holy shit.
Right. But it's almost like back to this point of like, we heal through community.
Right.
Right. If you had not
Yes.
engaged in accept, you get it. Right. It's this
Right.
validation, not that,
Right.
we're talking about, groups and collectives, but how important other people are.
But also here I am,
Yeah.
trans 17 years. I'll tell anybody.
No.
I'm super open. Ask me anything. No question off limits. And I really
Yeah.
do mean that. I told somebody that here at a retreat once. I was like, no questions off limits. And she was like, sure. And I go, I sit down to pee. And she was like, why are you telling me that? I go, to prove to you, there's no question off limits for
Just so
me.
you know.
Right. For me, that's true. But that just goes to show like the internalized transphobia that I had and how much I hadn't really integrated who I am, even though I thought that was true because I could talk about my experience and I'm open and out about being trans and, a real advocate for trans people. And, I'm on the health insurance board for this company and you know what I mean? And I'm doing all this stuff, but at the same time, but don't get naked with me, so that I think is just like a little bit of like a fascinating piece. And so I think having a space where we can get together and just speak out loud the things that we're holding on to that don't make us feel good, and then see how other people have moved through that or are moving through that, and just kind of let that melt away and wash away and get back to that belonging. And so I think, part of what excites me about this group is holding that heart space and the humor space, right? It's like, we don't always have to be in the trauma trenches to do the quote healing work.
Yeah.
And, one of my most favorite pieces of media out right now is Will and Harper, which is on Netflix. And that's a documentary with Will Ferrell and his best friend, Harper, who they've been friends for decades. And Harper started transitioning a few years ago and they took a road trip across the country. And why I think that film is so powerful is because it also does the same. It balances the humor and the heart. And so when your heart is up in your fucking throat, something funny happens and you start laughing and the heart comes back down and the nervous system heals from that. The brain heals from that. The neural pathways heal from that. So, this thing about laughter is medicine. I know it's like on a Michael's Pier 1 Imports, fucking cursive thing you hang on your wall. But it's also science, but it's also really truly is magical. And so how do we hold our humanity while also knowing humor is an antidote? Humor is the medicine. And but do that in community. Right?
Yeah.
And do that in a way that is about belonging, not about punching down, it's not about causing harm.
Yeah.
But sometimes it is kind of like, oh my God, for 17 years.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous, yet it makes total sense. And what's interesting is that I can identify with that with so many people that I know, just even people of color who they don't date. They're unconsciously doing the power adjacency thing. So they're dating a lot of people of alabaster skin, and eventually might go and really reflect on, now, why has it been that I've been so insulated from people that reflect my own skin tone? And I just wonder how many of us are accidentally walking around carrying these things without knowing. So thank you for bringing that out. It's definitely connecting dots. And this is why it's so cool to hear from each other, right?
Yeah, right. And another big part too is hey, I 21 years ago stepped into white male privilege.
Oh, interesting.
Right.
Yeah.
And my my partner at the time, we were just dating, Vanessa, whom you know very well, helped us through our conscious uncoupling. And her dad was a man's man, right? So we're at dinner. He's living in Oregon, and he's, Calvin, you want to be a man? Let's go fishing. Let's go. Let's go to the bar. Let's pick up some chicks. Let's do that. And it was a real moment of kind of saying hey, I get to decide the kind of quote man I want to be. And if that's even a term I want to use, right? So most people, you go to those places, you fill out the forms and it's male, female, other. And I'm like, there's so many other options besides other, right?
Yeah.
But if I have to pick an option, I choose that I'm a trans man. I don't think man. Or female to male, FTM.
Yeah.
That encompasses my humanity more. Because
I love it.
That's my physical body. That's also, I've been socialized female for 20 years, which means you don't have needs.
Yes, interesting. So you
Right?
see the kind of carryover
Oh.
of that as well, huh?
Yeah. And I
Yeah.
mean, so as I started to, so when you transition from one gender to another, and this isn't about to say that queers and queries all are going to be about trans people, but when you start to transition, when I started to transition, and I started to what they call passing. So you're presenting more as the other gender. And I just noticed the world started treating me very differently. And two prime examples of that, I'm on the bus in busy San Francisco, standing there holding the thing. I just got more physical space. Nothing had changed. It's the same crowded bus I take at the same time all the time. I got more physical space. Go to Home Depot.
Wow.
With my partner at the time,
Wow.
female presenting. She asks the employee a question, he answers me. And
Yes.
I mean, some moments I
Wow.
thought about in advance, like, oh, how would I handle that? Or what would I do? And this one I didn't. But it was just something in that moment where I said to him, oh, I didn't ask you that question, she did. And I wanted him to know. And
Wow.
I didn't want to shame him. You know, he definitely like tripped it was a little bit of a stumble, but then he answered her.
Mhm.
And I didn't want to get into the finger pointing. I wanted to just be very factual about what happened and allow him to reflect on that later.
Yeah.
Right. But also it was important to let Vanessa know too, like our dynamic is about to change. And I didn't quite factor that in. So for me, there's a lot of navigating this where it's like, yeah, I'm queer and I'm short and whatever, all these things that are innate about me. But structurally, I have white male privilege. I might be at the bottom of that
totem pole.
Poverty, no college degree,
Yeah.
shorty, ginger, you know, like, you know, in marketing, if they want to use a white person, but not a totally white person, they use a redhead. Because it's the last of the white people before you get to the people of color.
Oh my God.
True fact.
Wow.
Right. So like, yeah, but I still have proximity to power, right? I still will be taken more seriously than tons of other people. And so what am I doing with that? And what it does for me though, is it allows me to kind of move through locations around, oh, hey, you think one thing about me, but here's a whole other way that I can relate to you that you might not be aware of. And so I think, you know, bringing that back into what this community can do, what this community can offer, we need spaces where we really honestly can just be who we are. We're being like viciously attacked and shrunken by conservatives. But on the other hand, there are a bunch of liberal spaces that, you know, for me, I feel like I'm being language policed and I'm feeling like I can't actually disagree with what, quote, liberal woke folks are saying. And of course, if I had to choose, I'd say I'm in that category. But that's also not helpful, right? Because it still doesn't create true belonging. It still asks us to conform to connect.
In a different way,
right? And conforming to connect is fitting in. That is not belonging. Belonging is I can be here as I am and it's okay.
And disagree or agree. And yeah, that's wonderful.
You know, all of that.
Right.
Yeah.
And have it in a way protected for these open conversations. Because, you know, I think most of us in a lot of ways are navigating different kinds of extremes right now and finding a way to respect each other's perspectives. Like, you know, with this young guy who's, you know, telling you, no, how dare you?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, fine, but just tell me more. Okay.
Also,
I'm curious. Like, tell me more, as opposed to how dare you, young man? Who do you think you are? It's like, okay.
You know, and my POV on that was like, is this how you're talking to other people?
Exactly.
Because you are harming the cause. But
exactly.
You are out here making it really hard
But,
for us.
but at the same time, this is how social change has happened historically. It's from like the edges of society, right? That it's just like and then there's the navigators in between going, okay, I understand where you're coming from, but then also there might be maybe a little adjustment we can make at least for inside the community first.
Right.
You know,
and keeping that heart there.
Yeah. Keeping the heart there. Yeah.
Keeping the heart there.
And I think that's the hard thing for a lot of us is this so much, the work that we do in general, that in the church and in these containers communities is really about the heart. Because if there's something that can tell us how to find the middle way and how to be a bridge of compassion and how to invite people in more than call them out, but how to create welcoming conversations closer into our different lived experiences without shaming or blaming.
God, there's so much shame. Right?
It's the heart.
Here's the interesting shame. I see this a lot too, where people will come in as coaching, or maybe I just meet them in some other way. And it's like, oh, I came out late, right? Here's the story. Oh, I came out late.
Yeah.
And some people say it like really dismissively. And some people are like, yeah, I came out really late.
Yeah.
Right. So there's a range of that.
Yeah.
And I fucking hate all of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And here's why. Because the system has been designed for us to never arrive in our queerness. Ever. So to say I came out late is to accept the responsibility and the blame for that, which I fundamentally fucking cannot.
Yeah.
That we have to just like
get that.
I'm just like getting like skin chills just even thinking about that right now.
It's so powerful what you're talking about.
Because the other side of that for me is I have arrived here. Now, here's the deal. I was in touch with my queerness when I was a sophomore in high school, and trailblazing, like hard, the bullying, all of that. For some people, that's 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, right? The whole lifetime. And there can be some real grief around if I could have been allowed by the system and even by myself to stay in conversation with my queerness, my life would be different. So we get to be angry. We get to have grief about that. We get to feel the loss of what our life might have been if our culture was different, if maybe we had been a little bit more courageous, maybe if we had not prioritized fitting in over finding ourselves. We can have feelings about all of that. We can want reality to be different. But what I hope we can let go of is holding the whole bag on that. Yeah, we have some responsibility. Yeah, we have some, right? We've repeatedly said no to ourselves in all these ways. We need to own our part in that. But it's so much bigger than that.
Yeah, I love that. And also, just honoring this is a way to survive, right? Right.
It is about survival.
It's surviving a culture and a system. I mean, if you just really look at, I love this this structure, especially right now and how so much misinformation is going out about this community in particular, the dehumanization and the demonization, and how much folks need support right now. And a safe place to have conversations in general.
That's right.
Because I can imagine that that's an important conversation to have.
Super important, right?
Yeah.
Super important. And so just like coming together and being curious around our own queer identity and whether that is like a little bit kinky or, hey, I'm like romantically more over here and I'm sexually more over here. Okay.
And like being able to choose how much you want to own publicly or not.
All
right?
of that. First of all, nobody's entitled to this information.
Yes.
Right? Everybody needs to earn your trust around that. But where can you even go to start exploring some of this or having these kinds of conversations? You know what I mean? Like, my journey, there was no YouTube. There was no fucking, here's my one day, everyday video of my transition. No. It was just fucking, I'm going to die if I don't do this because I'm going to kill myself. And
literally, right?
And it's the only way I can live. And like, it's just a yes for me.
Right. There's too much joy at stake.
I mean,
in your case, God, what a great thing to say.
So anyways, there's too much joy at stake, I think applies to everything in life. And when I think about, when I don't have internal consent to make a decision, so maybe my heart wants one thing, my head wants another, maybe, my my risk management committee is giving me some messages like perfectionism or anxiety, you know, is giving me some memos. I'm like, oh, got a little memo from the risk management committee, you know, under consideration. Thank you. So when I don't have internal consent around that, sometimes I will come back to that sentence and say, is there too much joy at stake? Not to, though.
Yeah.
And just you prioritizing joy as a bit of a North Star.
Yeah. I mean, why not? If we're going to prioritize stuff, why not that one?
Oh, and some pleasure.
A little pleasure,
some good pleasure.
A little joy.
Yeah.
So remind us about when your community is starting. When are we starting? Is that on the 11th? I know the banner was up here.
11/13, November 13th.
The 13th.
Yeah, 3:30. That's going to be our first meeting. There will be more. So that's our first meeting for members. So you got to be a member to get the email, to come in and have these curious, heartfelt, laughing conversations.
Honest laughing.
Right. Just real talk. And, And what does it mean to be in your own authenticity around
And
that?
so if any of you are watching who are not queer, but you know some people who are, please share with them this, because there's a lot of starvation going on for this kind of community. And what he's building is just so inspiring and inspired, and I feel honored that he wants to host inside of our community.
I mean,
come on,
right? I mean, you were telling me about this church, and I was like, "Oh, you're doing these villages? Like, okay, well, like, who's doing your queer one?" And you were like, "I don't know."
No, didn't I ask you? I was like, "Would you like?"
I said, "Who's doing it?" And you go, "I don't know." And I go, "Me."
Yeah, no,
as in me.
The thing is, when you came, I was like, you're gonna join one way. You're leading, and then I'm so excited, and I'm glad that you said that you were into it, because it's such a deep need, especially in this kind of community,
for sure.
And just everywhere. Period.
Yeah, that's right.
So thank you so much, Calvin. We're excited to have you,
I'm so happy to be
and really to learn more. Really, to learn more.
Always learning.
Yeah. And so also, you guys, if you'd like to become a member, it's up in your right hand. You could go to our website. There's a QR code if you want to become a member, or you'd like to donate to the causes that we're supporting, so that we can, again, be bridges with each other. We could build bridges and not walls, and not do that game that's been, in a way, done to us on so many levels for just way too many years. And also a reminder about the silent auction.
Yeah,
and
I've got 4 coaching sessions in there. It's like a $600 value. So go bid on that if you just want to.
So what kind of, you're doing relationship coaching? You're offering your own relationship coaching
just
as
like
well.
that. Coaching that I offer just on my site and to peeps, and it can be business coaching too. I actually don't promote business coaching, but it is most of my clientele right now, just psychically, seasonally. That's what's happening. I think people are like, get me the fuck out of this job, or help me get more ease. And I love doing that. I've been a small business owner for 15 years. So anyways, we can just come do some great collaboration work together and just redesign this shit that is in your way, that you don't want in your way anymore, because it doesn't have to be there. Yeah. Okay. So next, coming up. We've got the Sacrament Tidbits and Talks.
Yeah, Mandy and team, you guys, I'm going to take a little break first. I mean, you guys can get it going. I got to go pee and stuff, get a different outfit on, but I'll come back. So you can get started and talk to our amazing people about this stuff.
Hey guys. Yay. Hey everyone. We're talking about we're up on the Sacrament Talk, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, Sacrament Talk. I got 2 questions. We'll see if we can get to them. How everyone has engaging in sacramental practices brought a sense of belonging or identity related to your heritage specifically. Anyone?
Ooh.
Okay. Go for it.
Because this just happened to me last night, and I talked a little bit about it earlier. So, I have been up in Shasta 7, I think, times now doing ceremony, but I incorporated plant medicine in my daily practice for myself. and last night with the Samhain, so this is like, you know, like a lot of Wiccans will celebrate this, but it's also Celtic tradition, which turns out to be part of my ancestry. And never before have I felt super called to be doing this, but I did, and I was like in a really not a very good place. Like I was crying yesterday, and I was like having like I didn't even know what was upsetting me. And so I just thought like, well, like since I'm going in to do this, and I lost my heritage roots just from displacement and, you know, religion and all that kind of stuff. So I thought, well, fuck it, I'm just gonna take some plant medicine here and incorporate that into my personal ceremony. Because if I'm gonna go, like I've kind of adopted this, if I'm gonna put my toe in the water, I want to jump in. Like I'm past the let's just test the water. Like I'm just like a balls to the wall. Like I'm done with this bullshit. I don't know what this trauma is. I can't figure out why I'm crying right now. So what better thing to do than so I did, and then I went out and I didn't even know how I was gonna get. I was like, oh, I gotta go build a fire and all this stuff. But like it was the weirdest thing, because it's like I'm not really the greatest person at building fires, but I swear to God, I took out like a piece of paper and a bunch of wood, and I lit the match, and I had like this instant like a fire. It was just like, I don't know, it just happened. But yeah, like through the process, it really the use of sacrament and the use of the plant medicine in ceremony, when I'm struggling and I'm alone and those veils are there and I can feel stuff coming on, it's like it just like sometimes it can be a little rough to begin with, but once I can connect into my ancestors, once I can connect into my allies, it's like I'm no longer sitting in my backyard by my fire alone. I have my ancestors showing up. Like my dog did the weirdest thing. Like it was like, if I could ever say I have a familiar, like while I'm in this process, while I'm in plant medicine, he literally like, and he usually doesn't touch me a lot, but he literally sat with his body touching my leg right next to the fire with me for the whole time. So, I mean, it has helped me on so many levels to be more connected, more, and, you know, some people say, well, like, are you just relying on that? Like, you know, okay, just have to have that. And that's like a hard no for me, because as I've been able to work through trauma, the healing, connect into my ancestors, like more and more, I actually feel like I've been using medicine less and less recently, because I feel like half the time I'm walking around on plant medicine and I haven't had anything for weeks. It's just that it's just built this resonant energy and this connection with that just follows me wherever I go. But if I'm having a moment and it's a tough moment, it's been really brought me this deep insight of my connections and I said, like, the whole thing was funny because the whole process, I, you know, didn't Google enough about it, but you're supposed to have a big feast. And when it was all said and done, I literally was like, these ancestors, they were onto something here, because I am hungry as fuck right now. Like, where's the food?
Yeah.
And yeah, so it was cool.
Thank you, Heather. Wow. Talk about a sense of belonging, right? Thank you.
Yeah, and it comes from, you know, even though there's the community here that's just starting to build, there still is a lot of disconnect between us. Like there's still a lot of foraging through the unknown that we're working through here.
For sure. And yet we can forage together.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We can forage through together as we're building.
I'll say for me, I think with this question, you know, in doing ceremony is actually being able to do some ancestral work. I know last time this year I had a very big experience relationshiping with ancestors, and that was my intention, right? I felt like I was ready to start to learn more about some of that ancestry. And as well, like for me, I have a pretty heavy lineage in Denmark, and also from Scotland and Ireland as well. So that really resonates with me. And I remember whilst I was sitting, I made this I just felt really compelled to make this really cool circle of rocks around me. And I felt this huge presence just come through me. It just felt so organic and natural. And I just felt like this vessel of which they were coming through me. And it was all women, which was amazing. And sort of this tribal circle, this witch's circle, to be quite honest. And it was such and I immediately recognized it. I immediately felt at home with it. Right. And it also really helped me to understand where a lot of that ancestral trauma comes from also. Right. So it was the door opener for me to connect even more. And so now it's like, oh, okay, this is how I connect with them, you know, in everyday life. Like I have an altar, right? I acknowledge and ask for support and help from them pretty much every day, right? And you know, and I think it's also, it helps me recognize if I'm too much in my head, which is a lot of the time, versus in my body and in my heart space. Because when I'm in my heart space and more in my body, it's like I remove the barriers for them to come through. And so, and ceremony really helps me connect into that much more deeply. And so I was kind of inspired by Heather, what you were saying. I was like, oh, I am going to light up a big giant fire tonight. That's going to happen tonight. Right. Yeah. It feels appropriate. Just that with the day that it is and the time of year it is. And I do tend to do a lot of burning this time of year. So it's really cool to bring in those things, which I knew were in me anyway, and actually practice them.
Thank you, Sheree.
I'd like to first start by saying it's very cool that some of this stuff, I'm of Mexican descent, and I have struggled for many years with my culture and owning it and being a part of it. There was a lot of pain in my family, I think, from it's like a sort of clash of cultures in my upbringing, and then hearing about how some of this work is from Mexico is very exciting.
Yeah, from all over, even outer space.
Yes,
right. As far as we know.
And I I mean, creating the sense of belonging for me is just it's so hard to describe, because of course I get some of it here hanging out with these guys. Certainly. But it also comes on a much deeper level inside of me of creating that feeling for myself and allowing for it to happen, you know, just like here I am, and the sense of belonging doesn't mean that I'm the same as, right? It just means that, hey, we're kind of here having a similar experience in the world as a human, and that can take shape and manifest in many different ways.
So all caps, allow. All
caps.
Allow. All caps.
Letting it happen. Yeah.
Thank you, Julian. Who else? Do we even remember my question?
About taking sacraments?
Yeah, and about the sense of belonging that it brought, or identity related to your heritage.
Yes, that was huge for me. Taking sacrament. Well, it not only saved my life, literally, on all levels. It really helped me connect with my heritage, as far as they're actually quite intense. I found
Your ancestors?
Yes, the ancestors.
No doy.
They're very intense.
Yeah. Yes.
Very powerful. And it really helped me to be able to connect with them and heal through that. And yeah, it really literally saved my life. Like I said, on all levels.
Wow.
I've been able to physically heal as well, which I'd been searching for many years. And then just to heal the heart, you know, the ancestors showed me, you know, they used to have this saying, and I know you guys have used it before, and it's that all this stuff is none of our business.
That's right.
None of your business, my grandma.
None of your business, Lynn. It's not ours either.
No, but I always wanted to know.
Right? That's a really huge part of being a human. Wanting, I go want to know, and if I don't know, then I won't heal. So if I don't know, I'm just gonna remain wounded.
Yes. So sacrament helped me get rid of and release that and embrace my ancestors. And wow, through that, yes, so healing.
Thank you, Lynn. On that note, how do you feel like using sacraments as a tool might bring you closer to the essence of your ancestors, or to whatever it is that you feel is truly source? Or, I mean, we use a lot of words as humans for that, so for source or spirit, or what are some other words? God.
God, yeah. God, yeah.
Yeah. So how do you feel like you utilizing sacraments ceremonially? So that might be microdosing, that might be full ceremony or full ceremonial dose, that might be chatting with a tree, you know, it could be any of those quote unquote sacraments. How do you feel like that utilizing those as helpers, allies, tools might bring you closer to the essence of your ancestors, or capital S source, or whatever? Yeah.
Well, I can tell you, for me, I'd been searching, 60 years now for a source of something that was outside of myself. And I could never find it. And until I was able to take sacrament, I was actually able to feel it. I was able to feel it. And then I was able to integrate it within my body and then bring that out into my everyday life. And I had been searching so many different tools and ways. And it wasn't until I took the sacrament that it opened up that portal. It opened up my heart. It opened up the divine essence within me, right? To be able to really understand, feel, and know that source. And it took a long time. And it just took one sacrament to break me open to that. And then the individual sacraments that I've done since then have really helped take me on to different levels. And that has been rippling into my world and my family. So it's helped me connect with source.
Thank you. Lynn, does anybody else want to touch on that?
I mean, yeah, for me, I think it's, you know, teaching me how to get out of my head and into my body and even beyond my body, like the actual life force, like being able to sink into that more, which then connects me to the life force of everything that's around me. So the elements, right? The elements of nature, other humans, right? Animals, right? All of it. And it really, like and for me to also tap into that lineage, like it's sort of this beautiful, I saw it one time of like this, just like veins just going out, right? The mycelium, right? Like
Yeah,
honestly,
veins,
like that's
mycelium,
yeah,
blood.
yeah, blood,
Yeah.
right? Like just this shooting back
Roots.
so far, roots, yeah, roots just back so far, and being able to connect with like my ancestors who are also not just human.
No,
right?
no,
like
that's a lie.
yeah,
That's a lie they tell us, right?
Yeah, it's like the elements, anything, nature, horses. Like for me, horses are like that deep connection for me that I know goes a long way back, right? And so again, just with sacrament and ceremony, allowing that, right? Because there's this part of you, this like mental part of you that like wants to hang on, because to try to keep you safe and right, keep you protected and keep you in lockdown. And it's really the opposite of what's needed and so helpful. Not for everyone, right? Like I think we need to acknowledge
it's
that,
a tool.
right?
Yeah, it's not for
tool,
everyone, and that's why when I say sacrament, I'm speaking about plants and molecules, lab stuff, and I'm also
breathing,
speaking. Yeah,
right?
I'm also
like
speaking about breath, blood, not just psychedelic plants and molecules, but all plants, molecules.
Meditation.
Yeah,
right?
meditation
is
rocks.
Yeah.
That which we connect with, whether we ingest or not, is it and commune with as a sacrament. It may not be that we take it into our bodies through our mouths.
Right.
That doesn't make it not a sacrament or a tool to connect with, capital S, source, or whatever word you might resonate with, and bring us closer to belonging.
Yeah.
I really feel like this one, it's when I talk now about being in ceremony, and I've been several times, the very, very first time that I ever went to Shasta to be a part of an official ceremony, I had been in a pretty dark place and had been coming through it, and I needed to get out of my head, because just the need to control the dialogue, the feeling that if I lost control, I remember as they handed me the medicine, because I was like, well, I'm here. I'm also like, Ukrainian Scottish person from Canada. If I paid for something,
so good. Ukrainian Scottish person from Canada.
So that stubbornness came in handy, and I was just like, if I'm here and I've got people who know what they're doing around me, I'm in. And I think my last words to Corey were, if I die, can you please resuscitate me and call 911? Because that was the fear that was invoked in me on my first plant medicine ceremony, that if I let go of control, I was going to die. And to be fair, I did. On so many levels.
Deaths, all of our many deaths, and the ways in which we shed.
But my physical body is still here. But it really, it was like Lynn said, like I really connected into my heart, my essence. I have blissed out on that mountain to the extent where it's like all I feel is love coming from me, and all of my worries, my concerns, my traumas, whatever, they just have like fallen in those moments, fallen away. But it's given me this perspective of what really matters. And and I waking up from those ceremonies, when you mentioned trees, we had this one ceremony, and it was the one and only ceremony that I was with you, Mandy, and it was so phenomenally magical. But I could really feel my ancestors coming in, because I'd already had this is like my third or fourth one at this point, but I'm a medium, right? Intuitive anyway, so I could really feel the ancestors coming in. And then we got into ceremony, and I entered into an intimate relationship with a log.
Yay! Log stuff.
And I feel like at the end, my life story could be everything I know I learned from a log.
It's a book.
It's a book. It's a book. And but literally, what that log showed me was just everything about the process of life, the birth, the living, the grieving, because ultimately my log had to go into the fire, and I had to place it. But I had to live through the cycle of the tree saying goodbye to all of his tree friends and channeling. And because I channel and I tune into this stuff, like and there was times where it was like, you need to step back and let me have space. So I would, but it was this whole process that I went through. But it was so phenomenal. But at the end of it, I remember, again, I'm sort of coming out and I'm like admiring the beauty of the mountain and everything. And I'm like, well, my ancestors never really showed up. Like, what the heck? They were here so strongly. And all of a sudden I looked in front of me, and every single tree that was on that mountain became a pillar of light. And I'm like, oh my God, those trees are my ancestors who showed up today. And it gives me goosebumps just mentioning them. So it also changed my relationship forever to nature, and what nature and everything around us is in existence, and how we interplay with all of that. And it was just blew my mind.
Yes, we're part of all of that, and it is all part of us. So we are not simply made of human DNA. I mean, these are our original ancestors. They are our original teachers of how to be human, of our humanness, right? Like they're really, I mean, if you think about our ancestors and talk about ancestors and belonging, they're communing with the soil, the plants that grow out of the soil, including trees, the rocks that have been here and that have a lot to say, a lot more, like, because they've been around for a lot longer than we have been around in our human forms. These are our teachers. The sky, the elements, they're our original teachers and the teachers of our human ancestors. So belonging, whoa. And when we use sacraments as a tool, sometimes it helps us remember that which has been dismembered about who and where and what we are made of and came from. And that it's not animals, like yes, we currently in this existence are humans. In theory, mostly by the look of us, right? And that's this outer layer. It's part of it, as part of who we are. And our ancestors are not just humans.
Right. And that's the thing, right? It's that it's like, imagine if our collective all remembered that, right? Can you imagine? And I think that's why this work, this space is so amazing, because it is like these ripples that you send out, right? It's the energetics that you send out. And so, some of us feel like, oh, what can I do? How can I change the things that are happening in the world? Well, it starts with you building that community also, right? And like that it's like we talk about this too, where it's just like the work that you do internally, it does ripple out. And also the flip of that too, it's like, did you ever think that maybe we're doing it for others, right? It's
Oh,
like
for
that.
sure.
It's
It's
like the
collective.
grief, even that you're like
Mhm.
getting out, is a gift to the right. It's almost like your own
Mhm.
sacrifice in a way, which I think is
Mhm.
also, and therefore it's also like, oh wait, you don't have to do this alone. This will all hold this for
Mhm.
you, right?
Mhm.
Give it.
And there's that reciprocity thing that we have so many yummy, juicy topics today. We have not fully, and so many more to come. This reciprocity of offering tears, offering laughter, offering breath as a gift to our ancestors, human and non-human. So important, and it is a practice that's old, because also what do the elements give to us? We forgot what has been dismembered is this remembering what has been given to us, and then expressing gratitude, and also giving even like Mother Nature and Earth and the elements aren't like, ew, this human thing is gross, I don't want it. Ew, is that a tear or a sob or a breath or some ew, I don't want it. That is this a human emotion attached to a human emotion? I don't want it. They don't elements and plants, animals, allies, ancestors, they don't think of it like that. They're not like, yeah, this is gross, could we give this back? They don't. That's a human thing.
Yeah.
And so how much the wild can teach us, and our ancestors that are all of them that are no longer wounded because they're ancient. Do not look at our processes as gross or as like, no thank you. You're like, yeah, give it up. Give it up, or don't hang on to it and suffer. Just back up for whatever reason, because we don't always know what it is that our wounding comes from. I hear a lot in the work that I do and have done ceremonially and in therapy, which is also part of this ceremony of life. I don't know, my upbringing was great. Like, so why am I so sad? Like I had this, and I was, like my life was I grew up in a nice nest. Why am I so sad? Do you have to know that in order to be like, here, thank you. Here are some tears. Here's some grief, Mother Earth. Do you mind to just taking it? Mother Earth's not going to be like, I don't know what this is about, so you keep carrying it. Anyway, I love these topics.
They're so
sacrament, all the sacraments, all the ways of communing and connecting with sacraments, and yet yes, so on. I could just like, okay, how many more hours do you guys have?
I just loved that idea that you were just talking about it. I had a wonderful upbringing. Why do I feel this way?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And what a gift it is to feel that way too, though. Like, how can you know even what the joy and all of the wonderful feelings that we feel are if you didn't have that? And how can you not? We need a place to grow from too.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Like we have to grow.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I didn't answer the question either, so I won't answer the question.
Go ahead.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
answer.
answer.
We
got some minutes. Why wouldn't we? I mean, we're here. We're on the
we're
couch,
all here.
guys.
there's a microphone. We're
Mhm.
here.
We got
have
a phone.
blankets. Yes.
Maybe answer the question here
Here-
in this.
Here's the.
Yeah. See, here's the thing, Grandpappy.
I have this routine of taking a hike in the morning. I wake up. Katie, my partner, rolls over to me and she says, "Take a hike." I get out of bed and I go hiking and I go up into the little tiny bit of the mountain there, and I look around and I feel like, oh, this is it. This is the real world.
So
You know,
good.
I'm surrounded by the plants that have come to me many times to remind me I'm not alone, and I think, wow, we really do believe so much in that world down there that I can see from the mountain. We really do believe. We worship it down there. We worship the buildings and the systems and all of the things that we've created. Even my house that I love, you know, just a few inches under that house is dirt, right?
Yeah,
But
I know.
I really believe in it so hard.
But isn't that wonderful?
It
that
is.
It holds.
It is
Yeah.
wonderful, and it's so interesting being up there, and I feel like this is the real world. And I look down there, and I was like, I don't think that's that real. But then it is. It is also real.
It's also.
It is
real.
also, and
Yes.
and what can I bring down from up there, and take with me? I like to remember that while I'm looking down there at all the buildings and streets and traffic lights, that it's you know, we just made it up. We just made all of that stuff up, and how can I bring this real connection that I have with the earth down?
Yeah. So that's ceremony.
Yeah.
And so again, it's why like sacraments, when we're talking about ingesting something like a psychedelic or like a microdose, that's those are some sacraments. That's a way, and not everybody. It's not everybody's path. Not everybody. It is part of ceremony, and so is everything else.
Yeah.
We have to remember what our ancestors have done in various ways, whether it be taking a sacrament, a psychedelic or something.
Ecstatic dance.
Breath work.
Like, think about that.
Meditation. Or I'm going to go on a walk.
Yeah.
And how can I bring this down? They're like, psst, it's also in you.
Yeah.
So we have some of these real tangible, glorious parts of nature, or gifts that nature have given us, like Mount Shasta, like bodies of water that we're really connected with. And I do remember one time going to I have a ritual of offering a specific tree at Mount Shasta, at Casa Condor, a specific tree. I offer it water. And some of you may have seen me. It's a thing this tree and I have. She's glorious and she's beautifully decorated, and it's part of my ritual when I go there. And as I was walking toward the tree one day with a big bucket of water, I was like, wow, inside myself, I was like, wow, this land is so sacred. And the land says this to me. Psst. Yes, it acknowledged it, yes. And all land is sacred. So when you're up in that canyon and like, how can I bring this down? Well, you're on it. So is your home.
Yes.
So are your feet. So we're like, so it was like, yes, thank you. I'm pretty hot, right? Like I am a hot, dead sexy, volcanic, glorious mountain Okay, and you could just happen to see me. Look at me. I am sexy. I am sexy and sacred. Are you giggling, Lynn?
Yes, because it reminds me of also that to help us also feel that within our body, to be okay.
Within our
That
bodies.
home is in our body.
And that
And I
the
think-
land that we walk on, wherever we walk, is also sacred.
Yes.
And we have some of these beautiful manifestations, representations of magic, of nature, of like, hey, look at me. I'm so hot. Actually, I used to literally be hot volcano. And also, like, it's that ripple out. So are my brothers and sisters, mountainous and rivers and the streams, and so is all the land that you put your tootsies down on, or that the air, that whatever, the squirrel that just cruised by just a few minutes ago. Yes, here, let us in our big, glorious, just all the way out ways, show you how sacred and sexy we are, just out loud, and also it ripples out. So wherever you stand, and you don't. Sometimes some of us need to, or are called to, ingest in order to remember that.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Like, whatever it is. And not all of us need to. Also okay. So sacraments in so many ways.
And I think we're seeing some of that amazing sacred land there. I think Corinne
is
we have
Corinne
moved
marching on that
outside.
sacred land, the sacred
There's the
whisperer.
Yeah. Do we
There's
want
the tree.
to? Do we want to
Yeah, he's one of them.
put
There's
her in
many.
put her in the primary position?
There she is. There she
Yay!
is. She's out.
Yeah.
She's out in her element. There she is.
Lucky
and there's
girl.
that mysterious, magical reminder
You can't hear her though.
of sacred land right there. It's like all cloaked in its fellow clouds.
We can't
and
hear you,
air.
though.
We can't hear you, love.
No, I can't hear you, but you sure look amazing.
Yeah, you should. She's like, now I'm ready. Yeah. We can't
We're
hear
working
you.
on the audio. We're working.
There
on
you
it.
go.
We got-
There you go.
You got it.
Yes. Excellent.
Okay.
You might
How
have to
freaking
have a mic.
awesome.
Are you having a mic come along with you, or
Yeah.
are you going to stay close?
Well, I'm gonna try my best. It's hard out here because I just start popping off. You know how I get out
Yeah,
here.
I know. So carry that microphone along. Try your best to
All right.
keep it by
I
your
mean,
little
it's like-
mouthy.
All right. Is this
Okay.
ridiculous? Let's hope. Okay. So you
it-
guys, thank you so much for sharing your beautiful shares about sacrament. We had some trickster energy coming in with our audio. So I'm glad to be back, but I was able to hear some of your shares, and I love how so much of it bridges in to today, or to right now, about nature is the church. And this is why we say these recovering from the memories, right? Of getting back in touch with the fact that we have ancestors, and that the fact that we're so closely connected with some of these elements, and none of what these people are talking about are anything that we had to drive home or talk anyone into. It's just the more that we walk in ceremony, as if life is the ceremony and nature is the church, then this shit happens. Look at how freaking gorgeous this is. And and people all across the world have revered mountain spirits and known that angels and the higher beings kind of live up top. And we've had such incredible insights in medicine and healing that has come with working with nature. But again, the more that we understand that nature has been the original church, all the great, okay, the great masters. All right, let's talk Buddha. All right, homeboy was sitting outside when that shit happened, right, under the Buddha tree. Where did Moses get the commandments? Right? Was it in four walls, or was it a bush, right? Jesus walked the desert. Muhammad was in a cave. And so our notion of what church is, the religious colonization, is so important to kind of dream in and understand that our wisdom has always been the divine moving through the physical body in the form of joy. Life is the ceremony. And also, it animates also through here, through this wonderful place called what we call Earth. But the more that you get into the psyche, the ancestral psyche, the more, like I said, you realize it isn't alive, but it just knocks our socks off. The more that we just embrace out of curiosity what else it has in store for us. And the animals, so it's not just the earth, it's not just the mountains, but the wisdom of animals. A lot of you guys are like dog lovers, right? But we might not know why on a deep level. And some of that has to do with, you got wolf spirit, you're rocking wolf spirit, and maybe your lineage used to pray a lot to wolf spirit, and the animal spirits are like protectors. The earth itself has its own wisdom, but a lot of times we walk by the dirt or walk on top of the dirt as if it's dirty because we were taught that earth is dirty. So we're afraid. How many cleaning products do we have in our grocery stores? Trying to wash the dirt away. Again, more purity culture, right? More purity culture forced upon us so that we stay away from the very things that can actually support our peace and our grounding and feeling safe in our bodies. Because when you really do receive the love that's happening all around us, people, looking for Jesus. I mean, it's all animated through it, and it doesn't matter how you define these things. It can be Jesus animating through. It could be the goddess. It could be anything. Nature doesn't care. The divine calling it something, whether it's love, whether it's the universe. And my name for it changes a lot. Sometimes I say Great Spirit. Sometimes I say Big Mama, Big Papa. But what I learned real quickly out here is they prefer a nice celebration attitude as well as a total butthurt attitude, as long as you come with an honest heart. So I've been out here calling in the directions and calling in the angels. But then I fall to my knees sometimes. And sometimes it's in deep grief. And sometimes it's in profound joy and gratitude. But the celebration, right, is part of ceremony, is celebrating, the stuff that's out here, celebrating our life. And the more that you commune and learn really what that means to connect with nature, as the original church of all people, the more that we start to slowly comprehend and remember, and perhaps we can give this non-dogmatic gift to our own children so that they can remember too, right? So we heard a lot of testimony, right, to the power of nature and the ancestors. But what I want you to do right now is just imagine that this is not just alive, okay? Because it's way beyond that when it comes to nature. People are willing to say, okay, it's conscious. But a lot of people don't really realize that according to people all over the world, it's not just conscious. It's actively talking to you. It's actively teaching you. It's actively teaching us all what our personal cures, maybe even what our civilization cures could be. But we need more of us, a little more curious and willing to learn how to listen and to, really embrace whatever inner stirrings are occurring to us. We've heard a lot of the joy stuff going on, to follow the joy. A lot of us are getting that message around the world, not necessarily through nature, but it's getting pumped into the pipelines, through the mycelia of the earth and through the sky and through the water. It's kind of coming through. So, and this is like in our church, right? This is what we're curious about when we all gather. Hey, what did you discover when you were out there? What did you see? What were you told? So that we can learn how to receive this wisdom through each other, right? So I talked about the animals. I talked about all the greats, and all of us have this deep genius inside of us that's full of wisdom, that is designed to listen, to nature or to whatever is, whether it's a rock or a piece of dirt. I've talked to dirt clumps. We heard Heather talk about her deep relationship with the log. I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but this is how simple it is. It does not have to be complicated. You know, it was designed for people before they could read, you know, before they were reading, before they were writing, they were drawing pictures of all of this amazing stuff coming to life for them. So breathe in this as if this mountain is alive and talking to you specifically. What message does it have for you today? And it just starts there. Just imagine that it is trying to say something to you, and trust whatever feeling nudge you get. And I'm just going to give you a few seconds here just to really feel into the message for today. Let this be the medicine of, you know, whatever your takeaway is. A message from the mountain. And if any of our panel have a quick message that they'd like to share, some of these messages are for everyone. So if you have a little quick message that you'd like to share what you're getting from the mountain, feel free to. And anybody who's listening still, to share in the chat room what came through for you.
I feel what the message is for me, and this mountain just moves me energetically, because I've been in its presence and I can just feel the power of it right now. Everything that we talk about, the plants, the trees, the mountain, it's all energy and vibration and frequency. This is why you can hold the medicine and still receive the medicine if you tune in to the medicine and the messages, and then the healing and the vibrational frequency that this holds. And then it's to activate it, take it into you, know the feeling and the energy of the mountain, know the energy and feeling of a log or the grass or the trees, or when I make my wands, you're holding the energy of goose and deer. It's to witness it, to understand it, to allow the messages to come in to teach you, show me, you know, and then heal through that, but then activating it within your energetic field, taking the wonderful medicine that you have received and the healings and the blessings that you've gotten, and then activating that energy so that it becomes ingrained in your energetic field, so that it becomes, so that you can reintegrate all of these things that we've seen separated here and here and here. As we heal from them and we learn from them, we actually integrate them into our energetic presence, and then we can send that. Everything about what we do is about receiving, witnessing, integrating, and then just allowing it to flow from us.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you. That's beautiful. Amazing wisdom. You guys, I wanted you to meet someone real fast. This is Corey. He's my home slice.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah. And so he's the man of the house. There's also another man of the house. His name's Chapo, so maybe he'll make an appearance. I wanted to also invite have you meet Melanie. Melanie, come here. This is Melanie, you guys. She's one of the producers here. So Melanie Davis. She's a kick-ass medium. I think you also have an offering on the silent auction, do you?
I didn't
Is
put
that
my
you?
mediumship on.
You didn't? She's a medium. She kicks ass. You can, check her out. If you want to make a bid now. And you already know Calvin. I wanted to make sure you meet the rest of the team who hasn't come in. You guys already know Calvin. Did any other alchemists have, or not alchemists, luminaries have a little quickie about the mountain? And I'm trying to look here. The mountain, and Shonda said, the mountain said to me, I am one with you. Wow, that's a great start as far as allyship goes, right? And you guys can, if you're digging this mountain, you can always work with this mountain, even if you're not in physical space. So even after today, if you want to start unpacking some of the mystery of this great mountain, mountain spirit. And Joy saying all of life on earth shares molecules. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. So as far as that goes, did anybody else? Yeah. Who else had something here that they want to share?
Oh, I can share.
No,
So,
you
so the mountain, all the mountains, all of earth, nature, everything. It holds everything for all of us, and it nurtures us, and there is more than enough to go around. So don't be, accept it and let it in, utilize nature, learn from it. It's been my church. Nature's been my church my whole life. And you can learn so much from it. And the mountain is just speaking and saying, I'm here for you. Just reach out.
I think that's about, it feels complete to me. So what I would love for you guys to do is, if you're curious more about this wisdom, right, go and become a member and donate to our cause. And we're going to be doing more of this work so that really you can remember how to be your own prophet, essentially, to read the signs, to understand what that bird is trying to tell you when you see it 10 times a day, and all of those things. Calvin, did you, I forget how, are we transitioning into, what's the next thing? Okay. And remember the silent auction. So I hear, from what I understand, are we leaving with our final thoughts for the community and things like that? We really do welcome you into the fold here. This is really a grand experiment for us to really find new ways to connect and hear from each other, understand what each other really is into, because we have a lot of different medicine combined, right? Some people are super into astrology, doing the Akashic records, and really remembering again, there's no such thing as new age. It's only old age stuff repackaged. And so honest conversations, intriguing conversations. And Mandy, what are your final thoughts here as we transition into closing down for the day?
Oh, well, my messages were a little ridiculous. So I won't
thank God.
Really good. Yeah. So I won't share them here. Besides, the mountain said she missed me, and ditto. Right back at her. And I mean, there's so much to say, but I don't know. I don't really know what to say.
Operator's standing by.
Operator is standing by right there.
On the phone.
Operator is also Grandpappy. He's on the phone right now. Yeah, I have a little blurb. Is it for now?
I think you should. Yes.
Okay.
I think it's for now.
I have a little blurb. So I'll just read it. Life is a ceremony. Nature is the church. And communities and collaborations are where the real magic happens.
End with a dance party.
Every moment is a sacred ritual, from the sunrise that awakens us to the connections we weave with others. In nature's grand cathedral, we're all participants in the dance of life, honoring the beauty around us and within us. Together, through community and collaboration, we create spaces that heal, inspire, and lift each other up. So join us in in celebrating this ongoing ceremony of life, where each gathering, each shared experience brings us closer to our truest selves and to each other.
Mic drop.
Yeah.
Bone
Bone drop.
Beautiful.
Bone drop.
Bone drop.
Okay, we can transition.
So beautiful.
Thanks, guys.
Ahoy.
Ahoy.
Okay, we're gonna
Ready?
transition a little bit. I don't know. Is someone saying bye?
I know, maybe we can play some music and play us out and then put up our donate screen and
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Mandy?
Hey everyone, I just wanted to point you guys into the direction of the silent auction. If you haven't had a chance to go and check out the silent auction, click on the link, and there's such amazing stuff that's available on the silent auction. There's stuff that's hand created, so there's runes that have been specifically created by Lynn, so she has those up for offer. There are my wands, my ceremonial or smudging wands that are on the auction. There's a few diaries. One of mine is the grandmother's. That one's sort of a scrapbook, so you can draw pictures or art or whatever. But all of that stuff is available up on the silent auction for you guys to bid on. There's a lot of services. A lot of the people that have been live here today have services. So if you have really resonated with what some of the people have been speaking and saying and want to connect with them, there is amazing stuff up there from a lot of the people, Amber, Calvin, a lot of people have services and whatnot that are available. So I invite you guys to go check out that silent auction.
Soon it closes tomorrow, so make sure to get your bids in there.
And yes, I wanted to say too, you guys can donate at any time through the aWake Community Church. That doesn't end. So please, if you can, help us out. You can donate at any time.
All of the donations that you make will go, they're tax, you'll get tax receipts on this. This is an official thing. This is the real deal. So when you donate, and the donations are going to go to help build this community. They're going to go to help provide more services, create all kinds of different opportunities. Corinne and Mandy also are very community minded and community based. So they're really wanting to make this affordable to everybody. So there'll be scholarships, there'll be all kinds of things that will be available, but all of this is based on us coming together as a community. So if you have been looking for something that speaks to your heart, this is something that is cutting edge, it's new, but it's so much needed, and so many people are seeking and needing to, there's a lot of unrest out there, but there's a lot of peace and love that can be available to people. So all of the donations are going to that kind of stuff too. It's a work in progress. There's been a lot that has gone into building this community. So I really, really invite you to check out to sign up too. All of these things are available for you, and the amount for the that they're charging for this is so minimal, it's ridiculous. Like it's almost like they're charging, but they're not. Like if you break it down, 30 cents a day, 30 cents a day to be
less than the price of a cup of coffee, right?
1 month is like McDonald's drive-through.
Yeah.
Like
so hop in with us if you believe in this vision, because this is how we're going to stay alive and be able to do what we do for the community, and to keep it doable for the rest of us, for everybody. And again, anywhere in the world, upcoming in our virtual community, we're going to be doing teaching, education on psychedelics. We're going to be doing queers and query. We're going to be doing
dismantling sexual shame.
Holy fuck. Dismantling
fuck.
sexual shame, ancestral work, and learning about our intuition. We have so much coming up for you guys, so please do support. And we are so grateful that you came and watched our first coming out party and our first fundraiser. Please tell your friends if you feel like there's people who would be digging what we're up to.
Yeah. Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
And thank you to everybody behind the scenes. There's been so many people back behind the scenes doing amazing work, staying with it. And it wouldn't be possible without all of us volunteers.
Collaboration.
And a special shout out to everybody behind the scenes, furiously us all texting away on our phones here. I just wanted
those
to
who don't
say,
want to be on camera.
Jonathan behind the scenes there. Shout out to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
and
everybody,
to all of you guys, all of these faces that we're seeing, and for sharing your love with our community, you guys, for anybody who shared their experiences in Save a Village, or It Takes a Village, but also Save a Village, as in this one, after this.
Save the village.
Save us, please. Save us.
We're only 13 hours in.
We're delirious.
It takes a village and save the village.
I know.
All of it.
Yeah. Okay, you guys, so we hope to see you in our community.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, you guys.
Bye.
Bye.